Chapter 1, Let's Get a Divorce. President Jiang will land tomorrow at noon, and I won't be able to make it back in time. Tomorrow, you go to the airport with the project plan and meet President Jiang. Okay, I got it. Su-sun, whether our company can survive depends on you. You must get President Zhong's investment. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. If he didn't value our project, why would he want to see our project plan as soon as he gets off the plane? After hanging up the phone, Su-sun rode her small electric bicycle and turned into the courtyard of a small three-story Western-style building. After parking the bicycle, she entered the door with the password, and while changing her shoes, she saw a pair of red high heels on the shoe rack. Chu Yoyu is back? Why is she home so early this time? Su-sun put on her slippers and went to the living room. She didn't see Chu Yoyu's figure. Instead, in her room, there was a gap in the door that was not closed properly, and from inside came the sound of pleasant voices. What? You're coming back tomorrow? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I see, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Su-sun didn't listen any longer, and turned around to go into the kitchen. Almost 2 years ago, he had failed in his business venture, and his company was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was Chu Yoyu who gave him the money to get through the difficult times. The price was to agree to marry Chu Yoyu and be a fake couple. Over the past year or so, Su-sun has learned roughly what happened from Chu Yoyu's family. Chu Yoyu liked the childhood sweetheart she grew up with, but her family didn't approve, and they fought a lot about it. Later, Chu Yoyu's white moonlight went abroad for further studies, and her family seized the opportunity to force Chu Yoyu to get married. Her family had a grandfather who made heart stents, and Chu Yoyu was forced to do something. Just then, she heard that her college classmate Su-sun was in need of money, so she took the initiative to find Su-sun and explained the reason for the marriage of convenience. Su-sun wanted to save his company and didn't want years of hard work to come to nothing, so he could only agree to Chu Yoyu's proposal to marry her for 2 years for a reward of 5 million. Therefore, Su-sun doesn't care at all about what Chu Yoyu does. He doesn't care either. They are just a fake couple with no feelings for each other. An hour later. Dinner is ready. 3 neat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. 2 years for 5 million, this money is very hot in Su-sun's hands. He doesn't think he is that precious. He could only use this method to exchange for peace of mind. Usually, when he was alone, he would simply cope with dinner. Chu Yoyu, dinner is ready. As he served the dishes on the table, Su-xian shouted towards Chu Yoyu's room. Perhaps it was because of his good cooking, Chu Yoyu liked the food he cooked very much, and every time they didn't eat at home, they would eat together. Soon, Chu Yoyu walked out of her room. It looked like she had just taken a shower. Her delicate skin was white with a hint of red. She was tall, with the right amount of flesh in the right places, and an exquisite oval face with perfectly proportioned features. There wasn't a single flaw in her face. She was a very beautiful woman. She sat down at the table, her posture straight, and the way she chewed her food in small bites was very elegant. She was worthy of being the daughter of a wealthy family. Every move she made was ladylike. They finished eating in silence. When Su-sun was about to clear the table, Chu Yoyu calmly said, "Su-sun, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get a divorce sometime soon. Isn't there still 2 months left?" Su-sun looked at Chu Yoyu in confusion. They had agreed on a 2-year period. There were still 2 months left before it expired. And there was no need to wait until then. Chu Yoyu added, "I'm terminating the contract early, so you don't need to feel responsible." "Okay, when do you have time tomorrow?" "It'd be best if it was in the morning or afternoon, I'll be busy at noon." Su-sun didn't think much about it and agreed readily. Their status was a transaction, and now Chu Yoyu wanted to end it early, there was no reason for him to refuse. Over the past year or so, Su-sun had only regarded Chu Yoyu as a friend and never had the thought of crossing the line. What's the difference between getting a divorce or not? Seeing that Su-sun didn't care at all, Chu Yoyu felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She didn't know what was going on, but it felt like a stone had suddenly been placed in her heart, blocking her breath. The thought of getting a divorce vanished in an instant. "In a couple of days. I'm busy tomorrow." "Okay." Su-sun carried the bowl and chopsticks and went into the kitchen. 10 o'clock in the evening. Su-sun, who had just finished bathing, came out of the bathroom and happened to see Chu Yoyu drinking water in the living room. "Are you in a hurry? If you are, I'll move out tomorrow night. If not, I'll wait until I find a place to live in the next couple of days." Su Sun looked at Chu Yoyu and ran his hands through his wet black hair. Chu Yoyu had plans to get a divorce. He was not a man without self-awareness, and would not stay in Chu Yoyu's house. You really want to move out? Chu Yoyu's movement of drinking water suddenly stopped, as if he had lost his appetite, and he looked back at Su Sun. I just don't want to disturb your life. I'll move after the divorce. Chu Yoyu put down the glass and turned around and walked into the room. He closed the door and sat on the soft bed. Chu Yoyu was in a very bad mood. She actually didn't want Su Sun to move out. Had they gotten used to living together? The next morning, Su Sun, whose biological clock had gone off, woke up from his sleep. He made breakfast, ate one portion for himself and left one for Chu Yoyu, then left the house. He rode his little electric moped, which had been his companion for 2.5 years, to the office. Su Sun's company was very small, with only 10 or so people. He and his childhood friend Yu He had started it together. It has been 3 years since graduating from university. The company has faced bankruptcy, the failure of the first product, and staff departures. It has been a bumpy ride. But Su Sun has never thought of giving up. Because he has always had a dream, and that is to make a real game, a real national 3A masterpiece. No Krypton gold, no tricks. Just fairness and experience. Now, the company's second project is about to go live. With the lessons learned from the failure of the first project, they have poured more effort into the second project and made more changes. This time, Su Sun is very confident that as long as he can get the investment today, the second project will definitely lay a stable foundation for the company. At least there will be no more financial crises and the risk of bankruptcy. 11 a.m. Su Sun leaves the company with the project plan and takes a taxi to the airport. When he arrived at the airport, as agreed, Su Sun waited in front of a restaurant in the terminal for the investor named Zhang Zitao. Everyone knows that if you stay in a foreign country, where food is scarce, you will get hungry. Even if you are rich, you will still be hungry. After all, it is a foreign country, there are very few Chinese restaurants, and they have to cater to foreign tastes and improve the taste, so it is impossible to have authentic Chinese food. He took out his phone and looked at it. There were still 10 minutes until the agreed meeting time. Su Sun was bored, so he scanned the huge terminal building to pass the time. As he looked, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Chu Yoyu? Why was she at the airport too? Su Sun recalled what he had overheard last night and understood something. If Chu Yoyu was personally here to pick him up, she must be the white moonlight she had been thinking about. Chapter 2, What a Small World. No wonder she was in such a hurry to get a divorce. It turned out that her Mr. Right had returned to the country. Su Xian was a little curious. What did the person whom Chu Yoyu could not forget look like? He must be the elite of the elite, right? But one thing was certain, and that was that he was definitely rich, because only people of more or less the same caliber could be in the same circle. Chu Yoyu walked further and further away, as if he hadn't seen Su Xian. Su Sun did not go up to say hello. He had something very important to do and could not leave the entrance of the restaurant. Whether his company could get the investment and survive depended entirely on the meeting later. If he left just now, the investor would arrive right after him. If the people who did not see him had a bad impression, the investment would easily fail. Therefore, even if the person in front of him was Chu Yoyu, or even Su Sun's parents, he would not leave for now. When he reached the boarding gate, Chu Yoyu, dressed in a floral dress and white sneakers, exuding a youthful aura, quickly became the most dazzling person in the crowd, attracting a lot of attention. A few minutes later, a tall, handsome man wearing a suit and sunglasses, carrying a black suitcase, walked out of the aisle. Yoyu! Zhang Zitao waved his hand excitedly at Chu Yoyu from afar, and if it weren't for the crowd, he might have immediately pounced on him. Chu Yoyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, wearing a polite smile, a common smile in the workplace. Perhaps it was because he had been in the business world for so long that it had become a habit. The reunion after 7 years did not stir many waves in Chu Yoyu's heart. Back in high school, even if they were apart for just a few days, they would get excited. Has time changed her? Or, is there no longer the same spirit? It's been a long time. I've missed you. He walked up to Chu Yu and, after setting down his suitcase, excitedly opened his arms wide, wanting to embrace her tightly. Chu Yu took 2 steps back. It was an instinctive reaction. She had done the same thing before. The only difference was that before, it was just the shyness of a young girl, but now, it was the instinctive aversion of her body. She was disgusted at being touched. Chu Yoyu was very confused. What was wrong with her? A month ago, she accidentally slipped and fell, and when Susan quickly reached out to catch her, he not only touched her body, but also her waist. Apart from the fear of nearly falling, she did not feel such disgust. Now, why did she feel disgusted with Jiang Zitao? Jiang Zitao's open hands were stiff in midair, a little embarrassed, and he withdrew them with a stiff smile. Sorry, Yu, I've been abroad for 7 years and got used to the way people greet each other there, so I didn't react for a moment. It's fine. Yu, it's been 7 years, and you've become even more beautiful. Thank you. Xu Yu was just like dealing with an ordinary person, calm and without the slightest trace of the reunion of old friends. Yu, what's wrong with you? Jiang Zitao sensed something. Before, she was enthusiastic like a little fangirl, but now it was like they had just met by chance. This big contrast made him feel very uncomfortable. Chu Yoyu asked in return, "What's wrong with me?" Nothing. Jiang Zitao thought that Chu Yoyu was angry. It's true, after being apart for 7 years, who wouldn't be angry? As long as nothing has changed, she is still the same person she once was. Then everything will be fine. Let's go. Chu Yoyu turned around and walked in front. I booked a private room at Zaojiu. Jiang Zitao quickly followed, very touched. Yoyu, I didn't expect you to remember, Zaojiu is my favorite restaurant. But Yoyu, cancel the private room, I have an appointment with someone at the airport. Their project really appeals to me, and I want to sign the investment contract today, before it's too late and someone else takes it away. Besides, after being abroad for so many years, I really miss Chinese food. I can't wait to go to Zaojiu, so I'll eat here in the airport restaurant. Okay. A moment later, Chu Yoyu saw Su Sun in front of a restaurant. Surprised, but also with some confusion, he walked over. Su Sun, why are you here? I'm here to meet a client. Su Sun's gaze fell on Jiang Zitao, who was standing next to Chu Yoyu. He was disappointed. Nothing special. He had thought that the person who could make Chu Yoyu fall in love would be able to impress him at first sight. Now it seemed that he might not even be as good as himself. If it came down to appearance. Yoyu, you know each other? Jiang Zitao asked, looking at Su Sun. Chu Yoyu replied frankly, he is the person I agreed to marry. Really? Jiang Zitao smiled faintly and extended his hand to Su Sun. Hello, my name is Jiang Zitao, nice to meet you. Yoyu and I are very good friends, we have played together since we were young. Hello, my name is Su Sun, I am Yoyu's college classmate. Su Sun shook Jiang Zitao's hand politely. For some reason, he always had the feeling that this Jiang Zitao was hiding a knife in his smile, and that his smile was insincere. Or, did he regard him as a love rival? He shouldn't be so petty, should he? After all, he is a highly educated person who has studied abroad. He and Chu Yoyu are just in a marriage of convenience, nothing has happened, and their relationship is just at the level of ordinary friends. If this is jealousy, then Chu Yoyu has misjudged him. Chu Yoyu glanced at the handbag in Su Sun's hand and said, Zitao, you said you had an appointment, and Su Sun is here waiting for a client. You two aren't each other's appointment, are you? I did meet someone in front of this restaurant. You aren't General Jiang of Shanghong Group, are you? Are you Mr. Su from Lingyun Technology? Yes, that's me. Su Sun never expected it. The investor he was waiting for would be Chu Yoyu's white moonlight. An ominous feeling immediately swept over him, making Su Sun's back feel cold. If Jiang Zitao really was narrow-minded, then this investment could already be declared a failure. I never thought the world was so small. Su Xian smiled bitterly. Compared to Jiang Zitao, he would rather the investor be someone else. After all, it's not the 10,000 that you fear, but the 1%. It is indeed quite small. Jiang Zitao politely extended an invitation. Since we are all friends and have the intention to cooperate, why don't we have lunch together? No, Mr. Jiang, I'm not hungry yet. You guys eat, and after you're done, we can talk about work. Chapter 3, Lunch Together. Su Sun declined. It wasn't that he was judging Jiang Zitao's motives. It was just that he couldn't afford to lose. He only had one chance to succeed, and this was it. So, whether Jiang Zitao was really petty or not, he dared not take the risk. He could still tell the difference between a meal and an investment. Besides, Su Sun was just a fake husband that Chu Yoyu had paid for. They are the real couple. Isn't it only right that he, the third wheel, should give up the space voluntarily? No way, no way, no one really likes being a third wheel, right? It's almost 12 o'clock, how could you not be hungry? Let's eat together, you can talk about work while eating, this way it won't delay each other's time. Su Sun's hard-won kick was kicked back by Chu Yoyu. Jiang Zitao looked at Chu Yoyu and smiled, agreeing, Mr. Su, we're all friends, so let's eat together. Don't be polite. With things having come to this, what else could Su Sun do? He could only follow and walk into the restaurant together. Jiang Zitao picked a table with only 2 seats at the front and back, then politely held out his hand for Chu Yoyu to sit first. Chu Yoyu glanced at the seat, but didn't sit in it, but instead sat at a bigger table next to it, which had seats in all 4 directions. I don't like eating in small places. Chu Yoyu was very considerate. She was afraid that Su Sun would feel uncomfortable if she sat with Jiang Zitao. Although Su Sun was only her nominal husband, she didn't want to hurt him. Over the past year or so, Su Sun had at least been very good to her and was a good person. In fact, Su Sun didn't care at all. He even wanted Chu Yoyu to be more biased towards Jiang Zitao. The more biased she was towards him, the stronger his sense of crisis would be. Look at my memory, how could I forget this? Yoyu, don't be angry, I didn't mean it. Jiang Zitao awkwardly touched his head. He didn't feel good sitting next to Chu Yoyu anymore, so he could only sit next to her. It's okay, you've been abroad for so many years, it's normal to have forgotten. Chu Yoyu didn't care. She found that things that seemed to be very important before had now become irrelevant. As for why, Chu Yoyu didn't know herself. Maybe it was growing up. Not as childish as before. Jiang Zitao ordered a table full of hard dishes. While waiting for the food, Su Sun took the project plan out of her bag and handed it to Jiang Zitao. General Jiang, this is the project plan for the next step of our project. Please take a look. Well, it's not bad. The direction of development is in line with the current market demand and has great potential. Jiang Zitao casually flipped through the plan. It was perfunctory and not serious at all. It was nothing like the excitement on the phone. Su Sun's heart cooled halfway. He already guessed the answer, but still asked with no hope, Mr. Jiang, what about the investment? Jiang Zitao closed the document and returned it to Su Sun. I am very satisfied with the plan, but as for the investment, I need to discuss it with the company's senior management. After all, as you know, the company's affairs are not decided by one person, and it still involves risky things like investment. Then I'll wait for good news from Mr. Jiang. Su Sun's smile was insincere, and his heart was cold. Yesterday on the phone, Jiang Zitao said that the plan was good and signed the contract on the spot. He even brought the contract with him today. Now there is still something to discuss, and the investment is obviously off. Su Sun was curious. Was the plan not good? Or his identity with Chu Yoyu? His intuition told him that the latter was more likely. Soon, the dishes were served one after the other. Jiang Zitao wolfed down his food like a starving man, praising the food as he went along and disparaging foreign food in the process. Su Sun, on the other hand, had no appetite at all. When Chu Yoyu saw this, he asked in puzzlement, Su Sun, why aren't you eating? Su Sun forced a smile and said, I'm not very hungry. These steamed pork ribs aren't very good, not as good as the ones you make. The fish is the same, not as good as the ones you make. And the beef. Chu Yoyu gave a very low rating to the dishes on the table and hardly touched his chopsticks. Su Sun politely defended the chef. Jiang Zitao, who was gobbling up his food, looked like an outsider. Being left out, he felt awkward and had no sense of existence. Yoyu, do you know what kind of life I've been living for the past 7 years abroad? Jiang Zitao found a topic and forcibly interrupted Chu Yoyu and Su Sun. Su Sun tugged at his mouth, and Jiang Zitao felt even more that he was being petty. What kind of life? Every day, eating the same Western food, and every day, living under the influence of foreigners' body odor. Then why didn't you return to China? You know, Yoyu, my parents wouldn't let me, and if it weren't for me taking over the business, I wouldn't be able to come back now. It's also pretty good abroad. Everyone says that the moon is round and the air is sweet abroad. No, that's all made up by people who worship the West. Jiang Zitao and Chu Yoyu chatted in a perfunctory manner. It was awkward. Chu Yoyu and Su Sun didn't feel as natural as they did when they were chatting together. Su Sun ate quietly, not saying a word. He could already feel Jiang Zitao's hostility, and didn't want to make the situation worse. It wasn't that he was weak. It's just that he's not that naive, and he doesn't have the time to provoke an enemy who won't let go. Besides, the investment hasn't been sentenced to death yet. The meal was over quickly. When paying the bill at the front desk, Shu Yoyu suddenly started dancing in place like laser. A very small cockroach had crawled onto her leg. Ah! Dominated by fear, Shu Yoyu's mind went blank, and her body instinctively jumped onto Su-sun. Su-sun, there's a cockroach. The cockroach has already been squashed by you. Su-sun felt sorry for the little cockroach that was unrecognizable on the ground for 2 seconds. Really? Shu Yoyu was doubtful, still on Su-sun's body, afraid to get off, holding his hands very tightly, his body smelling very fragrant and soft. Really? Su-sun had long since become unperturbed by it. Over the past year or so, Shu Yoyu has jumped onto him several times. Especially that time at the villa, when a big black rat suddenly scurried out. Shu Yoyu stayed on him for a full 2 minutes before she dared to come down, her legs shaking as she did so. Shu Yoyu is very afraid of these small insects and animals. As soon as she sees one, she loses all her usual composure. This is the delicate side of her that lies beneath her cold exterior. She looked down to make sure Su-sun hadn't lied to her, and then carefully got down, before immediately stepping away from the squashed cockroach on the ground. At this time, Su-sun's peripheral vision inadvertently saw Jiang Zitao by the side, whose face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, peeking at Su-sun with a very unfriendly look in his eyes. Sigh. Su-sun sighed in his heart. It was almost certain that Jiang Zitao had a narrow mind. It seemed that the investment was also certain to be lost. Who had he offended? Not only had the investor gone, but he had also gained an enemy. Su-sun felt very frustrated. He hadn't done anything. But then again, why hadn't Shu Yoyu just now jumped onto her white moonlight? Instead, he had jumped onto himself? Was it because he was used to it? Su-sun felt that it was very likely. President Jiang, Yoyu, I have things to do, so I'll be going first. Coming out of the airport, Su Xian, who was annoyed, wanted to be left alone. Shu Yoyu kindly asked, "Where are you going?" "Back to the office. I'll give you a lift. It's rush hour, and it's hard to get a taxi. It's not on my way." "Where is your office?" "Changhua Avenue." "It's on my way." Chapter 4, Bankruptcy Crisis. Okay. Su-sun couldn't refuse anymore. It was indeed difficult to hail a taxi during the afternoon rush hour in Xincheng. Anyway, Shu Yoyu himself didn't mind. What was wrong with him shining his light as a bright bulb? When they arrived at the underground parking lot, Shu Yoyu took out his car keys and pressed them. A pink Maserati in front of them immediately flashed its lights. Su-sun looked at the Maserati and was a little confused. This Maserati is an old model that is usually left in the parking lot. Shu Yoyu is driving a Porsche, so why did he drive the Maserati out today? "Yoyu, isn't this the adult gift I gave you before? I didn't expect you to pick me up in it, it's really thoughtful." Jiang Zitao was full of excitement, beaming from ear to ear, and ran up to the Maserati, touching it nostalgically here and there. Su-sun then understood what was going on. His electric moped had broken down earlier, and he had an important meeting at the office that day. He had wanted to borrow the Maserati that Shu Yoyu had left in the parking lot for the day, but Shu Yoyu had not only refused, but also reacted strongly. At the time, he had wondered why Shu Yoyu would refuse to lend him the car if it was already in the parking lot. It turned out to be Jiang Zitao's gift for his adulthood. It was almost like a token of love. How could he, an outsider, possibly drive it? No wonder the car had been left in the parking lot. I guess Shu Yoyu himself doesn't want to drive it, does he? Geez, is this the legendary love brain? When getting into the car, Jiang Zitao deliberately walked to the passenger seat before Su-sun. Su-sun let it go. It made it seem like he really wanted to sit in the passenger seat. Isn't the back seat more comfortable with all that space? Half an hour later, Su-sun returned to the company dispirited. He had gambled all the company's money in order to do the second project. Now that no investment could be pulled in, the project was suspended, there was no source of income, and the company was once again facing bankruptcy. "President Yu said that the investment from Shanghong Group was basically confirmed, and our company would finally have money. Yes, we will finally have money to pay wages. We haven't seen a penny for 3 months. You guys are lucky. I'm the worst off. If I don't get paid again, I won't be able to hold on. I can't afford this month's mortgage and car loan. As soon as he reached the company entrance, the murmurs of the employees inside came into his ears one after the other. Su Sun's mood became even more irritable. He didn't dare to face these people head on and could only quietly return to his office. He slumped into a chair. Su Sun reached out and vigorously scratched his hair. The employees in the company are all his junior schoolmates. The reason why they gave up the high-paying offers from big companies and came here was because he lured them here with big promises. He had sworn to them that he would definitely lead them to the pinnacle of life. However, reality is cruel. For several years, the company has not improved. Now it is facing its second bankruptcy. Su Sun knows that if he does not get the investment this time, these junior schoolmates will all leave the company. No matter how big the pie is, it won't work anymore. Because, in life, money is needed for food and other necessities. Without a source of income, even if the pie is drawn big and delicious, it will be awakened by the cruelty of reality. Although Jiang Zitao has not yet explicitly refused, Su Sun no longer has any hope. Right now, it feels like a death sentence, except that the execution date has not yet arrived. Knock, knock, knock. A light knock on the door broke the tense atmosphere in the office. Su Sun took a few deep breaths to compose himself and said, "Come in." A beautiful girl in tight jeans and a high ponytail pushed open the door, and the sound of her 10-centimeter heels hitting the floor was incessant. Yuhi, Su Sun's partner and childhood friend, had grown up together since they were little, and their relationship was as close as that of brothers. "Su Sun, how's it going? Has Jiang signed the contract yet?" Yuhi walked expectantly up to Su Sun. Su Sun folded his hands together and rested them on his forehead, shaking his head. "No, I don't think the collaboration is going to work out." "Why?" "This Jiang is the white moonlight guy that Chu Yoyu is in love with." "What?" Yuhi's expression froze. "Isn't that a bit too coincidental?" "Who says it isn't? Is he jealous? So he's not going to invest?" Yuhi habitually sat down at her desk. She was tall, 1.65 m, with long legs, so she could easily sit on the desk. Although she was a girl, she was very casual in Su Sun's presence, without any restraint. Su Sun had not stopped joking about it. "No way. You and Chu Yoyu got married for convenience, and he knows it. After all, he studied abroad for so many years, how can he be so petty? This is my guess, but it's pretty close. The way Jiang Zitao made me feel, he's a hypocrite. If I had known, I would have let you negotiate the advertising and I would have dealt with him." Su Sun closed her eyes, fell backwards, and lay on the chair in annoyance. How could there have been so many if-onlys? If only we hadn't made the first game, the company wouldn't have faced bankruptcy, we wouldn't have owed so much in external debt, and I wouldn't have had to sell myself and marry Chu Yoyu by agreement. In fact, all of this was destined long ago and there was no way to avoid it. Don't be so pessimistic. Things haven't settled yet, and it's not impossible that you're wrong. Yuhi comforted Su Sun. Su Sun prayed, "I hope so." Soon after, Yuhi's phone rang. It was General Jiang. As Yuhi answered the call, his face grew increasingly ugly. "I was right, wasn't I?" When Yuhi put down the phone, Su Sun, who had heard the conversation, smiled disheartenedly. "Yesterday he said that our project was very good and had great potential, and that even if the future plan didn't work, he would invest in us. Now he's using the future plan's failure as an excuse to refuse to invest. I never thought that he, who has seen the world and is well-traveled, would be so narrow-minded." Yuhi was indignant. Yesterday, she was afraid that the proposal was not good enough and wanted to make some fine-tunings. It was the other party who told her that the proposal was not important and that they would help to revise it if it was not good enough, and she agreed to meet today. As a result, "Su Sun, what should we do now? What else can we do? Go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. Yuhi, I know that I have been a burden to you in the past 2 years. With your abilities, if you had not settled for a small place like mine, you would have been thriving in a big company in 2 years' time. I am sorry. Su Sun really feels bad for Yuhi." Back then, before he graduated, Yuhi had already received several high-paying offers from major companies. It was only because he wanted to help him that he politely declined those offers. Over the past few years, he has not earned any money, and he has even lost some money. If he could do it all over again, he would not choose to start a business. Without capital and without a background, starting a business is really too difficult. Yui rested his hands on the desk and glared at Su-sun, saying, Su-sun, I came here to let you make money for me, not to listen to you say such depressing things. Cheer up. If this little setback is too much for you, then I really misjudged you. Who said I can't handle it? I just really feel that I owe you, and I'm just expressing my feelings. I got through it a year ago, and now this little setback is trying to crush me? How is that possible? If you really feel that you owe me, just pay me back later. Yui withdrew his hand, relieved, and continued, we didn't get the investment from Shanghong Group. What should we do next? Chapter 5, The White Moonlight Visits. Find investment again. But we're running out of time. We have to try anyway. It might not work out, but if we don't try, it definitely won't work out. Su-sun clenched his fists with a determined look. Yui was somewhat touched by Su-sun's steely determination, and stared at him with a hungry wolf's gaze. Su-sun pretended to be scared and reached out to protect his chest, saying, What? Yui smiled, very beautiful, with a sense of déjà vu of ruining the country and its people. She is worthy of being the flower of the computer science department. This is the Su-sun I know. Just relax and find an investor. Don't feel any psychological pressure. The reason I came to you is purely because I don't want to work for someone else. I don't want to be controlled by others. I want to be my own boss. So even if I don't become the boss in the end, it's not your fault. Who can blame the current market situation? It's hard to start a business. Don't worry, I can always sell myself again. Su-sun joked. With Yui's comfort, he felt much better and his fighting spirit was rekindled. Yui sneered contemptuously, Who wants you? Do you really think you're handsome? You're just lucky to have met the anxious Chu Yoyu. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I'm obviously very handsome, okay? Su-sun even deliberately shook his dark, beautiful hair. Yui smiled, and as usual, he teased Su-sun a little before getting serious. Right, since Chu Yoyu's white moonlight has returned, shouldn't you move out of Chu Yoyu's house? Otherwise, you'll be disturbing the young couple, right? Su-sun nodded in agreement, it's true that I should move out. Although Chu Yoyu told me to move after the divorce, I know she's just following the agreement. I'm not stupid, I won't really refuse to leave. So have you found a place yet? No, I'm still looking. Do you have time to look now? No, I don't. Leave the house hunting to me, and you just focus on your investments. Yui, I'm really lucky to have a friend like you. Su-sun looked sincere. He really meant it. Yui had helped him a lot since they were kids, and it was no exaggeration to say that he was lucky to have a friend like her. Yui gave Su-sun a look, if you really feel that way, then make my dream come true quickly and let me become the boss. I want designer handbags, a big house, a sports car, and lots of petty cash. It'll be soon. I've been eating your pie for years. A boss who can't make pie is not a good boss. Night. Su-sun returned to the villa after a busy day. Opening the door, he saw the beautiful pair of red high heels on the shoe rack at a glance. Su-sun was very surprised. In the past, Chu Yoyu basically only returned once every few days. I don't know if it was because the company was busy or if she intentionally wanted to keep her distance from him. I didn't expect her to come back today. In theory, Chu Yoyu's white moonlight is back. Shouldn't he be with his white moonlight now, reminiscing in a hotel about all the years of longing and grievances? Su-sun, who had closed the door and changed into slippers, went to the living room. As he expected, Chu Yoyu was not in the living room, but in his room. Su-sun walked lightly and carefully to the door of Chu Yoyu's room, and quietly placed his ear against the door. He wanted to know if Zhang Zitao had returned with Chu Yoyu. If he had, then he would sleep outside tonight. He didn't want to disturb anyone, and even less so eat dog food. As it happened, the door opened at this moment, and Chu Yoyu, dressed in a black dress, appeared in front of him. Su-sun froze. He was embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to dive into. His mind was racing. Thinking about how to explain this wretched scene. Fortunately, Chu Yoyu was understanding and took the initiative to save Su-sun. I'm the only one at home. Oh. Su-sun smiled awkwardly but politely. Chu Yoyu didn't care about eavesdropping, I'm a little hungry. What do you want to eat? Anything. I'll go make it right now. Su-sun disappeared from Chu Yoyu's sight as quickly as possible. He had wanted to warn Chu Youyou about Zhang Zitao. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Chu Youyou was a love-struck fool, and if she said anything bad about Zhang Zitao, she wouldn't believe it, and she might even get into trouble. It would be better to mind your own business. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Susan put down the leaves of vegetables in her hand and walked out of the kitchen. Opening the door, she saw Zhang Zitao outside. What a coincidence, Mr. Su, we meet again. Zhang Zitao greeted him with a polite smile, giving him an approachable impression. It was as if the things that happened during the day were all an illusion. Susun also squeezed out a smile, as if nothing had happened. Hello, Mr. Jiang. In the workplace, there is nothing to say even if things are deliberately targeted. After all, business is a matter of mutual consent. Susun felt that there was no need to bring emotions into reality. At most, after knowing Zhang Zitao's character, just stay away from him. Yu is in the room, and I still have to cook, so I won't accompany Mr. Jiang. Susun didn't chat with Zhang Zitao much and returned to the kitchen. Although life is like a play, it's still quite disgusting to keep pretending with Zhang Zitao. Zhang Zitao's smile immediately disappeared, and he put on a Sichuan opera face-changing performance, turning his head to look at the interior decorations and smiling happily and contentedly. He walked to the door of Chu Youyou's room and reached out to knock on the door. Youyou. Why are you here? Chu Youyou, who had opened the door, asked. Like during the day, there were not many emotions on her face, and she looked cold and a bit like a wooden person. In the past, when Zhang Zitao came to see her, she would jump with joy. Now, however, there was not a trace of that passion. Instead, she looked worriedly into the kitchen. Chu Youyou was afraid that Su Sun would feel uncomfortable. They were legally married, this was their marital home, and now there was an outsider here. Even if it was just an act, he should have an opinion, right? This is what Chu Youyou thought. It's nothing, I just missed you, so I came over to see you. I don't know if it was intentional, but Zhang Zitao's voice suddenly got much louder. Youyou, I never thought you would decorate the house the way we once dreamed of. The painting on the wall, we even painted it together back then. And the shape of the house, the furnishings, are all exactly the same as the home we once fantasized about. Unfortunately, I missed our appointment and wasn't able to stay by your side, but you can rest assured, Youyou, from now on, I will never leave you again, and I will spend my whole life making up for what I owe you. Su Sun in the kitchen pursed his lips. The house wasn't big, there was no noise, and it wasn't like he couldn't hear it, so was there any need to speak so loudly? Facing such a sensational scene, Chu Youyou did not say a word. It seemed that she was not moved, and the look in her eyes as she looked at the kitchen became even more worried. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Clearly, she and Su Sun were only husband and wife in name. Now, why did she still care so much about Su Sun's feelings? Su Sun in the kitchen put away the dishes, took out her phone, and pretended to get a call as she walked out of the kitchen. What? What's wrong with you guys? You can't even handle this little thing, you're all useless. Fine, your company will go bankrupt sooner or later, just wait, I'll go over there and sort it out right now. Chapter 6, We're Just Ordinary Friends. Hey, Youyou, General Jiang, there's been a bit of a problem at the office, and I might not be back tonight. You guys order some takeaway. Putting down the phone, Su Sun gave himself a 10 out of 10 for his acting, confident that no one would be able to tell. He didn't like being fed a line of bull in person. It might be romantic and touching for Chu Youyou. He would just find it sickeningly mushy and get goosebumps. It was better to get out of this place of trouble. I can't get used to takeout food. Chu Youyou immediately saw through Su Sun's ulterior motives. Then you guys just cook whatever you want to eat, not to mention that there is still President Jiang here, right? President Jiang will definitely be fine with this little thing. Zhang Zitao nodded and agreed. Youyou, since President Su has something to do, let's let him go and get busy. I've often cooked for myself abroad over the years, and my cooking skills may not compare to those of the chefs in the hotel, but it will definitely not be bad. Chu Youyou ignored Zhang Zitao by her side and looked at Su Sun, who was almost at the door. With a rare hint of anger in her tone, she said, Su Sun, we are just ordinary friends, can you please not do this? You're just embarrassing us. Su Sun stopped awkwardly. He didn't expect Chu Youyou to directly pierce through the veil. Could it be that he really was mistaken? Isn't Zhang Zitao Chu Youyou's white moonlight? Or, after so many years apart, Chu Youyou doesn't like Zhang Zitao anymore? Jiang Zitao, who liked flattery, looked particularly unpleasant, especially the words "just ordinary friends," which made him clench his fists silently. Susan smiled awkwardly at Chu Yuyu. He walked quickly back into the kitchen. Since things had come to this, he felt bad about leaving again. "Zitao, it's late, you should go home." Chu Yuyu gave a cold dismissal. Jiang Zitao couldn't believe it. "You're kicking me out, Yoyu?" Chu Yuyu didn't mean it, but she was inexplicably annoyed, so she didn't bother to explain, and it was a tacit agreement. She really didn't want Jiang Zitao to stay here right now. Maybe it was because she was used to it, with only her and Su Sun at home. Her life had suddenly been disrupted, and she was not used to it. Jiang Zitao's face turned pale. He had thought that if he came here, Chu Yoyu would still be as conservative as before, nothing would happen, but he would be welcomed and the room would be cleaned for him to stay. Unexpectedly, reality had ordered him to leave. Was it all because of that person? Jiang Zitao looked at the kitchen with a bad expression. It was clearly just a marriage of convenience, so why did Chu Yoyu care so much about him? Could it be that Chu Yoyu has fallen for him? Jiang Zitao didn't know. Subconsciously, he trusted Chu Yoyu and nipped that possibility in the bud. But he was very unhappy, and all that unhappiness came from the guy in the kitchen. "Yoyu, are you angry with me because I left for so many years?" "I said I wasn't." "Then, do you still like me?" Chu Yoyu lowered her eyes and fell silent. The man in front of her was the childhood sweetheart she had grown up with, and she had liked him before. Over the years, she felt that she had not changed, that she was still the same person she had always been. But for some reason, now she was confused. She didn't know how to answer Jiang Zitao's question. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yoyu looked up at Jiang Zitao and said, "Zitao, I don't want to lie to you. It's been so long, I don't know anymore, so? We are still the same as before, we are still good friends, okay? Do you like him? He and I are just friends too." I believe you, as long as you say we are friends, then we are definitely just friends." Jiang Zitao let out a long breath, then berated himself, I actually know, I have been gone for so many years, it is normal that you don't like me anymore. After all, time is the most merciless knife in the world, and it is selfish of me to want you to like me forever. But it's okay, I'm back now, it's not too late. I'll slowly make you like me again, and we can definitely go back to the way things were." Chu Yoyu did not look directly into Jiang Zitao's gaze. It was more like she didn't want to, instinctively didn't want to. "If you have any problems in the future, you can call my number. He and I are legally married, and your presence here could be misunderstood. He's a good person, and I can't disregard his face. You are still as kind as before." "I understand. Then I'll go first. Bye." Jiang Zitao waved his hand and left the villa. Not long after, the food was ready. Chu Yu was the only one to come out of the room. Susan casually asked, "Where is Mr. Jiang?" "He left." "It's this time of night, why didn't he stay for dinner?" Chu Yu didn't respond. He sat down at the table, took a few bites of rice, then looked at Susun and said, "Susun, Zitao and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand us again. Isn't he your white moonlight?" Susun, sitting across from him, was a bit nosy. Chu Yoyu raised an eyebrow. "I said we're friends. Didn't you used to like him? The past is the past, the present is the present, and now, we're just friends." Susun let out a gasp. Friend or lover, what does it matter to him? "Do you have time tomorrow?" Susun suddenly remembered something. "What is it?" "If you have time, let's go and get the divorce papers tomorrow. I'm very busy these days, and the longer I put it off, the less time I'll have." "Do you really want a divorce?" Chu Yoyu put down his chopsticks and his appetite vanished in an instant. Susun narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yoyu. "Didn't you want a divorce? Let's talk about it when we have time." "Okay then." The next morning, Susun arrived at the company, and as soon as he walked into the office, several people followed. "What do you want?" Susun looked at the several veteran employees in front of him and a bad feeling swept over him. The several people looked at each other, hesitant and reluctant to speak. Finally, a girl with glasses plucked up the courage to say, "Senior, I'm sorry, I can't hold on any longer. I know that this is the company's most difficult time, and we should work together in advance and retreat together with the company, but I really have no other way. My younger brother at home is getting married at the end of the year, and he wants me to come up with 200,000 yuan. If I don't have a source of income yet, I won't be able to come up with enough. Once someone took the lead, the others also found the courage to speak, helplessly. I can't hold out either. My credit cards are maxed out, and my girlfriend has said that if I don't get a salary again, we're through. Senior, it's the same for me. Every day I open my eyes, I'm faced with all kinds of expenses. Without a source of income, I really can't survive in a big city like Xinjiang. Senior, you know me. I have to pay off my mortgage and car loan, and I'm really under a lot of pressure. Chapter 7, A Desperate Solution. Su Sun saw something. You guys, want to quit? We already know about Shenghong Group's failed investment. Senior, we don't want to leave either, but we have to eat. Senior, if there's still a chance, I'm willing to work for you. Everyone was determined to leave. Su Sun turned her face away, too guilty to look at the people in front of her again. If the investment is gone, you can find another one. But no one knows when that will be. Senior, just let us go. That's right, Senior. Our wages are already low, and now we're 3 months behind on our pay. We really can't hold on any longer. Su Sun walked over to the French windows and looked out at the bustling city outside. He was speechless for a long time. He had been promising them pie in the sky for years. They took low wages and worked beyond capacity, and they never complained. It wasn't for anything else, it was purely because they really wanted to develop the company. They were a group of really good employees. If they leave, they may never be seen again. Su Sun doesn't want to let them go. But they are right, they need to eat and have a life. And all of this is inseparable from money. If he continues to try to persuade them to stay, Su Sun feels that he is being selfish. But if he doesn't, then all their hard work over the years will have been for nothing. Su Sun is unwilling to accept this. For the sake of the company, he has gone into debt and sold himself short to keep it afloat. He has poured all his heart and soul into it, and he doesn't want to just let go. The few people in the office looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Their senior, their boss, is actually a very nice person, without a hint of bossiness, polite and courteous. Last year, a colleague's family member fell ill and needed money urgently. After the senior knew about it, he resolutely gave a large sum of money to that colleague, even though the company was already short of funds. So if the senior absolutely refuses to let them go, they won't break face and insist on leaving. But if they don't leave, everyone will start to sigh with regret. Su Xian, who was in front of the French windows, suddenly looked up, trying to force a smile, and turned to look at the few people. How about this, isn't there still 5 days until the salary is paid? Can you give me 5 more days? If after 5 days the company still hasn't received the investment, then I'll sell whatever I can and give you some compensation, so we can part on good terms. If that's the will of heaven, then there's nothing Su Sun can do. One shouldn't be too selfish, blindly preventing others from pursuing their dreams, that's harming people. He was already prepared for the worst. Perhaps everything he's done is a joke in itself. Dreams. How can they be so easily realized? When the dream is shattered, it's time to wake up. We'll do whatever you say, sir. The group nodded, and they walked out of the office with a sense of sadness. This was the place where they had struggled, and they had long since made it their home. But now, this home was about to fall apart. Finding investment in 5 days was as funny as a school dropout getting into Tsinghua University. Is that really what you think? Yuhi, dressed in a professional outfit, walked in. Her slim and plump figure, accentuated by the tight professional outfit, was so seductive. Su Sun slumped down in his chair, sighed distractedly, and replied, "What else can I do? I've already dragged everyone down for long enough. Since it's destined to end in failure, why bother struggling anymore? You should have had this realization a long time ago." Yui sat down at the desk with her back to Su Sun and looked out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the skyscrapers. "Did you know that today Shenghong Group sent out job offers to all the technical staff, including me, with compensation that's double the industry average?" "Really?" Su Sun sneered. "If they don't invest, that's fine, but poaching employees?" Jiang Zitao is really a despicable person. Isn't it true that Chu Youyu has really bad taste? How could he like someone like that, and be head over heels in love? What do you think? What could I possibly think of him? For someone with such a narrow mind, I'd rather like you than him. Hey, listening to you say that, it's like I'm also useless. Su Sun pretended to glare at Yuhi unhappily, I asked what you thought of the job offer from Shenghong Group. No thoughts. Let me work for such a despicable person. I might as well follow you and drink the wind and rain together. He raised his head arrogantly, and I don't like being a social animal. I want to be the boss, the only one who manages others, not the other way around. Susan smiled without saying a word, got up, grabbed her handbag, and walked towards the office. Yui asked, "Where are you going?" "Go find investment, otherwise how can you be the boss?" "Xiaosu, do your best and try to buy a Benz for the boss this year, come on." For the next 3 days, Susun kept racking his brains to find investment. He used all his connections and tried every possible way, but unfortunately he still couldn't attract any investment. Either they didn't like his lack of experience, or they thought the risk was too high and the return too low. Maybe this is just the will of heaven. It was a scorching summer day. Susun was sweating profusely in the street. He had already resigned himself to fate. Over the past few days, he had been repeatedly rejected and suffered losses. Little by little, his fighting spirit had worn away. He walked into a cafe and ordered a cup of iced coffee to calm himself down. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. It was Yuhi calling. "What's wrong?" "Susun, it's broken." Yui's panicked voice came from the phone. Susun was confused. "What's broken?" "Her clothes are broken." Susun's WeChat immediately received a picture from Yuhi. In the picture, the elastic band of a bra had broken. "Susun, this is an emergency, go buy me a new one, it has to be a size C, I'll wait for you at the office." Susun's mouth twitched fiercely, and he habitually said, "Who told you to eat so well every day? You're probably suffering from nutritional excess now, aren't you?" "Fine, I get it, I'll go buy it for you right now." Susun walked helplessly out of the coffee shop. He didn't feel anything about this. His friendship with Yuhi was already so deep that the gender was ignored. If Yuhi wasn't a woman, they could be considered true best friends. In college, Yuhi had even given him underwear for his birthday. Although it was a prank, the underwear was really high quality and had not ripped after 4 years of wear. Entering a shopping mall, Susun found a reasonably high-end clothing store. Susun? Coincidence or not, Chu Yoyu was also in the mall and happened to see Susun enter a clothing store. It was a clothing store that sold women's clothing. What was he doing in a women's clothing store? Chu Yoyu walked over to the clothing store with confusion. In the clothing store, Susun was selecting clothes on the shelves displaying various styles. Soon, he locked onto a piece, a youthful-style baby rabbit-patterned little white dress in light blue. Don't look at Yuhi, who is usually carefree and not at all ladylike. In fact, only Susun knows that she hides a little girl's heart, likes pink, girlish, and too sexy won't like it. Chapter 8, The Scene of the Crime. As Susun turned to take the clothes off the shelf, he saw a familiar figure slowly walking in through the door. For a moment, his mind went blank. Then, his body instinctively tried to hide, seeking cover in the clothing store. However, every time Susun hid behind a piece of cover, Chu Yoyu would walk in the same direction. Eventually, he was forced helplessly into the fitting room. I hope I wasn't seen, right? Susun's heart was beating so fast, it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. If Chu Yoyu saw him come to a women's clothing store and buy intimate items for a woman, he would definitely think he was a pervert. Other people would only think he was buying them for his wife. But Chu Yoyu was his nominal wife. After waiting for a few minutes, Susun took a deep breath to gather his courage and walked out of the fitting room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Chu Yoyu standing in the doorway. For a moment, it seemed as if time had come to a standstill. The two of them stared at each other. Susun felt as if the sky had fallen. He wished he could find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. He was so embarrassed that he was tapping his toes. Did Chu Yoyu see him a long time ago? The more he hid, the more it showed that he was guilty. Now he couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Well, if I say that things are not what you think, would you believe me? Su Xian forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. This pervert, he was doomed today. Chu Yoyu looked at the small clothes in Su Xian's hand, which had been clenched into a ball, and then looked at Su Xian. What is that? I bought it for a friend. She's recently gained some weight, and she's starting to grow again. She accidentally broke it, and begged me to buy her a new one to send over. I couldn't refuse. Susun pretended to be calm, and quickly told the whole story. He had to stay calm in order to prove his innocence. Chu Yoyu didn't seem to care about the truth, and she asked curiously, which friend? If someone can make you buy such a thing, they must be more than just friends, right? Is she your girlfriend? No, she's just a childhood friend, like Zhang Zitao. A childhood friend? Childhood friends are very likely to like each other. Haven't you heard the saying, a childhood friend is better than someone sent from heaven? She and I are just friends, nothing more. Su Sun didn't really need to explain. He and Chu Yoyu were just married for convenience, a fake couple, so it didn't matter if he had a girlfriend. It's just that since Yui's reputation is at stake, as a good friend, he definitely cares, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. You really aren't your girlfriend? Do I need to lie to you? Chu Yoyu felt that this made sense. For some reason, a strange feeling appeared in her heart, making her feel particularly comfortable. Before, when she was outside, she felt a little stuffy because of the heat, but it had all disappeared. Your company is far away from here, why did you come here to buy clothes? Chu Yoyu asked in incomprehension. I haven't been at the company for a few days. Not at the company? Then what have you been doing every morning and evening? Looking for investment, what else? Investment? Chu Yoyu narrowed his eyes, didn't Zito invest in your company? Did you not get a deal last time? Su Sun nodded. President Jiang said the company's proposal was not good. Even so, it can be changed. He asked you to meet at the airport, which shows that he values your company's project. How could he refuse to invest just because he wasn't satisfied with the proposal? Su Xian gave a faint smile and didn't say anything. Chu Yoyu sensed something. Was it related to me? Investment is no joke, and it's only natural to be cautious. Su Xian doesn't like to speak ill of people behind their backs. But from this, you can see Chu Yoyu's ability in the workplace. No wonder at such a young age, he is able to steer such a large company. I still have things to do, so I'll be going. Su Xian left the clothing store. When Chu Yoyu came out after her, Su Sun's back was already far away, and then gradually became blurry, finally disappearing at the end of the distance. Yoyu, did you come here to buy clothes? I thought you suddenly had an urgent matter and left first. Zhang Zitao appeared next to Chu Yoyu with 2 cups of lemon tea in his hands. Chu Yoyu withdrew her gaze and looked at Zhang Zitao. You didn't invest in Su Sun's project? Who told you that? It doesn't matter. Zhang Zitao didn't deny it, looking helpless. He said, yes, President Su's proposal didn't satisfy the company's senior management. I can't make decisions on such important matters alone, and there was nothing I could do. Are you sure it's not because of me? Chu Yoyu looked doubtful. Zhang Zitao felt aggrieved. Yoyu, I've only been abroad for a few years. In your heart, have I already become such a dark person? Or, did President Su say something bad about me? Su Sun didn't say anything, I was the one who suspected. You can hate me for leaving you for so many years, but you can't doubt my character. I've always acted with integrity. I have a lot of confidence in President Su's project, but many things in the company need to be decided in meetings. You're already the CEO, you should know this very well. Zhang Zitao said in a serious manner. It didn't seem fake. Chu Yoyu then withdrew her questioning gaze. I don't doubt your character, I just want to hear your answer from your own mouth. Zitao, Su Sun is a very good person, I sincerely hope that you can become good friends. I know that President Su is not only a good person, but also capable. I am trying hard to be friends with him. 7 p.m. Chu Yoyu opened the window. It had completely darkened outside. Looking at the bustling, glamorous Star City, she became a little dazed. Yoyu, why hasn't your husband returned yet? A very pretty woman suddenly appeared behind Chu Yoyu, extended her arms, and embraced her coquettishly. Chu Yoyu's face flushed a little. She pinched her best friend Han Jiaojiao's face lightly and pretended to be angry, saying, Jiaojiao, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore. It's Su Sun, okay? Han Jiaojiao pouted pitifully, Yoyu, why isn't Su Sun back yet? I'm hungry. I don't know. Usually, he's home when I get back from work, but maybe he's busy today. What should we do? Keep waiting for him? No, let's cook ourselves. Ha! Han Jiaojiao collapsed like a rag doll on the soft bed. I need to eat something delicious to cheer me up, but now you're making me cook myself, so even if there is something delicious, I won't be happy. Chu Yoyu forcibly pulled Han Jiaojiao up from the bed. Who told you that you had to eat the food that Susan cooked? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself, okay? Let's go, I'll cook, and you just help out. It's not like you're the one who kept saying that your husband's food is delicious, and that's why people are curious. Han Jiajiao. What? Didn't you two get married? If you got married, then he's your husband, isn't he? Han Jiajiao, I'm going to fight you. Missy, watch out, I'm going to take you down. Ah. Chapter 9, You've Fallen for Su Sun. Zhang Zitao is back. Have you mentioned divorce to Su Sun? In the kitchen. Han Jiajiao was picking the leaves of a vegetable while Chu Yoyu was peeling the skin of a garlic clove. Yes, I did. How did he react? He didn't react. What? You're a rich and beautiful white beauty, and Su Sun just let you go? Han Jiajiao felt it was unbelievable. A rich woman. Men love them. Even if it was a fake marriage, it was registered at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so wouldn't that be a good way to make a fortune? Jiajiao, Su Sun is not that kind of person. He agreed to marry me only because he was short of money at the time. It seems that Su Sun has not fallen in love with you. It's really rare. You are the flower of our finance department. Han Jiajiao gave Chu Yoyu a gentle nudge with her arm and grinned wickedly. Yoyu, do you think Su Sun doesn't like women? Or is it that you're not attractive enough? Maybe it's because I'm not attractive enough. Pish, you were voted the most attractive girl in the department, how could you not be attractive enough? Han Jiajiao pouted in envy. So did you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? No. What happened? We were busy, we didn't have time. Was it you? Or was it him? It was me. Han Jiajiao was shocked and covered her mouth with her hand, as if she had discovered some incredible secret and was full of curiosity. You have time to spend with me today, so how could you be busy? Chu Yoyu didn't say anything. She subconsciously lowered her eyes. Han Jiajiao's pupils dilated. Yoyu, you're not falling for Su Sun, are you? No. If it's no, then it's no. What's the point of adding I? And why are you afraid to look me in the eye and say no? Chu Yoyu was at a loss for words. Yes, why was she afraid? Han Jiajiao excitedly put down the vegetable leaves and took Chu Yoyu's hand. Yoyu, are you really in love with Su Sun? I said no. Then why are you blushing? Why am I blushing? I'm not. Chu Yoyu turned her back, so Han Jiajiao couldn't see her face. Because, her face was a little flushed right now. Her heart was racing, and it was a feeling of panic. Why was she like this? Chu Yoyu didn't know herself. Tut tut. Han Jiajiao shook her head. Yoyu, guess what I smell? What? The sour stench of love. I'm ignoring you. Chu Yoyu pretended to be angry and pulled a meter away from Han Jiajiao. She could feel that her face was even hotter and her heart was beating faster. What a strange feeling. Han Jiajiao stuck to her like a dogskin plaster. Yoyu, let me ask you, do you still like Zhang Zitao? Chu Yoyu hesitated for a moment and replied confusedly, I don't know. Then you can be sure. Han Jiajiao excitedly clapped her hands. Chu Yoyu asked in confusion, what's for sure? That you've fallen for Su Sun. Han Jiajiao was certain. Yoyu, don't be in a hurry to deny it. Although you've never been with Zhang Zitao, he was the first person you liked, and he can be considered your first love. If you're not sure you like him now, that means your heart has changed, and Su Sun is the one who made you change your mind. Jiao, even if I don't like Zhang Zitao anymore, what does that have to do with Su Sun? It has a lot to do with it. You obviously have the time, so why have you been dragging your feet and not going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the divorce done? Chu Yoyu thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because we're used to being together, and I'm a little reluctant to let him go. But this is a normal emotional factor, and it can't be considered liking. After all, over time, animals can develop feelings, let alone people? Okay, let me ask you again. You're not sure if you still like Zhang Zitao. If Zhang Zitao and Su Sun had a fight, who would you help? Whoever is right. My dear, don't think like that. If you think of their fight as one with no right or wrong, who would you help? Who is more important to you? Chu Yoyu thought about it for a long time, but didn't answer Han Jiajiao's question. Han Jiajiao helplessly rolled her eyes. Let me ask in a different way, when you are with Jiang Zitao and Su Sun, whose emotions do you care about more? Chu Youyu still didn't say anything. But in her mind, she saw the disgust she felt when Jiang Zitao came to the house last night, and the worry and fear she felt for Su Sun. The result was obvious. But Chu Youyu didn't tell Han Jiaojiao. She was just asking herself. Did she really like Su Sun? Han Jiaojiao pointed lightly at Chu Youyu's forehead. Youyu, you're still a novice when it comes to love, so you don't quite know what it is to like someone, but believe me, you really like Su Sun, you just don't know it yourself yet. I've been there, I've done that. Chu Youyu let out a soft sigh and said, Jiao Jiao, don't tell anyone what we just said. After all, it's just speculation. Missy, pay up. 5 million in hush money. I think you're asking for a beating. Ah. No more love. You actually stole my move of the monkey picking the peach. You deserved it. Watch me fish in the sea. Ah. After a while of fighting, Han Jiaojiao put away her unruly appearance and looked at Chu Youyu with special seriousness, saying, Youyu, actually I think that Su Sun is better than Jiang Zitao. You won't regret choosing Su Sun in the future. Oh? Really? What's so good about him? Chu Youyu's eyes flashed with curiosity. Han Jiaojiao giggled like a schoolgirl, have you forgotten? When we were at university, I was in the same class as you and Su Sun. At that time, he often volunteered to help me with the hard manual labor that required strength. This is enough to show that he is a warm-hearted person. And, 7 years ago, Jiang Zitao left you behind to go abroad in order to inherit the family fortune, no matter how much you begged him. Someone like that, who can abandon you once, will abandon you a second time in the future. How can you compare him to someone like Su Sun? You don't like Su Sun, do you? Hey, you know what, I did like him before, but unfortunately he didn't have any interest in me. Ha, Han Jiaojiao, I'll keep this secret for the rest of my life. If you don't behave in the future, I'll tell Chen Dong. Han Jiaojiao didn't care at all and wasn't scared. What's the big deal? Who hasn't had a past? Before Chen Dong met me, didn't he like other girls? Besides, nothing happened between Su Sun and me. It's normal to have a crush in adolescence, isn't it? Go ahead, how many crushes have you had? Hee, anyway, I've had more crushes than you. I've had crushes on handsome guys, tall guys, guys with good bodies. Han Jiaojiao suddenly remembered something, and the smile on her face froze. But Su Sun seems to have had a childhood sweetheart, very pretty, probably not inferior to you. I saw them together once, and I could tell they were very close. If you really like Su Sun, it might not be easy. Childhood sweetheart? Chu Youyu remembered the little dress Su Sun was clutching in the clothing store during the day, and muttered, could it be that he bought it for her? What bought it for her? Nothing. Chu Youyu immediately changed the subject. Jiao Jiao, what did Chen Dong do to upset you this time? Can't you just sit down and talk about it? Why did you run away from home again? Chapter 10, why didn't you tell me you were running out of money? 10:30 p.m. Su Sun dragged his tired body back to the villa. He had been running around all day, his legs were about to give out, and still he hadn't found any investments. He opened the door and the living room was brightly lit. On the shoe rack, the red high heels were very eye-catching. Home again? Su Sun was surprised. Chu Youyu had been home for 3 consecutive days. This had never happened before. And during these 3 days, her childhood sweetheart had been in the country. It seems that Chu Youyu really has no interest in Jiang Zitao. Su Sun is a little happy for Chu Youyu. Jiang Zitao is not a good guy, and such a pile of manure is not worthy of flowers. Walking in slippers to the living room, Su Sun was even more surprised. Chu Youyu was actually sitting on the sofa in the living room. In the past, when Chu Youyu returned home, she usually stayed in her room if there was nothing to do. Never had he sat on the sofa so bored as he was today. You're home? Chu Youyu broke the silence in the living room by speaking first. Su Sun nodded, why aren't you asleep? I couldn't sleep. Chu Youyu asked, why did you come home so late today? I was busy. Looking for investment? Did you find any? No. Su Sun took the clean clothes and went into the bathroom. He closed the door, turned on the water heater, and a stream of cold water shot out of the shower head, drenching his body. The water nourished his skin, washing away the fatigue. Susan closed his eyes and let the water fall on his head, then run down his body. Today, his last hope had also been shattered. He had already made a decision. Split up the family. Sell whatever can be sold, and let everyone go their separate ways. Su Xian let out a sigh. Forcing himself to gather his scattered thoughts, he began to wash his body. A few minutes later, Su Xian, who had finished showering, came out of the bathroom. On the sofa in the living room, the graceful figure of Chu Youyu was still there. Su Xian walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and took out 2 cans of Coke, then came to sit opposite Chu Youyu and gave her one. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say to me?" I asked Zitao today, and he said that the reason for his refusal to invest had nothing to do with our status. I didn't say it had anything to do with that either. I was just afraid you'd misunderstand. Don't worry, I'm not that narrow-minded. In fact, Zitao is a very nice person. You two aren't familiar with each other yet, but once you get to know each other better, you'll see. Susan nodded and smiled without saying anything. Didn't he know exactly what kind of person he was? He could only lie to a love-struck person like Chu Youyu. But Susun didn't tell Chu Youyu anything. He had no proof, and Chu Youyu wouldn't believe him even if he did. He didn't want to be seen as a backbiting villain. Why didn't you tell me you were short of money? It's not like it's a small amount. You don't think I'd lend it to you? I just don't think I'm worth that much. How will you know if you don't try? Chu Youyu extended his hand towards Susun, white and delicate. Give me your company's business plan, I'll take it to the company tomorrow. What? You want to invest in me? Susun looked at Chu Youyu in surprise. A business investment is not a small amount of money, and you can't just invest it? When did he become so close to Chu Youyu? Soon, Susun was relieved. For a rich girl like Chu Youyu, this amount of money is nothing. No matter what they say, they have been living together for 2 years, and perhaps for Chu Youyu, this friendship is worth this amount of money. Chu Youyu calmly replied, "We are friends, helping each other out is only natural, and besides, I need to see your business plan first. With so much money, I can't afford it." Susun got up and went to his room. It was late, so he went to bed early. Good night. Chu Youyu is the president of a listed company. This is such a small investment that she could have decided on her own. It seems to be a business investment between companies, but in fact it is her selfish way of helping. This is too big a favor, and Susan can't repay it. Although for Chu Youyu, this amount of money is nothing. But for him, it is an astronomical sum. Susun thought that their friendship had not reached that level yet. Staring at the closed door to Susun's room, Chu Youyu on the sofa took a moment before he looked away, took a sip of his Coke, and his expression was a little strange. The next day, Susun had made breakfast. Chu Youyu, who usually got up at this time, was nowhere to be seen this morning. Su Xian went to the door of Chu Youyu's room and shouted, "Youyu, get up for breakfast." There was no response from inside the room. Su Xian knocked on the door again. There was still no movement inside. Out of instinctive fear, Su Xian opened the door. The room was clean and tidy, with a light fragrance in the air. It smelled particularly good, and just standing in the doorway inexplicably gave one a feeling of happiness. Why did she leave the house so early today? Su Xian closed the door and had to eat both breakfasts by herself. Xingqing gradually became lively as the sun rose over the eastern mountains. In another villa district, a white Porsche drove into the courtyard of an old-style villa. After parking the car, Chu Youyu, dressed in professional attire, got out of the Porsche. Her slender and straight figure was dazzling in the first rays of morning sunshine. "Hey! You're back, Youyu?" As they entered the villa, Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiaoli, who were having breakfast in the living room, were surprised to see Chu Youyu suddenly enter. Their surprise was followed by the joy of parents seeing their children. Chu Youyu looked at the two and asked, "Mom and Dad, where's my sister?" Chu Xingzhong replied, "Your sister is still sleeping." "Why is she still sleeping at this hour?" Chu Youyu went up to the second floor. She stopped in front of her sister's room and knocked on the door. "Sis, wake up." She knocked for more than a minute before there was movement inside the room and her sister's sleepy voice came out. "You heartless girl, you come back and disturb your sister's sleep." "Oh. Sis, I have something very important to tell you. Nothing is more important than your sister. I only went to bed at 2 o'clock. Do you know that lack of sleep can easily lead to wrinkles?" Shu Youyu's plaintive voice came again. Soon, the door creaked open. Shu Youyu pushed open the door and just in time saw Shu Youyu flop listlessly onto the big soft bed. It was a pretty woman who looked a bit like Shu Youyu, about the same height, but with a better figure. Shu Youyu then sat down on the bed and reached out to shake Shu Youyu. Sis, don't sleep yet, I have something very important to tell you. Shu Youyu raised her hand in a depressed manner and said half alive, stop shaking, I'm listening, just say it if you have something to say. Sis, I want to ask you for a favor. Shu Youyu told Shu Youyu about Su Sun's need for investment. Shu Youyu sat up in bed, leaning back against the headboard, and looked at Shu Youyu with an amused smile. So you're saying that your little husband's company is facing an economic crisis, and you want me to come forward in the name of ignorance and invest in your little husband's company? Sister, can you be serious? A blush immediately appeared on Shu Youyu's oval face, and she lowered her eyes shyly. Chapter 11, I'll support you. Oh my, you used to get angry every time I teased you, but now not only have you stopped, you've even blushed. It seems that your relationship with Su Sun has made a substantial breakthrough. Shu Youyu was truly happy for Shu Youyu. Su Sun was a good person, and she really liked her brother-in-law. Now that her silly younger sister had finally stopped being stupid, how could she, as an older sister, not be happy? Shu Youyu lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Shu Youyu. Sister, I'm talking to you seriously, okay? Okay. Shu Youyu put away her teasing smile and looked curious. Youyu, since you want to help Su Sun, why don't you invest in him yourself? That way he'll know who's helping him and won't have to go through all that trouble. I want to, but Su Sun hasn't agreed. Why? Maybe it's because of pride, he doesn't want to accept my charity. This is what Shu Youyu guessed. She also doesn't know the real reason why Su Sun refused. In fact, Su Sun simply felt that their friendship was not worth that much money. Shu Youyu's investment is different from other people's investment. It is an investment similar to charity. If he makes a profit, it's okay, but if he loses money. Shu Youyu propped up her pretty face with one hand and blinked her beautiful eyes at Shu Youyu. So if you let me invest in him, what's the difference between that and you investing? We're like sisters. We're different. Your company is an internet company, and Su Sun's company is in the same category. If you invest in him, it will look more like a real business investment. Moreover, I won't just let you go to Su Sun directly. I'll arrange it so that this intentional investment becomes a coincidence. You really do have feelings for Su Sun, you actually think so much about him and spend so much manpower and resources. Shu Youyu was full of relief. Shu Youyu lowered her head again, her face flushed. Fine, I'll do whatever you say, since you're my dear little sister. Shu Youyu hugged Shu Youyu from behind and grinned wickedly. But Youyu, you and Su Sun have been married for so long, when are you going to let your sister hold her nephew? Shu Youyu's face flushed even more, and she didn't say anything, more like she didn't dare. 8 a.m. Su Sun had just arrived at the office and called Yuhi into his office. What's wrong? You're looking for me as soon as you arrive at the office? Yuhi, with her big, messy waves of hair, followed Su Sun into the office. Her outfit today made her look like a beautiful and cool older sister. How much money is left in the company account? A few tens of thousands of dollars, I think. Book a private room for tonight, find a fancy hotel, and tell all the colleagues that we're having dinner tonight. What's going on? Yuhi was confused by Su Sun's actions. Did you find an investor? But last night you said you hadn't found one. Su Sun calmly replied, tonight's dinner isn't to celebrate anything, it's a farewell party. Last night, he stayed up all night. After a night of deep thought, he made a decision. He decided to dissolve the company and part ways amicably. He didn't want to drag everyone down anymore, waste everyone's youth, and pay for his unrealistic dreams. After all, the commercial life expectancy of programmers is very short, and in another 10 or so years, they will all lose their advantage. Yuhi had long since expected this outcome. But when the day really came, she still felt very bad. This time, Yuhi did not sit on the desk as usual, but sat in the chair opposite Su Sun. Isn't there still a day left? It's useless. Even if we are given another month, we may not be able to find an investor. I have dragged everyone down for long enough. Let's just disband. What are your plans next? What else can I do? I can just find a job. Su Sun forced a smile. He graduated from a prestigious university with a degree in finance, so it won't be hard for him to find a job. What about you? What are your plans? I don't have any plans, and I don't want to be a social animal. Just muddle through until you die? He didn't say anything, but he gave Susan a fierce glare. Susan said with a smirk, if you don't go to work, where will you get the money to eat? You support me. Fine, I'll support you. Susan was joking, but it was also the truth. It's not just because they are close, but also because he has helped him over the years, and he is more than capable of supporting her. For a man of his means, supporting a woman is no problem. What if your wife gets jealous in the future? Then I'll just get rid of her. Brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. I'm a woman too. He ran out of things to say. Susan took the opportunity to shut up. Now was not the time to joke around. Even he, who was usually cheerful and optimistic, kept quiet at the moment. The bankruptcy of the company had hit them hard. This was the place where they had once struggled. They had long since made this place their home. They all wanted this home to thrive. They didn't want to just draw a hasty end to it. Since university, they had founded this company, which was not just a company, but also their youth. They didn't want to leave any regrets in their youth. In the oppressive silence, no one knew how long it had been. Until Susun's phone rang. The silence in the office was broken. Who was calling? Lu Zhua. Susun didn't think much about it, turned on the speaker and answered the call. Lu Zhua, his college classmate and roommate. Hello, Lu Zhua, what's up? Sun, did you find an investor? A clear voice came from the phone. Susun sighed and said, no, I'm preparing to go bankrupt. Don't worry, I found one for you. Really? Susun stood up straight with excitement. Yui's clear eyes also had a touch of color. Brother Sun, can I lie to you about such an important matter? Since you came to see me the other day, I have been promoting your company's project to all the business executives I know. Just now, the president of Chime Technology Company, Limited called me and said that he is very optimistic about this project and would like to meet with you. He asked if I had time to ask you. Chime Technology Company, Limited? Susun's eyes widened in surprise. This is a famous internet company in Star City. It has several national-level LP masterpieces. If he can get investment from such a big company, then his company, which is like a small workshop, can be said to have changed from a shotgun to a cannon, and a mountain chicken to a phoenix. Yes, I'm always available. Okay, then I'll make an appointment for you. After exchanging a few more polite words, Susun picked up her handbag, practically ran out of the office, and almost tripped, bumping into the wall. Yui patted the steep mountains lightly with his hand, panting, and asked, do you still want to cancel the private room tonight? No, either we celebrate or we call it quits. Chapter 12, Pulling. He left the office building. He walked against the warm breeze, feeling elated. He felt that the air was sweet. Lu Zhuo was the second generation of his family's business. After graduating from university, he had been working under his father, with little real power, but with a lot of knowledge and connections. Su Xian had asked him for help a few days ago. At the time, there had been no result. Who would have thought that when he had already given up, a turning point would appear? Being noticed by a big company like Chime and receiving the affirmation of the Chime president, this investment is almost a sure thing. Before long, Susun received a WeChat message from Lu Zhua. The message said, the president of Chime Technology Company, Limited has asked to meet with him at the Xingyu Hotel at 9 o'clock. Susun excitedly clenched his fists and shouted, yes. That's the president of Chime Technology Company, Limited meeting with him in person. This investment is now a sure thing. Susun walked to the side of the road and hailed a taxi. Even though there was plenty of time, he kept urging the driver to drive faster. Right now, he just wanted to get to the Xingyu Hotel as quickly as possible. At the same time, in a high-rise building in Xingchun, Chu Youyu, dressed in professional attire, received a phone call. Youyu, come quickly and save me, Dong hit me. From the phone came Han Jiaojiao's cries for help. Chu Youyu narrowed his pupils and asked, Jiao Jiao, calm down first. What happened? Dong found me somehow just now and asked me to go back with him. He hit me when I refused. I let you stay and sleep with me last night. I was afraid of disturbing you too, wasn't I? Where are you? I'll be right there. Xingyu Hotel. After getting out of the taxi, Susun looked at his phone. It was only 8:30. He walked into the Xingyu Hotel, booked a private room, and then sent the room number to Luzhua, asking him to forward it to the president of Chimay Technology Company, Limited. In a state of trepidation and nervousness, the time came to 9 o'clock. Su Sin had expected the president of Chimay Technology Company, Limited to be late, but before the half-minute mark had passed, there was a light knock at the door. Su Sin immediately got up and ran to the door, with a bright smile, opening the door while extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Su Sun, from Lingyun Technology." Looking at the person in front of her, Su Sun was dumbfounded before she could finish speaking, and her hand, which was halfway out, froze in midair. "Su Sun, what's that look on your face? What? You don't welcome me?" Shu Yuyu teased Su Sun playfully. They were sisters. One was passionate and chatty. The other was cold and taciturn. They were two completely different people. No. No. Su Sun, who had recovered from her shock, said in disbelief, "Sister, you are the president of Chimay Technology Company, Limited? Don't I look the part? That's not what I meant." Su Sun felt a mixture of emotions. He was very happy to be noticed by such a big company as Chimay. But when he learned that the president of Chimay was the sister of Chu Yoyu, a strange feeling arose in his heart, an inexplicable emotion. "I didn't expect Lingyun Technology to be your company either." Chu Yoyu walked past Su Sun and sat down in a seat in the private room. "Show me your company's proposal." "Now there is no longer your sister here, only President Chu of Chimay and President Su of Lingyun Technology." Su Sun nodded and took out the documents from her handbag and handed them to Chu Yuyu. Chu Yuyu took the proposal and read it carefully. This made Su Sun feel a little more at ease. She was reading the proposal very carefully, not just perfunctorily, which didn't seem like a premeditated move. Chu Yuyu read the plan for 10 minutes before closing it with a satisfied expression. He said, "Your plan is very good, it's accurate down to what should be done every hour of the day. President Su, the project is fine, let's talk about investment. President Chu, you'd better call me by my first name." Su Sun was very uncomfortable. Chu Yoyu's family, Su Sun had been to many times. It could be said that in that home, Chu Yoyu was the one who treated him the worst. His nominal father and mother-in-law, including this sister in front of him, were all very kind to him and really treated him like family. Su Xian is a grateful person. Although he and Chu Yoyu are in a marriage of convenience, he really treats Chu Yoyu like his own sister. Therefore, he doesn't want Chu Yoyu to be so polite with him. "Okay, then there's no need for formality here. I'll call you by your name, and you can call me sister." Chu Yuyu held out her hand to Su Sun. "You can begin." Su Sun nodded and cleared his throat. "We are prepared to offer up 50% of the company's shares in exchange for an investment of 50 million, but these shares only carry the right to dividends, not the right to manage the company." "That's all?" Su Sun laughed awkwardly. "We're just a small company, and we're not yet in a position to make so many demands. Su Sun, we are family, I won't hide it from you, I am very optimistic about your company's project. If it develops according to your company's plan, the prospects are great." A sharpness in the workplace suddenly flashed in Chu Yuyu's eyes. "However, you are, after all, a new company, and 50 million, you don't even know how many companies like yours you can buy. Therefore, 50 million can only be exchanged for 50% of your company's shares, and only the right to dividends. Su Sun, should I say that you have a big appetite? Or should I say you think too highly of your company? Sister, I know that the conditions I proposed may be a bit high, but the game is very expensive. If I ask for less, then what's the difference between this investment and no investment at all?" Su Sun is still seeing his sister, who is usually gentle and refined, being so sharp for the first time, and he is a little uncomfortable. However, the business world is like a battlefield, and in order to maximize profits, he did not flinch and continued, "But sister, as the president of Chimay, you have a lot of experience in the internet industry. You should already know the sense of anticipation and emotion surrounding our project. If this project is launched, it will definitely bring in very considerable revenue. 50% of the shares for 50 million yuan is not a bad deal. I know, I just like the sense of anticipation and emotion of your project. I also know that this project can make money, but nothing is absolute. You can never be too careful. 50 million may not mean much to Chimay, but it is still a considerable sum. As president, I will not be a spendthrift and not treat money as money." Chu Yuyu's mouth curved up in a beautiful arc. That was an affirmation of Su Sun's ability in the workplace. Even after being pointed out so many flaws, she remained calm and collected, and even painted her a rosy picture. It seems that her brother-in-law is no ordinary person. Xu Yuyu was a little envious of Chu Youyu. She had always thought that Su Sun was a nice person, and now he has also shown such strong workplace abilities. Unfortunately, he is already her brother-in-law. Chapter 13, Securing Investment. Sister, I have investigated the market. Fighting games have been around for a long time, but they are still popular, with many users. Moreover, our project has incorporated many novel gameplay elements. Each level is interlinked, so that people will want to play again and again. The most important thing is that the game focuses on the two-dimensional style. The number of users in this circle is enough to give an answer on the popular video website in the United States. In terms of game currency, we have two recharge methods. One is to spend money, and the other is to watch advertisements. Users with money and users without money will not be affected. This way, revenue can be maximized. 50 million, maybe we can earn it back in one day. Do you have any advertisers? Can you tell us how many advertisements you have attracted? We don't have many ads, but Chime does. We'll take the ads over, so Chime can make twice the money. Su Sun, you really are a business genius. Xu Yuyu gave Su Sun a thumbs up. But, while fantasies are beautiful, reality is cruel. Su Sun, although we are family, right now, this is useless. I will only consider it from the perspective of Chime's interests. So, even if you say it until you're blue in the face, I will still think that this investment is not worth the amount of money we are giving up. Sister, the business world is like a battlefield. You don't need to hold anything back. You can say whatever you want. You want 50 million, fine, but only 50% of the shares of Chime, and only the right to dividends, also fine, but I have one request, and that is to sign a VAM agreement. Within 2 years, if Chime does not recover its costs from this investment, then Lingyun Technology will become Chime's, and all Lingyun Technology employees, including you, will have to sign a 10-year employment contract first. Of course, if in the end you lose, Chime will pay the employees of Lingyun Technology according to the company's highest standards. Sister, no wonder that after Chime had a new president, the company started to thrive. Su Sun found it hard not to admire Chu Yuyu. Once this bet was signed, Chime could almost be said to be a sure win. If Lingyun Technology won the bet, Chime would receive dividends until they were soft. If Lingyun Technology lost the bet, then all the employees of the company would become employees of Chime. You have to know that in the workplace, capable employees are more valuable than gold. A gram of gold costs a few $100s, but a capable employee can generate hundreds of millions of dollars or more in revenue. Deal. Su Sun confidently extended his hand towards Chu Yuyu. He would definitely not lose. And even if he did, with a big company like Chime backing him up, both he and his juniors would be protected. This was not a bad deal at all. Xu Yuyu was thinking the same thing, and shook Su Sun's hand to seal the deal. Did you bring the contract? I have it. Su Sun asked while slowly looking for the contract. Sister, does Yuyu know you're here to see me? Why should she know? I'm not here to have an affair with you, I'm here to meet a client, okay? I just didn't expect that client to be you. Xu Yuyu gave Su Sun a look. You don't think that Yuyu asked me to invest in you, do you? Let me tell you, in the business world, I don't recognize any family ties. Not just you, but even my parents, I won't give them the slightest bit of face. Su Xian felt much more at ease. Xu Yuyu and he were in the same industry, the internet. As the president of Chime, Xu Yuyu was qualified to assess whether or not their company's project was good. She should really feel that the project is good before choosing to invest. It wasn't Xu Youyu who asked her to come, was it? Thinking about this, Su Sun didn't dither anymore and took out the contract. Xu Yuyu briefly looked it over and wrote her beautiful and neat name on the contract. The stone that had been weighing on Su Sun's heart also disappeared at this moment. Closing the document and handing it to Su Sun, Xu Yuyu encouraged, Su Sun, do a good job. Your company's project has great prospects, so come on. Thank you. Xu Yuyu can be considered Su Sun's senior, and to receive such affirmation from such a big shot, he finally felt that his efforts over the years have not been in vain. I was dragged out without even having breakfast. I'm hungry, so eat something with me. Okay. Su Sun called the waiter and ordered several of the restaurant's signature breakfast dishes. But then again, Su Sun, have you offended someone? How come no one is investing in your great project? Even if you are a new company, you shouldn't be unable to get investment, at most you would have to add conditions. Xu Yuyu really thinks Su Sun's company's project is very good. Before, she thought it was because the project wasn't good that no one would invest in it. Until she saw the project, she couldn't help but suspect that Su Sun was being targeted. It should be, no. Su Sun has never had any conflicts with anyone in the workplace. In life, she did have some issues with Jiang Zitao. With the strength of Shenghong Group, it is indeed possible to target a small company like his. But these are all his speculations, and he will not speak out of turn without conclusive evidence. Xu Yuyu took out her phone, found her assistant's WeChat, and sent a message asking her to look into the matter. Su Sun is her brother-in-law, her family. How can an outsider bully him? My sister-in-law can put up with it, but I can't. She is her only sister. At the moment, outside the private room, Xu Youyu, who had rushed to the Xingyu Hotel, entered the elevator. She had just pressed the close button when a hand suddenly reached in and forcibly opened the elevator door halfway. It was Jiang Zitao outside. Neither of them was surprised to see each other. Han Jiajiao's husband Chen Dong was a good friend of Jiang Zitao. It was Chu Youyu who had introduced Jiang Zitao to them, and it was because of this that Chen Dong and Han Jiajiao had met and eventually fallen in love. They were friends of Chen Dong and Han Jiajiao, and they were also the matchmakers. It was therefore self-evident that they would be here. What a coincidence, Youyu, I knew you would be here too. Jiang Zitao spoke first with a gentlemanly smile. Chu Youyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then the two of them took the elevator together to the 15th floor. Before they reached room 1508, they could hear the noise coming from the hallway. A female voice was shouting. A male voice was trying to appease her. Chu Youyu shook her head. This was not the first time she had seen this kind of situation. What was Chen Dong's reason for asking you to come? To help me persuade Jiajiao. Jiang Zitao asked. And you? You. Jiao Jiao said that Chen Dong had beaten her. I think Xiao Jiao said that on purpose, right? Chen Dong loves Jiao Jiao so much, how could he bear to beat her? Xu Youyu did not refute. Opening the door to room 1508, Xu Youyu and Jiang Zitao walked in. The room was in a mess, with all kinds of overturned and broken things on the floor, including a kettle, a quilt, a stool, a table, a glass, etc. Chapter 14, Misunderstanding. You finally came, Youyu. If you didn't come, I was going to be beaten to death. Han Jiajiao cried and threw herself into Chu Youyu's arms, as if she had suffered a great injustice. It's all a misunderstanding, Youyu, Zitao, I really didn't beat Jiajiao. Chen Dong, who was tall, had bangs slanted to one side, and looked a bit like the young man in the notebook, was even more aggrieved than Doi. Chu Youyu patted Han Jiajiao's back to comfort her, saying, Jiajiao, it's okay. Don't be afraid, tell us, how did he hit you? Zitao and I will stand up for you. Jiajiao, if Chen Dong really hit you, I will definitely beat him up. Jiang Zitao angrily rolled up his sleeves. Han Jiajiao left Chu Youyu's arms, pouting, and pitifully held out her hand. Look, this is where he hit me. On Han Jiajiao's arm was a bloody scratch the length of a finger. Chu Youyu glared at Chen Dong angrily. Chen Dong, you've gone too far. You don't spoil Jiajiao, and now you treat her like this? You little brat, I'll teach you a lesson. Jiao is your wife, how can you hit her? Jiang Zitao made as if he was going to go up and punch Chen Dong. Chen Dong was speechless and, shaking his head, patted his red and swollen face and said, Look carefully, who hit who? I just accidentally scratched Jiao, but I got a few good hits to the face. The anger in Xu Youyu and Jiang Zitao's hearts was like a bucket of cold water, and they suddenly lost their temper. With a face swollen like that, who hit who? Xu Youyu looked helplessly at the guilty-looking Han Jiajiao. Jiajiao, aren't you crying wolf? Look at Chen Dong's face, what have you done to it? Who told you to hit me first? Han Jiajiao pouted, very dissatisfied. Chen Dong immediately corrected, I already said it was an accident. Then I was an accident too. Han Jiajiao played the rogue. Chen Dong sighed helplessly. Having such a live relative is really enough to make a person toss and turn. Xu Youyu and Jiang Zitao glanced at each other, and both saw the expression of helplessness in each other's eyes. Jiao, you're being ridiculous. Can you just blurt out things like that? You're like a sheep. Do you know that? You're really in danger in the future. Who's going to take care of you? You're not in love anymore, so if you're not going to help me, don't even say anything to me. Han Jiajiao hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet, and she looked even more aggrieved and pitiful. With a serious expression, Zhu Youyu, who had no intention of playing around with Han Jiaojiao, said, Jiaojiao, you've really gone too far. Fortunately, Qindong loves you enough, but this kind of patience can only be tolerated once or twice, not countless times. If you don't know how to behave, sooner or later, Qindong will let you have it, and you'll have something to cry about then. Han Jiaojiao finally knew fear and dared not be willful anymore. She lowered her head, biting her lips and not saying a word. Zhu Youyu looked at Qindong with a serious expression. Qindong, if Han Jiaojiao dares to be so unreasonable again in the future, you don't need to be polite with her anymore. If she has any opinions, you just come to me. Han Jiaojiao is her only best friend. Zhu Youyu really doesn't want Han Jiaojiao to push her into the fire. Compared to those friends who say one thing in public and do another behind their friends' backs, she feels that as a true friend, you should do everything you can to pull the other person back when they go the wrong way, even if it means crossing the line. Han Jiaojiao didn't dare to disagree. I'm already honest, so please let me off. You're being too harsh, you. Jiaojiao is actually quite nice, she just likes to pretend sometimes. It's nothing, I'm sure Jiaojiao will be able to correct herself in the future. Qindong waved his hand and smiled in a forced manner. Zhu Youyu stared at Han Jiaojiao for a while and asked, You're not a child anymore, you're going to be a mother soon, can you stop being so childish? What do you say? What should we do now? Should we continue to fight? Or should we go home with Qindong? Husbands and wives always make up after a fight. Han Jiaojiao pursed her lips, not even having the courage to look at Zhu Youyu. Her best friend, Han Jiaojiao, is usually gentle and easygoing, but when she gets angry, she is even more terrifying than the devil. In that case, you two can sort it out yourselves and don't make a scene in front of us again. Zhu Youyu angrily turned around and left the room. Han Jiaojiao really gave her a headache when she was acting up. It was obviously just a small thing, but she was able to amplify it 100 or 1,000 times, making her worry for nothing. Fortunately, she met an honest person like Qindong. This is probably the legend, not in the same family, not in the same family. Zhang Zitao looked at Qindong and Han Jiaojiao, made a threatening gesture to beat Qindong, and hurriedly followed Zhu Youyu. Looking at Zhu Youyu, who was in a rage, Zhang Zitao comforted softly, Youyu, don't be angry, after so many years, don't we know what kind of people they are? This kind of thing has long since become commonplace for them. We don't need to take it so seriously. Zhu Youyu stopped and looked at Zhang Zitao, do you think I'm taking it seriously? I'm angry because I see that silly woman, Jiao Jiao, is gradually pushing Qindong away, and she's oblivious to it. Qindong shouldn't be like that. He's long since accepted all of Jiao Jiao's bad habits, otherwise they wouldn't have been together for so long. That being said, everyone has their limits. Zitao, you are close to Qindong, so you must persuade him more. I will handle Jiao Jiao. You can rest assured, I will. They took the elevator to the first floor and Zhu Youyu and Zhang Zitao walked out of the Xingyu Hotel together. They had not walked far when the full and satisfied Su Sun and Zhu Youyu also walked out of the Xingyu Hotel and saw the two people in front of them at a glance. Youyu! Zhu Youyu shouted in fear. At that moment, she really wanted to reach out and cover Su Sun's eyes. Her younger sister, together with a man, walked out of the hotel. What this meant was clear at a glance. The thing Zhu Youyu was most afraid of had finally happened. Zhu Youyu and Su Sun got married in a hurry, and they both knew it. This was Zhu Youyu's response to their forced marriage. The two of them simply didn't have any feelings for each other. The thing Zhu Youyu had been most afraid of was that Zhu Youyu would make her brother-in-law, her sister's husband, a cuckold. In the morning, she had thought that this kind of thing would never happen. But it turned out that it was only the morning, and the cuckold hat had already landed firmly on her sister's husband's head. Su Sun narrowed her eyes and looked at the man next to Zhu Youyu. That figure. It was Zhang Zitao. He suddenly understood something. Su Sun shook her head sadly. The flowers were placed on a cow dung, and a good cabbage was allowed to be trampled by a pig. Love brain is ultimately love brain. She still thought that Zhu Youyu didn't like Zhang Zitao. As a result, there was nothing but regret. Su Sun had no other emotions, took out the melon seeds that she had incidentally brought from the Xingyu Hotel, and prepared to eat and watch the show. She was clearly the protagonist, but she felt as if she were on the sidelines. Chapter 15, Can you do right by Su Sun? Sister? Su Sun? Zhu Youyu thought that everything was settled and happily wanted to run over. But when she saw Zhu Youyu's ugly face, she froze for a moment, and then she reacted, and a sense of fear immediately engulfed her pretty face. She was seen by her sister and her nominal husband coming out of a hotel with another man. What did that mean? It was easy to imagine. A deep sense of powerlessness swept over Chu Yoyu. It made her feel like a dumb person who had to swallow bitter medicine, and she was exhausted from being unable to express her feelings. Jian Zitao? You're back? After taking a good look at the man next to Chu Yoyu became even angrier and more afraid. If Susan knew that this person was Jian Zitao, wouldn't her stupid sister's marriage be? Sister Yoyu, long time no see. Jian Zitao greeted Chu Yoyu with his usual gentlemanly smile. Chu Yoyu ignored Jian Zitao and gave him a very hostile look. Don't call me sister, I'm not your sister. I only have one younger brother, Susun, and only he can call me sister. When she came in front of him, Chu Yoyu grabbed Susun's hand and declared her sovereignty over Jiang Zitao. Jiang Zitao smiled without saying a word, as if it wasn't the first time he had seen this kind of scene. He didn't seem surprised and didn't react much. Sister, Susun, please let me explain. Chu Yoyu interrupted Chu Yoyu, you have plenty of time to explain. Glaring fiercely at Chu Yoyu then turned on him, with a bright and dazzling smile, and pushed Susun away. Susun, there's a lot of things to coordinate behind the scenes, so you'd better go back and get ready. Susun pouted, speechless and a little disappointed. He hadn't even seen the show yet. Why did he have to rush him away? But Susun didn't think much of it and waved his hand before leaving. The most important thing for him now was to handle the follow-up to the investment. As for the rest, it was dispensable. As he watched Susun's lonely back recede into the distance, Chu Youyu's heart ached a little more. He's been cuckolded, but his emotions are still so stable. What a good man. Unfortunately, someone doesn't know how to cherish. Chu Yoyu angrily took Chu Yoyu's hand, glared fiercely at Jiang Zitao, and dragged Chu Yoyu towards the parking lot. Chu Yoyu looked like a child who had done something wrong, following Chu Yoyu behind her, not daring to resist in the slightest. When they were young, their parents were busy, so it was Chu Yoyu who took care of Chu Yoyu. So for Chu Yoyu, even though this sister was only 1 year older than her, she would be very afraid when her sister got angry. It was an instinctive fear suppressed by blood ties. When they arrived at the parking lot, Chu Yoyu shoved Chu Yoyu into the passenger seat of a red Audi, then slammed the door hard. In the car, Chu Yoyu shivered with fear and looked at Chu Yoyu, who was sitting in the driver's seat with a pale face. She said, "Sister, let me explain. It's not what you think. Nothing happened between Jiang Zitao and me. We've come to the hotel, and you still want to deny it? Chu Yoyu, do you take me for a fool? Sister, I really didn't lie to you. Chu Yoyu interrupted, stop, don't explain to me. You should be explaining to Susun, who is your husband and the biggest victim in this matter. Chu Yoyu lowered her head. She knew that they were getting married by mutual agreement, and Susun wouldn't care. It's just that, he would definitely misunderstand her. Chu Yoyu felt inexplicably annoyed and uncomfortable, and even, it hurt a little. Chu Yoyu let out a sigh, and her tone softened a little. Yoyu, you have to have a conscience. Even if you and Susun don't have feelings for each other, and even if you were forced to marry Susun, you are married after all, and Susun is your husband. Now that this kind of thing has happened, can you live with yourself? Sister, it was really just a misunderstanding. Why won't you believe me? Chu Yoyu quickly took out her phone, opened WeChat, and opened the chat history with Han Jiajiao. When she came to the Xingyu Hotel, Han Jiajiao even sent her a few sad voice messages, asking her to come quickly. This can be used as evidence. Sister, listen to these voice messages and you will know what really happened. Chu Yoyu turned up the volume to the maximum and played the voice messages that Han Jiajiao had sent before. I only believe my own eyes. Chu Yoyu didn't believe it. Chu Yoyu, you don't think that by forging evidence in advance, you can fool everyone, do you? Sister, is it that hard for you to believe me? Whether I believe you or not is not important, what's important is to make Susun believe that the person you spend your life with is him, not me. Start the car. Having been misunderstood all along, Chu Yoyu angrily crossed her arms and looked out the window. The thing she could not accept the most was being wronged. Hey! Chu Yoyu was so angry that she could not help but say, you still have a reason, right? Go to the hospital. Why go to the hospital? Could it be? You didn't wear it, did you? Chu Yoyu felt even more distressed for Susun. Because there is a saying that if you don't wear it, it doesn't count as giving it. Chu Yoyu lowered her head in shame. What are you talking about? I'm going to go for a checkup. I'm still a girl. Is it what you think? Wouldn't we know if we had a checkup? You really didn't have anything with Jiang Zitao? Shu Youyu was a little shaken. It was hard for her not to be shaken when he could say such things with impunity. Shu Youyu angrily refused to explain, and angrily said, "Go to the hospital." Seeing this, Shu Youyu let out a long breath. It was a misunderstanding, so Su Sun had not been cheated on, and their relationship could continue. To be honest, she really didn't want to lose Su Sun as a brother-in-law, and she quite liked him anyway. Wait, what did you say? Shu Youyu reacted, You're still a girl? In other words, for more than a year, nothing has happened between you and Su Sun? Shu Youyu nodded gently, afraid to look at Shu Youyu because her family all thought they were a real couple. If she hadn't really run out of options, she wouldn't have told anyone. But who would have thought that this was the only way to prove her innocence? No wonder I said that it had been more than a year and your stomach hasn't reacted at all. It turns out that you haven't had anything happen with Su Sun at all. Sister, please don't tell Mom and Dad, okay? Shu Youyu grabbed Shu Yuyu's hand and begged with a sad face. She didn't dare to imagine the consequences if her parents found out about this. Shu Youyu didn't say a word. She was a good daughter and didn't want to lie to her parents. But she had to hide it from them. She knew very well how serious the consequences of this exposure would be. Her younger sister would get divorced, and her parents would pressure her again. Last time, Shu Youyu was almost driven to depression, and the memory was still fresh in her mind. As an older sister, how could she not feel for her? Moreover, Su Sun was a good man, and if she let go, she might never meet him again. Chapter 16, Surprise. Tell me, what's going on? Don't lie to me, or I won't help you. Shu Youyu could only tell Shu Youyu the truth about the arranged marriage. So, Su Sun is a husband you bought? Sort of. Shu Youyu leaned back in her seat and seemed unable to accept these things for a while. After a moment, Shu Youyu said, Youyu, you're wasting Su Sun's youth. If there really is no feeling, you and Su Sun should just part ways amicably. Sister, there is a time limit in the agreement, 2 years, and now there are only 2 months left before it expires. So after those 2 months, are you going to divorce Su Sun? Shu Youyu nodded. Do you want a divorce? I don't know. You don't know? So you still have feelings for Su Sun, right? It's normal to have feelings after a long time. You know I'm not talking about that kind of feeling. Shu Youyu lowered her eyes, not having the courage to look Shu Youyu in the eye. Shu Youyu asked, do you still like that Jiang Zitao? I don't know. Do you want to live with him? No. Does Su Sun like him? I don't think so. Do you want Su Sun to disappear from your world? This time, Shu Youyu did not hesitate and replied, no. Shu Youyu let out a sigh of relief. It seems you no longer like Jiang Zitao, and the person you like now is Su Sun. This was the second time Shu Youyu had heard those words. She was very confused and wanted to know. Did she really like Su Sun? If she did, then after 2 months, you two should not get divorced. Just consider the agreement a stepping stone on your road to love. But Su Sun doesn't like me. You should have seen his reaction earlier. He doesn't care about this at all. Who's to blame? It's your fault. Who told you to keep a cold face all the time? It's already good that Su Sun doesn't dislike you. Shu Youyu offered her advice. 2 months later, if Su Sun doesn't mention the agreement to get married, you can just pretend that nothing has happened. What if Su Sun does mention it? Are you stupid? Shu Youyu helplessly pinched Shu Youyu's face. Don't you know how to play dumb? As long as you don't get a divorce, legally, you are still husband and wife. Sister, this matter is not as simple as you think. With Su Sun's personality, he will definitely tell me when the time comes. I can stall once or twice, but I can't stall forever. Don't you know that a fake show can become real? If Su Sun likes you, won't the matter be resolved by itself? Sister, can you be a little more explicit? Shu Youyu glanced at Shu Youyu and said, it means letting you sleep with Su Sun. Don't you know that marital life is the best way to enhance mutual affection? Ah. Shu Youyu immediately covered her eyes with her hands in shame. Shu Youyu shook her head and sighed, forget it. You liked Jiang Zitao so much back then that you wouldn't even let him touch you with a finger, and now you're being asked to have sex with Susan right away, which is really a bit much for you. Shu Yuyu rested her chin in her hand and pondered for a while, then added, Yo-Yu, you can be nicer to Susun. You're so pretty, if you're just a little gentler and more feminine, Susun will definitely fall for you. Sis, you're still single yourself, is all this advice really going to help? Shu Yo-Yu looked doubtful. Shu Yuyu was desperate. Shu Yaoyu, I'm trying to help you out, and you repay me by digging up old wounds? Sis, I'm just telling the truth. Lies don't hurt people, but the truth cuts like a knife. Ah. Sis, that tickles, don't. The two sisters had a bit of a tussle in the car. Anyway, brother-in-law, I only recognize Susun, and so do my parents. You figure it out. Shu Yoyu fastened her seatbelt and started the car. Shu Yoyu didn't say anything. She was now very confused. What should she do? Sister, did you take care of it? Shu Yoyu suddenly remembered something. Shu Yoyu nodded and said, it's done. But Yoyu, Susun is such a business talent, didn't you notice before? Sister, I don't quite understand what you mean. Shu Yoyu looked at Shu Yuyu with a puzzled expression. Shu Yuyu explained, I looked at Susun's company project today, including the proposal, and just one glance made my eyes light up. Even if he sets the conditions too high, I can't help but want to invest in him. As the president, you should know exactly how that feels. Susun and I were classmates in college. How could he not be smart enough to get into Xingda? Shu Yoyu found this perfectly normal. She has never doubted Susun's abilities. Susun gives me the impression of not being just smart, he is like the protagonist of a novel, with the dazzling radiance of the protagonist, sooner or later he will do great things. Even if I didn't have your instructions today, I would still invest in him. It can be said that this investment today has nothing to do with you. Really? Shu Yoyu finally had some expression on her face. To be able to receive such a big compliment from you, it seems that Susun is really very capable. Just wait, sooner or later Susun will overturn your perception. Fasten your seatbelt, I'll take you to the office. Shu Yuyu was not at ease about letting Shu Yoyu get off here. Jiang Zitao might still be nearby, and even if Shu Yoyu had proven her innocence, Shu Yuyu could only feel at ease by taking her to the office. Sister, let's go to the hospital first, not the office. I already believe you, why go to the hospital? I want Susun to believe it too. You've made progress, Yu. Keep it up, and next year I'll get to hold a big nephew. Drive safely, sis. Back at the office. Susun didn't rush to tell Yu-hee about the investment. He wanted Yu-hee to be the first to know. Yu-hee was the only girl in Xing-de-Xing-hee's class. She was a genius among geniuses. Following him had been a waste. Now, a way forward finally appeared in the fog ahead. Susun was the first person to stand on this path, and Yu-hee had worked hard, so there was no reason why he could not become the second. He pushed open the glass door of the office. Yu-hee in the office chair immediately nervously cast a glance. Susun, what's the deal? Did you sign it? No. Susun pretended to look lost and shook his head. Yu-hee's smile on his face froze. After a pause, she forced a smile and said, it's normal that we didn't get it. After all, we're a small company with no experience and no strength. It's understandable that Chimei wouldn't take a look at us. Don't be too sad. Susun took a document out of her bag and threw it on the desk in front of Yu-hee. Yu-hee raised an eyebrow, what is this? Read it yourself. Yu-hee picked up the document, opened it, and looked at it, her eyes widening. Then, in an excited shout, he stood up, jumped and danced, and finally gave Susun a tight hug. Susun, that's great, we finally got the investment. The company will finally not go bankrupt. You know what? I was afraid to sleep these past few days because whenever I fell asleep, I would dream about the company going bankrupt and everyone parting ways. Two crystal clear tears rolled down the corner of Yu-hee's eyes. They were tears of joy, tears of happiness. Susun shook his head, looking helpless. Get excited, hug him for what? You're such a big guy, why are you acting like a little kid? Susun pursed his lips, not doing anything. They were best friends, what's wrong with a hug? Besides, other people's girlfriends are rolling into the same bed. They hugging a little is nothing compared to what those other couples do. Susun, you bastard, just sign it. Why did you lie to me? You made me secretly feel sad for nothing. As she laughed, Yui suddenly burst into tears. All the grievances she had hidden in her heart these days were vented out. She kept waving her little fists and lightly pounding Su-sun's chest. I was trying to give you a big surprise, just like in the TV series, wasn't I? You're the one who's surprised. If I had a heart attack, I would have already died from your shock. That's not so exaggerated. Even if I died, you wouldn't die. Bah, if you can't comfort someone, don't try. Chapter 17. Maybe you're daydreaming about me all the time. After a while, Yui's sobs finally stopped. She got off Su-sun's body, looked at him, and, unable to hold back her anger, grabbed Su-sun's hand and wiped the tears and snot off her face as revenge. Then she glanced at Su-sun proudly, as if to say, "Let you deceive me." Looking at the slimy, wet liquid on her hand, Su-sun pulled the corners of her mouth and picked up the tissue on the desk to dispose of it. Yui put aside his playful mood, looked at the investment amount on the contract, and looked at Su-sun again with a puzzled expression, asking, "Why is it 50 million? Isn't this Chime too rich and arrogant? Didn't they bargain?" "They did, but I didn't agree, and then I painted her a pie in the sky and dazzled her, so she signed it." "And it had to be you." Yuhio gave Su-sun a thumbs up in praise. She had experienced this guy's ability to paint big pictures. Su-sun sat down in his chair and confessed, "I lied to you. In fact, the president of Chime is my sister, Chuyoyu's sister. Although she says that the business world is like a battlefield, she will give me, her brother-in-law, a little face. So she added a bet agreement. You can read it yourself." Yui sat down at the desk and opened the contract again. Shocked, he said, "You've even found us a way out?" "You could say that. Chime is a big company, and if we close down here, going to Chime would be a good choice for everyone. Other people are other people, I'm me. You're selling me out too." Yui looked back, smiling seductively, but then again, "Are you considered a kept man?" "How am I a kept man?" Su-sun was confused. Yui explained, "The president of Chime is the sister of Chuyoyu. The fact that you and Chuyoyu were able to sign this contract is due in part to your status. Isn't this equivalent to eating soft food? If you want to eat soft food, then eat soft food. Eating soft food is also a kind of ability. Just envy me." Su-sun didn't care. There may be things like emotional ties in business, but there is more of a focus on interests. He firmly believed that Chuyoyu had signed the contract out of self-interest, and that the relationship was at best a little more relaxed. Therefore, he did not feel that this was an act of living off the kindness of others. Unless this was itself a premeditated act, not a genuine investment. Yui leaned back, drawing closer to Su-sun, and said uncertainly, "Su-sun, this investment, it's not by design, is it?" "You mean, Chuyoyu? Or her sister? Are you close with them? Don't you know?" "My relationship with Chuyoyu is just a normal working relationship, at most we are friends. As for Chuyoyu's sister, she is quite nice, but she is just an ordinary sister. So, the possibility that it was intentional is very small?" "Nonsense, we were able to get this investment because of our hard work, other factors are not the main reason." Su-sun had had this suspicion before. It's just that, he couldn't think of a reason why Chuyoyu would do this. Chuyoyu was a nice person, but they usually didn't interact much, so how would they know that he was looking for investment? Even if they knew, they would not possibly not treat the money as money. Or, is Chuyoyu helping himself? Su-sun felt that it was even less likely. They were just friends, and even if this amount of money was nothing to Chuyoyu, it was not worth going to such trouble to help him. Moreover, the matchmaker was Luzwa. It was impossible for them to ask Luzwa for help, right? Su-sun was not self-absorbed. He didn't feel that he was that important among the Chuyoyu sisters. Yui shifted to the chair, leaned back lazily, closed his eyes, and let out a breath forcefully. The company had finally survived, and he could finally relax. Su-sun in front of him glanced at Yui and smiled without saying a word. He knows that although Yui has always looked optimistic these days, and it is almost impossible to see any sadness, the pressure he is carrying is not necessarily less than his. After all, this is not Su-sun's company alone, Yui is also the owner of this company. "By the way, you said you would help me find a place to live before, did you find one?" "Not yet. It's not that easy to find a place that is nice and cheap." "I didn't say that. I'd better find it myself, because I don't think I can rely on you to find it." "What's wrong? You look like you're in a hurry to move out of Chuyuyu's place. Did she kick you out? Yui opened his eyes curiously and looked at Su-sun. Su-sun replied, not really. Chu Yu is not that kind of person. But guess what I saw today? Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. I had signed the contract at the hotel before, and when I came out, I happened to see Chu Yoyu and Jiang Zitao coming down from above the hotel, so I thought to myself, since everyone else is together, it's better to move out quickly, so as not to disturb them. So you've been cuckolded? Yuhi laughed wickedly. Su-sun glared at Yuhi in anger. What do you mean I've been cuckolded? Chu Yoyu and I are not really husband and wife. It's none of my business who she loves to be with. But nominally you are husband and wife, isn't that being cuckolded? Su-sun wanted to sew Yuhi's mouth shut. He really doesn't have a clue. Yui curiously asked again, Su-sun, how do you feel now? How do I feel about what? It's the feeling of Chu Yoyu being with Jiang Zitao. What feeling can I have? It's none of my business. Su-sun just felt inexplicable. Yui smirked evilly. Chu Yoyu is so beautiful, you've been her husband for more than a year, and you're still living in her house. Don't tell me you don't have any feelings for her at all? You're also very beautiful, and we grew up together since we were little. According to what you're saying, shouldn't I have feelings for you too? It's hard to say. People's hearts are full of secrets. Maybe you're thinking about me every day. Yeah, maybe you're thinking about me every day too. You're right, I really am thinking about you. Yui walked out of the office with a playful smile. Su-sun habitually joked back, I'm a hunk, don't think of me as a little puppy. After leaving the office, Yui told all the junior colleagues outside about how he had pulled in the investment and even signed the contract. The small studio was abuzz. Everyone's faces were lit up with smiles and hope. The studio, which had been dead and the atmosphere oppressive, was now full of laughter and keyboard clacking, as lively as it was during the Chinese New Year. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yui pushed open the office door and walked in. Su-sun, did you find a place? No. Su-sun stared at the computer, dealing with the Chime investment. Rarely did Yuhi not sit at the desk, but instead sat in a chair, looking at Su-sun. Weren't you in a hurry to move out? Why aren't you looking for a house? Chapter 18, Friends Come Second. Time was too rushed, and there was still the investment to deal with, so I decided to go to a hotel for a few days. Oh, you haven't even started making any real money yet? And already you're enjoying yourself? Su-sun shrugged, looking like he had no choice. My roommate just moved out 2 days ago, so there's now an extra room. Why don't you stay at my place for now? What a coincidence. It really is a coincidence. This is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Although they were good friends, after all, men and women should not be intimate with each other, and Su-sun didn't think it was appropriate. You can go if you want. You think I care if you go? Yui said nonchalantly, but we've even rolled in the sheets, so what's the big deal about living together? Su-xian's fingers froze mid-keystroke, and her mouth twitched in exasperation. She said wordlessly, we used to play in bed together when we were kids. Isn't that rolling in the sheets? Am I wrong? Yuhi was quite justified. Su-sun narrowed her eyes and looked at Yuhi. It's obviously wrong, isn't it? Big sister, that's not a nice word. So what? The truth is the truth, and besides, there's only the two of us here, no outsiders. Yuhi didn't care at all. Su-sun retorted, I'm a man after all, can't you be a little more ladylike? Even if you just pretend. I didn't take you for a man. Su-sun didn't want to deal with Yuhi anymore. She was quite a pretty girl, but she had no sense of propriety at all. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a pint pot. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want me to go? Su-sun asked with a wry smile. He and Yuhi were not only from the same village, they were also neighbors. When they were young and didn't know any better, they often slept in the same bed and lived together. It didn't seem to matter much. And it would also be better for them to communicate about company matters. I don't care. If you want to go, go, if not, forget it. Then I'll bother you for a few days. It so happens that there's a lot of follow-up work at the company that I need to discuss with you, and it's not convenient to do it on the phone. Are you sure? Yes. Okay, then I'll go back and pack now, and you can move in tonight. Do you still need to pack? Don't you know that girls have lots of secrets? Secrets? Su-sun's gaze subconsciously fell on Yuhi's fair, delicate hands. This was the first secret that came to his mind. He didn't know when he had become so dirty. Could it be that he had watched too many instructional videos? Yuhi followed Su-sun's gaze and looked down. A blush immediately appeared on her delicate oval face. She angrily picked up the tissue on the desk and threw it at Su-sun. Then she turned around and walked out of the office. The sound of her heels clicking on the floor was very urgent, as if she was fleeing. Su Xian, who was in front of the computer, couldn't stop smiling. He left the office building. Yuhi, who usually took the bus, stood on the roadside and hailed a passing taxi. "Driver, go to Xinjiang 2nd Road, quickly," he said. Half an hour later, Yuhi returned to the rental room. The 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 30 square meter living room had good lighting and the floor was clean and tidy. "Xiao Hihi, it's not even dark yet, why are you home so early today?" A girl came out of the bathroom wearing a face mask and pajamas. She was surprised to see Yuhi in the living room. She was Yui's roommate and best friend, Lu Kei. "Kei, I have something to tell you." Yuhi anxiously pulled Lu Kei onto the sofa. Lu Kei asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong, Yuhi? Why are you so agitated?" "Kei, would you do me a favor?" Yuhi clasped Lu Kei's hand tightly, his bright eyes pleading. Lu Kei patted her chest and promised, "Say it, well what, even if it means going through fire and water, I won't say no." "Will you please move out immediately?" "Huh?" Lu Kei was stunned. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly want me to move out for no reason?" Yui hesitated for a moment and said, "Kei, don't be angry if I tell you." "Okay, go ahead and say it. I've agreed to let Su-sun move in." "What?" Lu Kei's shocked mouth hangs open. "Xiao Hihi, how could you not tell me in advance about such a big thing? You're asking me to move out at the last minute, but where am I supposed to go?" "Kei, it happened suddenly." He suddenly had nowhere to live. "You know, he and I are very good friends, and I can't just watch him end up on the street." "Come on, what century is this? You're still going to sleep on the streets? What are all those hotels for? I think you're just prioritizing your relationship with him over your friendship with me. You're just going to sacrifice me so that your relationship can flourish. I'm just going to lie here and take the bullets. I don't like him." "Still arguing? You're almost 30, and you want to end up alone? What are you still doing? Come help me pack, I can't do it alone." Lu Kei is at her wit's end with this silly best friend. She clearly has a crush on someone, but she just won't say anything. She's had a crush on him since she was little, and it's lasted all the way through university. She's 25 this year, and if she keeps having a crush, she'll be 30 soon. She keeps saying she doesn't like him, but there are so many guys after her, and she won't even look at them. She's clearly a genius among geniuses, and her prospects are bright, but she'd rather hold herself back and stay by that guy's side. Lu Kei is really confused. What's so good about having a crush? If you like him, just say so. At worst, you'll be rejected. What's so shameful about that? Xiao Hihi, if you don't take him this time, I'll tell you, you'll never be able to forgive yourself for the sacrifice you've made. Yui blushed and didn't say a word. Lu Kei shook her head, feeling that her silly best friend was hopeless. However, even if there was only the slightest chance, she wanted to help her silly best friend give it a try. So, even if it meant sacrificing herself, she was happy to do it. 5 p.m. After work, Su-sun and all the junior colleagues went to the Tsun Yuan Hotel for dinner. He settled all the wages owed to everyone in one lump sum and gave each person a bonus of 10,000 yuan. This made the atmosphere in the private room very lively. At this moment, everyone was genuinely happy. Not only had their wages been credited to their accounts, but after so many years of hard work, they had finally seen the light at the end of the endless darkness. Yuhi arrived late. She hurriedly arrived halfway through the party. "She's here?" Su-sun had been waiting for Yuhi at the door of the private room for a long time. Yuhi, dressed in a floral dress, looked more like a sweet girl than the elegant lady in business attire. The dim light in the corridor shone on her, making her look beautiful and radiant. Su-sun didn't know if he was drunk or not, but he felt that Yuhi in front of him was so dazzling that he couldn't help but stare at her. "Aren't we having a dinner party? What are you, the boss, doing standing here?" Chapter 19, Flustered. "Of course I'm waiting for you, the other big boss." After taking a good look at Yui's face, Su-sun said in surprise, "Why are you wearing such heavy makeup tonight? Usually you only wear light makeup, right?" Sometimes you don't even wear makeup. I don't know if it's because you're confident or just lazy. Yui reached up and ran her fingers through her big, wavy hair and asked, "What do you think? Does it look good?" "It looks good, better than my mom's." Yu hushing angrily kicked Su-sun's shoe lightly. "Let's go in, don't keep them waiting." "You go ahead, I've had enough to drink, I should go back and pack." "Do you need any help?" "No, I don't have much luggage, and when I'm done packing, you should be almost done here, so we'll contact each other by phone." "Okay." Leaving the hotel, Su-sun rode the little electric moped back to the villa. It was already 8 o'clock when she arrived home. Su-shan opened the door and looked at the shoe rack as she did habitually, but she didn't see the pair of exquisite red high heels. It seemed that Chu Yoyu wasn't home. She didn't know if she would be back tonight. At this point, the probability was that she would not. Su-shan had wanted to say goodbye to Chu Yoyu, but now she had to go alone. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Chu Yoyu. "Yoyu, I'm moving out tonight. If I accidentally take anything, just let me know and I'll bring it back." Putting on her slippers, Su-shan began packing her things. Meanwhile, in a tall building, in a black business suit, Chu Yoyu, accompanied by a beautiful girl who looked like a secretary, walked valiantly down the corridor, which was as white as jade, with an endless stream of clicking high-heeled shoes. She noticed that her phone vibrated in her pocket, so she took it out. When she saw the message from Su-sun, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. The secretary, who had walked ahead, saw this and returned to Chu Yoyu's side. "What's wrong, Mr. Chu? The meeting is about to start in 1 minute." Chu Yoyu thought for 2 seconds and said, "Cancel the meeting for me. I have something urgent and need to leave right away." "But, Mr. Chu, tonight's meeting is very important." "Cancel it." Chu Yoyu was resolute in her attitude, turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Her footsteps grew faster and faster, and in the end, she was even trotting. The sound of her heels landing quickly echoed endlessly in the corridor. Looking at the receding figure, the secretary was surprised. After working for Mr. Chu for 3 years, this was the first time she had seen him lose his temper like this, so anxious. When they arrived at the underground parking lot, Chu Yoyu didn't bother to change her shoes again, she simply took off her high heels and drove barefoot. She slammed the accelerator, and the red Porsche, like an arrow that had left the bow, was gone forever. She didn't know what had happened to her. After seeing that message, she couldn't help but feel anxious. While she felt reluctant, there was also a vague pain in her heart. That feeling was like something was leaving her, and if she didn't grab it, it might never come back. It only took 20 minutes. Chu Yoyu returned to the villa. She let out a sigh of relief when she saw the lights in the villa. Opening the door and getting out of the car, Chu Yoyu hurriedly walked towards the house, ignoring the several text messages on her phone about driving violations. "Yoyu? Why are you back?" In the living room, Su-sun, who had just dragged his suitcase and was preparing to leave, bumped into Chu Yoyu. He was curious. Was it a coincidence or an accident that Chu Yoyu suddenly appeared at home at this time? Chu Yoyu glanced at the luggage in Su-sun's hands and asked, "Why are you moving?" "I found a nice house, so I might as well move out sooner rather than later." Su-sun didn't say it was related to what happened that morning. Because that would make him seem petty. Is it because of what happened this morning? Not really. The main reason is that I will be moving out soon, so I don't want to disturb you anymore. How have you disturbed me? Su-sun didn't know how to respond to Chu Yoyu's words. This is Chu Yoyu's home, and she is with Jiang Zitao. If she doesn't leave, isn't that disturbing? What happened in the morning was a misunderstanding. Jiang Zitao and I are just ordinary friends. Nothing happened between us. The reason we were at the hotel was because Han Jiaojiao had a fight with her husband, and Jiang Zitao and I went to comfort her. And we happened to run into each other at the hotel. You can ask Han Jiaojiao about it. You don't need to explain to me, and I made it clear in the agreement that we are just pretending to be husband and wife, with no restrictions on our freedom, and we can do whatever we want. Su-sun just felt that Chu Yoyu was a bit inexplicable. What's the point of explaining to him? They weren't really married. Chu Yoyu took a piece of paper out of his bag and handed it to Su-sun. "Read it yourself." "What is this?" Su-sun took the paper and looked at it. He found that it was a certificate issued by the hospital. The content of the certificate was. Su-sun looked at Chu Yoyu dumbfounded. Why show him a virginity certificate? Soon, Su Sun was relieved. It must be that Chu Yoyu was afraid that he would misunderstand and get a divorce, so she asked Chu Yoyu to get a virginity certificate. What a good sister! Unfortunately, he is a fake brother-in-law. However, Chu Yoyu is still a girl, which is unexpected. Chu Yoyu liked Jiang Zitao when she was young. All these years, she has kept herself pure. It seems that Chu Yoyu is a good girl. Do you believe me now? I never doubted you. Because Su Sun didn't even bother to doubt. It has nothing to do with him, so why waste the effort to doubt? Chu Yoyu could find no excuse, so she just pulled out the contract and said, "You can't move yet. Our agreement doesn't expire for 2 months, and you have to live here during that time. I just don't want to disturb you." I said I'm not disturbed. Seeing Chu Yoyu's resolute expression, Su Xian sighed and said, "Okay, as long as you don't mind." There was no way around it. After signing the agreement, he couldn't renege on it, right? Su Xian could never do something like that. As for why Chu Yoyu insisted on letting him stay, it should also have something to do with Chu Yoyu, right? Otherwise, Su Sun could not think of a reason why Chu Yoyu would still do this. Su Sun put the packed luggage back one by one. Seeing this, Chu Yoyu let out a long breath, shook his head, and suddenly felt dizzy. He staggered over to the sofa and wanted to sit down and rest for a while. However, before he could sit down, Chu Yoyu collapsed on the ground. This took Su Sun, who had just come out of the room, by surprise, and he ran over as quickly as he could. Chapter 20, A Gift. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Su Sun took out his phone and tried to call an ambulance. Chu Yoyu stopped him. I'm fine, I just have a little low blood sugar. Su Sun, can you make me some sweet porridge to drink? She hasn't eaten anything all day. Because of what happened in the morning, she wasn't in the mood to eat at noon. In the evening, she was too busy to eat. And because of the incident in the morning, she didn't feel like eating at noon. Fine. He gave Chu Yoyu some of her favorite candies, and went into the kitchen. While the porridge was cooking, he called Yu He. The other party answered almost immediately. Su Sun asked, "Is the party over?" "It's over, I'm back now." "Are you home?" "Well, when are you coming over?" "I can't come over." Yu He paused for a moment on the other end of the line. What's wrong? What happened? Su Sun said helplessly, the agreed time hasn't come yet, there are still 2 months left, I can't leave yet. Is Chu Yoyu not letting you go? She's not afraid of you disturbing her? She said she wouldn't. Do you know how much effort I've put in to clean up the house for you? Now you're saying you won't come if I say so? What can I do about it? Su Xian smiled awkwardly. I don't care, if you don't treat me to a big meal, this is not over. Okay, I'll treat you to a seafood dinner, okay? That's more like it, hang up. The phone then continued to emit a beeping sound. Su Xian's heart fell to the ground. Still joking, meaning she's not angry. At the moment. In a residential area of Star City. Yu He, who was sitting on the bed, put down the phone, and the forced smile on her face froze. She lowered her head in silence for a long while, before looking back at the bed behind her. She had just taken it out of the closet not long ago, a black sexy halter neck loose lace one-piece short dress. Taking a deep breath, Yu He got up and carefully put the dress back in the closet. Then she opened her phone and called Lu Kei. Hey, you friend-forgetting guy, how's it going? Did you do what I taught you before I left? Let me tell you, no man can resist a sexy halter dress with lace trim. Lu Kei on the phone sounded confident. Yu He said dejectedly, Kei, move back in. What's going on? Lu Kei's yelling came through the phone, and it made Yu He blink. Yu He, what's going on? Didn't your Prince Charming say he was moving in? Now you're telling me to move back out? He's not coming. Why? Something came up. Something came up again? That's what you said when you told me to move out this afternoon. Yu He, do you think he doesn't want to live with you and is just making excuses? I don't think so, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to move in with me in the first place. What a hassle. I'm exhausted from all this fuss. Moving around. Luckily I haven't found a place yet, but... You have to make it up to me, Wawa. Say it, what do you want? Go downstairs and order me some barbecue. I want leeks, pig's kidneys and oysters. What do you want all that for? None of your business. Go on, and pick up some wine while you're at it. I know you're having a hard time. The next day, after Susun left the house, he didn't rush to the office, but instead went to a jewelry store. He wanted to buy a necklace for Yuhi. He and Yuhi had known each other since they were kids, and it had been more than 20 years. This gift was long overdue. Over the years, Yuhi had helped Susun a lot, and his kindness went far beyond this necklace. He was broke right now, but if he had money, he would buy Yuhi a house, a car, and a bag. Although these are all the things Susun once promised. But if you don't have the means, they are just empty promises. Once you have the means, you will naturally be able to fulfill them one by one. After a while, Susun found a very exquisite necklace with a small diamond embedded inside, sparkling and glowing, priced at 15,000 renminbi. Susun's current salary is 10,000 renminbi a month. His 3 months' salary, which he had just received, had directly been halved. However, Susun did not feel the least bit of pain. If the money was spent on meaningless things, he would feel a pang of heartache. But if the money was spent meaningfully, even if 3 months' salary was gone in an instant, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. With the beautifully packaged necklace, Su Xian arrived at the company and called He to the office. He is the backbone of the company's technology, usually working with younger colleagues outside pounding code. What's up? The project is about to go live, I'm busy. He opened the lid of his water bottle and drank most of the water, feeling thirsty. Susun sat down in his chair and said playfully, "It's been all night, are you still angry?" "Who's angry? I only asked you to move in because we're friends, and I don't care if you move or not." He was the same as usual, and couldn't tell that anything was wrong. "But I am a little upset, because I had to clean the house for nothing all afternoon. I mean it. Someone is going to treat me to a seafood feast, so even if I'm not happy, I have to put up with it." Yui sat at her desk as usual, turned the computer monitor on her desk in front of her, and checked some information. The first ray of sunshine in the morning refracted through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell on her, illuminating the curves of her perfect figure. Susun took out the box containing the necklace, placed it on the desk, and pushed it in front of Yui. Yui glanced at it casually, then returned her gaze to the computer. While clicking the mouse, she asked, "What is this?" "Open it and take a look. You're so full of yourself, making such an exquisite box. It's not going to contain something scary, is it?" Yui opened the box. When she saw the necklace inside, she was momentarily lost. Then, looking at Susun with a confused expression, she asked, "What do you mean? For me?" Susun stood up, walked behind Yui, picked up the necklace in the box, and gently and carefully put it on for her. "I once said that if you followed me, I would make you someone special. Remember, this is just the beginning. It won't be long before all the promises I made come true. Here we go again. What's the point of you painting me a rosy picture? I'm the boss too, and if you're going to paint something, you should paint it for those people out there." Yui lowered her head and looked at the necklace shining in the warm sunlight on her chest. A beautiful arc formed at the corner of her mouth, and her smile was bright and gorgeous. It was obvious that she really liked the necklace. "Susun, am I pretty?" Yui smiled brightly and happily twirled around. Susun was so mesmerized that he could hardly take his eyes off her. Chapter 21, Riding a Small Electric Motorcycle Together. Beautiful, the necklace is beautiful, and the person is even more beautiful. She is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Can you be more flattering? Yui lowered her head and picked up the necklace, looking left and right as if it were her baby. Susun asked, "Do you like it?" "Yes, how much is it?" "As long as you're happy, let's not talk about money." "I want to know." "It's not expensive, only about 10,000 yuan. "What?" Yui's smile disappeared, and she looked at Susun with hatred. "You spent so much money just to buy a necklace? Are you crazy? You're a wasteful brat." She thought it would be a few $100s at most. She took the necklace off her neck and carefully put it back in the box. "Take it back, it's not easy to make money, save it, don't waste it." Susun refused, saying, "There's no reason to take back something you've given away. I don't want it anymore." Susun was a little helpless, picked up the necklace and put it back on Yui again. "I didn't buy this necklace, I bought your happiness. I'll be happy with something that costs 100 or 2 yuan. That's different, it's too cheap, it doesn't match you. I'm not your anything, what do you care if it matches me?" Yui tried to take the necklace off again. Susan quickly reached out to stop her, saying, "We are good friends. We are not lovers, and this is not a worthy gift. We are different, we are not just friends, we have been by each other's side since we were young. It's not that you are not worthy of this necklace, but this necklace cannot measure our friendship. I only chose this necklace because I don't have the money for anything better. But, this is really too expensive, there is no need." Yuhi looked heartbroken. Susan said imperiously, "Okay, I bought everything, I can't bring myself to return it, so if you don't want it, just throw it away." With those words, Yuhi had to accept the necklace even if she still didn't want it. If she threw away such a valuable thing, she wouldn't be able to sleep for a month. "Thank you." Yuhi looked at Susun sincerely. It was too polite to just say thank you, and who do you think we are? We grew up wearing the same pair of underpants since we were little. Susun waved his hand, returned to his chair, and sat down, looking at the computer. Yui looked at the necklace on his chest for a long time before sitting down opposite Susun and saying, "You just said that this is a gift to commemorate our friendship over the years and has nothing to do with last night. So you still have to treat me to that seafood dinner." Susun pretended to be annoyed and gave Yui a look. "I've already cut the meat for you, and you're still thinking about drinking my blood? Who told you to promise me?" Fine, please, tonight." "Really?" "No." "Okay, since you've already bled so much, I'll let you off the hook for the seafood dinner, but I can't let you off that easily. We'll buy the ingredients ourselves, and you'll cook the meal for me. Whatever you want, as long as you're happy." Susan didn't care, whether it was a seafood dinner or him cooking the meal, it was fine with him. It's just a matter of spending a little money or a little effort. Since there's no better time than today, let's do it tonight. Okay. Susun still agreed cheerfully. Yui walked out of the office with a satisfied smile, humming a little tune. After work in the afternoon, Susun and Yui left the company together. "Send me the location of your home." Susun put on his helmet and got on the small electric moped. Yui didn't rush to respond, staring at the electric moped for a while, and asked, "Can your little electric moped pull people?" "Of course it can, don't you see the back seat?" Susun asked in return, "Why? Do you want to do it?" "I've never ridden an electric moped before, I don't know what it feels like." "It feels like flying." "Then take a ride with me, I'm too lazy to take the bus." Saying this, Yui was about to sit on the back seat of the electric moped. Susun quickly reached out and stopped him, refusing, "No, you can't ride it." "Why?" "Because it's not designed to carry passengers." "Susun, what do you mean? You just said it could carry people?" Yui was a little angry at the misunderstanding. "What's wrong with giving her a ride? Are you afraid she'll take advantage of the situation?" Susun explained, "In theory, you can sit on it, but legally you can't. Besides, I only have a helmet. Apart from the danger, if the traffic police saw you, they'd have to tow the moped away. Where would there be that many traffic police?" Yui sat on the back of the moped without a care in the world, not at all concerned about the danger. Susun was helpless. "You really want to sit on it? If you dare to throw me off, we're through. What if you meet the traffic police?" "Just ignore them, it's not my business." "It's true that it's none of your business, but it's a big deal for me." Okay, if your moped gets towed, I'll buy you a car as compensation." "Wouldn't that make me a kept man? You're not the one who eats less?" Susun took off his helmet and put it on Yui's head. Yui asked, "What are you doing? Don't you know it's dangerous to ride a moped without a helmet?" "What about you?" "The biggest danger to me is you, so hold on tight." Susun started the moped. The scarlet sunset fell on them, reflecting two figures, one tall and one short, on the road. Yui, sitting in the back, opened her arms to welcome the wind. In her 20s, she looked like a little girl at the moment. Susun looked in the rearview mirror and raised the corner of his mouth. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and suddenly he braked. Under the inertia, Yui hit her back. "You jerk, what are you doing?" Yui covered his nose, which was hurting from the impact, and gave Susun a gentle slap. Susun pretended to be serious and lectured him, "This is a lesson for you. How can you not hold on to the handlebars of a moped? If there is a sudden accident, a sudden break or a skid, the least that will happen is that you will hit me, and the worst is that you will fly out. Couldn't you just tell me directly? You did it on purpose, you really are an asshole. If I just tell you, how will the lesson be impressed upon you? Then where should I grab? Grab me. Su-sun said angrily, speechless. There are so many places on the little electric mule, don't you know to grab randomly? Do you need to ask? Yui hugged Su-sun from behind. Su-sun was dumbfounded. Can't you tell he's being sarcastic? The roads were packed with cars during the evening rush hour. Su-sun's little electric mule looked a bit shabby compared to the passing cars. However, Su-sun has become the object of envy and jealousy of every old driver on this road. There is no other reason. It is because Su-sun is pulling Yui behind him. Pulling the flower of the Department of Computer Science. Isn't it better to cry on a horse than to laugh on a bicycle? At this moment, every old driver in every car on the road has such a question. Chapter 22, Falling. Su-sun, there is a traffic police officer ahead. What you fear will come to pass. Hold on tight. After turning into a relatively hidden alley, two white-hat uncles appeared in sight. Although this little electric moped has been with him for 3 years and is considered old, Su-sun still doesn't want to let it go. After all, a new moped costs several thousand yuan. Su-sun slammed on the brakes, performed a perfect 180-degree drift, and drove into an alley. If he went down this alley, he could get past the white-hat man outside. Su-sun's mouth curled up, and he was just about to gloat about his perfect drift when the wet ground made the little electric bike skid. The little electric bike lost its balance and, after a moment of swaying, fell to the ground. Sigh. Su-sun's ankle hit the ground, and it hurt so much that he gnashed his teeth. But he couldn't care about himself, and quickly stood up despite the pain, looking at Yui, who had fallen to the ground. Are you okay? Are you all right? Yui frowned, clenching his teeth, looking in pain. On his calf, there was a gash, and scarlet blood gushed out from the wound, visibly staining most of the calf red. Su-sun's heart felt like it was being gripped by something, and he couldn't catch his breath. He hurriedly and clumsily took out his phone. Yui, don't be afraid, I'll call an ambulance, you'll be fine. Su-sun felt so much remorse. Why did he let Yui ride his electric moped? It was clearly very dangerous, wasn't it? Don't hit it, I'm fine. Yui grabbed Su-sun's hand and shook his head. But you've lost so much blood. It's just a scratch, it's not serious. Su-sun crouched down and carefully examined the wound on Yui's calf. It really wasn't serious, the wound wasn't deep. The blood was just flowing fast at first, now it has slowed down. Phew. Su-sun let out a long breath, and his tense nerves relaxed. Wait, I'll go to the nearby pharmacy and buy some medicine. No need, I'm not that delicate, when I was a kid I had more serious injuries than this. Childhood is childhood, and now is now. When I was a child, I ran every day and had good physical fitness. Do you run every day now? Su-sun was resolute. When I was a child, I didn't know about this, but now I do. How could I just ignore it? Yui did not refuse again, and as he watched Su-sun's gradually receding back, he became a little dazed. A few minutes later, Su-sun returned to the alley with a small bag. He reached out and patted the back seat of the small electric mule, and looked at Yui and said, sit tight. Yui obediently did as he was told. Su-sun opened the disinfectant and squatted down to clean the wound on Yui's calf with a cotton swab. Ah! Yui immediately moved his foot away in pain. Su-sun rudely grabbed his foot back, disinfected it more gently, and scolded him, now you know it hurts? Will you still ride the electric moped in the future? Hey, do you still have a conscience? You're the one who got me into this, okay? Yui was very dissatisfied and aggrieved. She had fallen and hurt herself, but she was still being scolded. Shouldn't she be comforted and cared for? Su-sun disagreed. How did I cause you to fall and hurt yourself? There are risks in everything. I told you in advance, but you didn't pay attention. Even if you say that, it doesn't negate the fact that you caused the injury. Legally speaking, you have to compensate me. Su-sun didn't say anything, but the force with which she disinfected her hands increased slightly. Ah! Yui winced and moved his foot away again. He was so angry that he wanted to kick Su-sun. Su-sun grinned, showing his front teeth. Can you still walk? I told you I'm not that delicate. After disinfecting, Yui stood up and limped and walked crookedly towards the end of the alley. The sound of his high heels hitting the ground was very loud in the enclosed alley. Su-sun looked at the navigation and followed on the small electric bicycle. It's still a kilometer to your place, just walk there, so as not to run into the traffic police again. Whatever. Get on, I'll push you. It's not far, but you're wearing high heels, you hurt your leg, and your feet are already chafed, aren't they? Yui didn't try to be brave, and sat down flat on the back seat of the small electric bicycle. Susan pushed the little electric moped, carrying Yui, walking down the street, with a unique style, attracting the envious glances of many passers-by. After buying a large bag of vegetables at the community supermarket, they were about to go upstairs when Susan's phone rang in her pocket. Whose phone is it? Shu Yo-yu. Susan answered the phone. Hello, what's up? Susan, my parents want you to come home for dinner tonight. Tonight? Well, they said they absolutely wanted you to come home, and I couldn't refuse. Okay. What did Shu Yo-yu say? He was a little curious as he watched Susun put down the phone. Susun replied truthfully, her parents want me to come home for dinner tonight. It's in the agreement, and I can't refuse this kind of thing. Get lost. He reached out to take the bag of food from Susun's hand. Susun took the bag away from Yuhi and said, I can't go back on my word. Will you be in time? It's okay if you're late, I just won't be able to eat with you. What a narcissist, I never said I wanted you to stay and eat with me. When they got upstairs, Yuhi opened the door. Susun walked towards the house while looking left and right. As he looked around, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the living room. Lu Kei? Su-san? The two were classmates in junior high and high school, and they were both surprised. One didn't expect the other to be here. The other didn't expect the other to come here. It's been a long time, Susun. Lu Kei spoke first and greeted her. It's been a long time. Susun smiled politely and then looked at Yui. Didn't you say that you were the only one living here? Kei moved in this morning. Yui looked at Lu Kei as if nothing had happened. Lu Kei was first taken aback, then she smiled awkwardly and said, yes. Xiao Hehe's roommate just moved out a couple of days ago. She was scared to live alone, so she asked me to move in. Is that so? It's good for you two girls to live together, so you can look out for each other. Susan carried the grocery bag into the kitchen. Lu Kei immediately pulled Yuhi over to one side and asked, Xiao Hehe, what's going on? What's going on? Why did Susan suddenly come? After what happened last night, he said he wanted to treat me to a meal as compensation, but I didn't want to waste his money, so I came here to cook for myself. I was too busy today to tell you in advance. Xiao Hehe, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I'll go buy the wine. Yui pulled Lu Kei back and asked, what do you want to buy wine for? To get drunk with Susun, so you can do whatever you want. Kui, what are you talking about? You're not going. Yui's pretty face quickly turned red like a ripe persimmon. Lu Kui rolled her eyes, my silly Hehe, you've missed so many opportunities already, do you want to keep on missing them? If you don't act now, be careful, someone else will eat this piece of meat. Chapter 23, Dinner at Home. He has something to do tonight and won't be here for dinner. He'll just take the food and go. What? Lu Kei stormed angrily towards the kitchen. Yuhi was quick and grabbed Lu Kei again. Kei, what are you doing? Of course I want to keep him here. Someone was up all night last night. Don't think I can't tell because you've got eye makeup on. As someone's best friend, I can't just sit here and do nothing. Kui, you're talking nonsense again. Yui was too embarrassed to find the courage to look at Lu Kui again. Forget it, you know him better, you go keep him here, I'll go buy the wine. Lu Kui helplessly left the house. Yui looked at the kitchen, her clenched fists finally loosened, and she didn't go in. An hour later. All the dishes were done. Susun looked at his phone, it was almost 7 o'clock. He dared not delay any longer, picked up the key to the small electric moped and hurriedly left. At the dining table, Yuhi and Lu Kei quietly ate their meals. The atmosphere was a bit oppressive. One was in a bad mood. The other was in a bad mood because she was angry. Lu Kei put down her chopsticks and looked at Yuhi with hatred. I knew you wouldn't stay and keep him company. He has something very important to do. Yuhi ate his meal in small mouthfuls, not really in the mood. Lu Kei took out a small box and placed it on the table. Yui asked subconsciously, what is this? A small umbrella, I bought it especially for you. Although I know you won't keep him, I still have a glimmer of hope. Kui. Yui's face was like the June sky, changing suddenly. He blushed and lowered his head. Lu Kei sighed and said, "Forget it, I don't care about you anymore. After dinner, do you want to go to the movies?" "Whatever. I should say it, your Prince Charming is a really good cook." "Kei, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to get angry." "Humph, if I like it, what's there to be embarrassed about?" I'll say it, Su-sun is your boyfriend, your husband, your man." Ah. 7:20 p.m. Su-sun got off at the door of that retro-style villa. Shu Yoyu's parents were very nice to him. The first time he came here, he rode a small electric bicycle, and they were going to buy him a car that day. Su-sun pushed it for a long time before he gave up, so ever since then, Su-sun has taken a taxi every time he comes. Walking to the door, Su-sun reached out and rang the doorbell. It was Chu Yoyu who opened the door. "You're here?" Su-sun nodded. "Come on in." In the living room, Chu Yoyu was sitting on the sofa playing with her phone, while the sound of cooking kept coming from the kitchen. "Su-sun, sit down." After seeing Su-sun, Chu Yoyu waved enthusiastically. She didn't give a bad face because this was a fake brother-in-law, she just wanted this brother-in-law to remove the fake word. Su-sun responded by shouting, "Sister! Someone come help with the vegetables." At that moment, a woman's voice was heard from the kitchen. Soon, a woman in her 30s, still looking attractive, walked out of the kitchen. She was Su-sun's nominal mother-in-law, Tang Xiuli, who was approaching 50 years old, but looked well-maintained and could not be seen at all. "Mom, let me help you pick them." Su-sun volunteered to take on the task. His parents-in-law were very kind to him, so he would often take the initiative to do small things within his abilities. "Oops, is that Su-sun?" No, you just sit down. You can leave these little things to them." Tang Xiuli smiled broadly, pulling Su-sun, who was almost at the kitchen door, back to the sofa and sat her down. Then her face fell, and she glared ferociously at Chu Yoyu, who was standing nearby, and said, "You, go to the kitchen and pick the vegetables for me." Chu Yoyu didn't dare to disagree, just like a little girl who had done something wrong. "You, go and pour Su-sun a glass of water." Tang Xiuli put on a kind smile again, reached out and patted Su-sun's shoulder lightly. "Su-sun, don't worry, the grievances you suffered outside, when you come home, I will definitely help you seek justice." "Mom, I didn't suffer any grievances." Su-sun felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was a fake son-in-law. "I understand, Mom understands everything, you just sit there for now, I'll go cook you something delicious." "Mom, you've worked hard." Not at all. I'm happy to cook something delicious for my son-in-law." Tang Xiuli returned to the kitchen. Su-sun was a little overwhelmed by the excessive kindness. In the past, Tang Xiuli was also very kind to him, but not as exaggerated as now. Could it be that Tang Xiuli found out about what happened yesterday morning? Su-sun felt that it was very likely, and asked Chu Yoyu, who had just returned with a glass of water, "Sister, did you tell Mom and Dad about what happened yesterday morning?" "Well, although Yoyu is my younger sister, I will stand up for what is right. In this case, since you have been hurt, I will tell my parents so that they can teach Yoyu a lesson for you." "No wonder I always felt that something was wrong with Mum today." "You have no idea. Before you arrived, Mum and Dad were scolding Yoyu so much that they almost started a fight if I hadn't stopped them." "Is it that serious?" Su-sun took a sip of water and felt a little sorry for Chu Yoyu. No wonder her face didn't look very good when she first came in the door. But in this matter, Su-sun was unable to help, and he could only say kind words when Chu Yoyu was being scolded. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding, and if it wasn't, it would have been even more serious. Chu Yoyu ate a grape and said, "Su-sun, you should have read Yoyu's virginity certificate, right?" "Read it." "I read it. Forget what happened yesterday morning, it was just a misunderstanding, and Yoyu didn't do anything to let you down." "I know. I'll keep quiet about the fact that you haven't consummated your marriage for now, but I won't keep quiet for long. If you don't want the truth to come out, do what you need to do as soon as possible." Su-sun nodded without saying anything. He didn't know what to say, or what to say. Chu Yoyu glanced at the silent Su-sun and asked, "How is the project preparation going at your company?" "We're working on the server, and it will be officially launched in a month." "That's good. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. We're family, so don't be polite." At the dinner table not long after, Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiuli kept on helping Su Xian with his food. One didn't pay attention, and the bowl was already piled up into a small mountain. Chu Yoyu wanted to eat a piece of steamed spare ribs, but just as he picked it up with his chopsticks, he was fiercely knocked away by Tang Xiaoli. What are you eating? You're not worthy to eat spare ribs? Go eat vegetables. Chu Yoyu pursed her lips, afraid to make a sound. Tang Xiaoli smiled kindly again and said to Su Sun, your father and I already know about what happened to Yoyu yesterday. Although it was a misunderstanding, Yoyu also has unavoidable responsibility. Your parents have disciplined her for you. If you still have any complaints, just let us know. We will support you. We just hope you can give you a chance. She has been spoiled by her mother since she was little, that's why she doesn't know how to behave. Mom, I know it was a misunderstanding. I don't mind, and I don't blame you either. So don't be mad at her anymore. Chapter 24, A Rare Chat. Su Sun, you can't keep spoiling Yoyu anymore. In the future, you have to let her pour tea and water, wash clothes, and cook. When she's tired, let her give you a leg massage and loosen your shoulders. Mom, these things are mutual. It used to be, but not anymore. Who let her make a mistake? You have to punish her for her mistake. Su Sun could only respond with a smile to Tang Xiaoli. Tang Xiaoli's gaze shifted from Su Sun to Chu Yoyu, who was quietly eating with her head bowed. Her kind smile was replaced by a terrifyingly fierce expression. Did you hear what I just said? I heard you. I'll do that from now on. Chu Yoyu looked like a good girl. There was no way around it. A mother will always be a mother. No matter how successful you are outside, when you get home, you have to be submissive, no matter how successful you are. Tang Xiaoli glared at Chu Yoyu again and said, if Su Sun doesn't pursue this matter, you'll see how I'll deal with you. This is the last time, there won't be a next time. Chu Yoyu didn't dare say a word. Su Sun, it's been a long time since you've lived at home, why don't you sleep here tonight? Tang Xiaoli's gaze returned to Su Sun, and his kind and gentle smile returned as well. Su Sun nodded, okay. Ever since agreeing to marry Chu Yoyu, he has slept here for 1 or 2 nights almost every other week or two. This has become a habit. To Su Sun, it is already a normal thing. Xu Jingzhong, who had been silent, took out 2 movie tickets and placed them on the table. These are the tickets we bought by mistake when we went to the movies with your mother last time. It's a new movie and it's quite good, so don't waste them. Su Sun and you go watch it tonight. Chu Yoyu still didn't dare to disagree. Su Sun glanced at the movie tickets on the table. The tickets were purchased 2 hours ago. Ha! It seems that the old couple really went to a lot of trouble for them, and they were even willing to lie. After dinner, Su Sun and Chu Yoyu walked out of the villa to go to the movie. You drive, I don't want to drive. Walking up to the red Porsche, Chu Yoyu handed Su Sun the keys and got into the passenger seat. Su Sun got his driver's license when he was 18 years old, but he had always been short of money, so he had always ridden a small electric moped. Xu Jingzhong and Tang Xiaoli had wanted to give him a car before, and Chu Yoyu had also mentioned it. But Su Sun had refused. He was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. He and Chu Yoyu were a fake couple, and if he got a car because of that, he wouldn't feel comfortable driving it. Starting the Porsche, Su Sun drove out of the residential area with the accelerator floored. On the way to the cinema, Chu Yoyu in the passenger seat leaned against the window with his eyes closed and didn't say a word. Su Sun turned his head and glanced at Chu Yoyu, breaking the silence in the car. Are you in a bad mood? Well, a little. Actually, Mom and Dad are just looking out for your best interests. I know, they've never been this harsh with me before when I've done something wrong. I know they're just afraid that I'll go astray and that we'll be separated, but it just makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Just forget about it. My mom used to scold me all the time, too, but I just let it go in one ear and out the other. Su Sun shrugged with a smile. Chu Yoyu opened his eyes and looked at the brightly lit Star City. He said, I haven't been to your hometown yet. I've always heard you say it's beautiful, and I kind of want to go take a look. Well, not to brag, but my hometown is really beautiful. When you have some free time, you really should go and have a look. Chu Yoyu didn't say anything. He stared ahead for a long time before saying, Su Sun, I don't want to get a divorce anymore. Under the current circumstances, it is indeed better not to get a divorce. He and Chu Yoyu had just had a little conflict, and Xu Jingzhong and Tang Xiaoli would definitely keep a close eye on them for a short period of time. It would be easy to get caught if they got a divorce during this period of time. For Su Sun, it didn't matter if they got a divorce now or after the 2-month agreement expired. He didn't mind the extra 2 months. Xu Youyu looked at Su Sun through the rearview mirror, opened her cherry lips, and wanted to say something, but in the end, she gave up. In fact, she had never wanted a divorce. It was just that ever since she had learned that Zhang Zitao was returning to China, she had become confused and didn't know what to do. They had been married for 2 years by mutual consent, and they would divorce when Zhang Zitao returned. That was Xu Youyu's original plan. The other day when she had proposed a divorce, it was subconsciously following her original plan. But after she had actually proposed a divorce, she realized she didn't want to divorce Su Sun, and even less wanted to break up the current life. Why didn't you let me help you hide what happened yesterday morning? Su Sun was a little curious. They were very close sisters, and Xu Youyu should have kept Xu Youyu's secret. Xu Youyu sighed lightly and replied, "My sister said that I had made a mistake and had to be punished, and that I should learn a lesson. Not telling my parents that the person was Zitao was already the biggest concession I could make. I didn't realize that my sister was so selfless." "Su Sun, do you have someone you like?" Xu Youyu's voice suddenly dropped a lot. Su Sun was dumbfounded by the question. He didn't expect Xu Youyu to ask him such a question. Is it because he is afraid that when the divorce comes, he will be entangled? No, but Youyu, don't worry, I am a person who most respects the spirit of contract, and once the agreed period is up, I will definitely stay away from your world. That's not what I meant. I was just simply curious. We're friends, and even if the agreement period is over, there's no need to deliberately distance ourselves. Xu Youyu felt inexplicably sad. That kind of sadness was the same kind that appeared in her heart when Su Sun said he would stay away from her. Taking a deep breath, Xu Youyu asked again, "According to Jiajiao, your childhood sweetheart is very pretty. Don't you like her?" "How did Jiajiao know?" "She said she saw her in college." "I don't like her." Su Sun was telling the truth. As a young man full of blood and passion, it was natural to like pretty girls, and he couldn't escape it. But that was a physical attraction, and there really wasn't one in his heart. Su Sun's parents were both teachers, and under the influence of his family environment, when he was at school, he was a nerd who just knew how to read all day long. After entering society, he founded a company in pursuit of his dreams, which led to a mess over the past few years. He just wants to work hard to make money now, so where does he have the energy to talk about love? What about you? Don't you like Zhang Zitao very much? You were willing to spend 5 million to marry me just to be with him, but now that he's back, I don't sense that you really like him very much. Su Sun asked the question that had been nagging at him for a long time. Although they were classmates in college, he and Xu Youyu didn't interact much at the time, so he didn't know about the past between Xu Youyu and Zhang Zitao. However, from the things that Xu Youyu did for Zhang Zitao later on, it was completely obvious how important Zhang Zitao was in Xu Youyu's heart. "I no longer like him." This time, Xu Youyu's answer was no longer vague. Instead, it was firm. Chapter 25, A Chance Encounter at the Cinema. It seems that time is really a merciless knife. While feeling emotional, Su Sun felt a burst of relief in his heart. Zhang Zitao is not a good person. Xu Youyu doesn't like him anymore. Even if they are just friends, this is still something to be happy about. After all, no one wants a flower to be stuck in cow dung. Xu Youyu did not refute Su Sun's words. When they arrived at the cinema, Su Sun asked, "Do you like Chinese snacks?" "Like what?" "Duck feet, squid, duck intestines, and so on." "You can't bring anything into the cinema. Just sneak it in, okay?" Su Sun glanced at the shoulder bag on Xu Youyu's shoulder. It was as if Xu Youyu had never done anything bad before, and he said in surprise, "Is that okay?" "Well, have some. Wait here for me, I'll be right back." Su Sun ran to the next street and found the Juawei duck neck that he often visited. Every time a popular movie came out over the years, he would ask him to come along, and over time he became familiar with the place. A single dog understands everything. It was boring to watch a movie alone, so he had to drag another single dog out. When Su Sun returned to the entrance of the movie theater, there was an additional person next to Xu Youyu, a man. It was Zhang Zitao. Su Sun's good mood instantly disappeared. Although Zhang Zitao did not openly target him, and was even polite, he did not like to be around villains. "Mr. Jiang, why are you here?" Su Sun forced a smile and greeted him. Zhang Zitao's smile did not reach his. eyes as he said, I just happened to come to the movies, and I didn't expect to run into Yo-Yu here. But Mr. Su, how do you have time to accompany Yo-Yu to the movies? The implication was that you, a fake person in a marriage of convenience, have no right to accompany Chu Yo-Yu to the movies. Su-sun saw through it but didn't say anything. Just as he was about to explain, Chu Yo-Yu spoke first. My parents asked Su-sun to accompany me. With these words, Jiang Zitao suddenly became an outsider. He had wanted to trick Su-sun and get rid of him, but now he had no right to do so. The young couple had been ordered by their parents to go to the movies. He was just an ordinary friend, so what was he? He should have immediately buggered off, but Jiang Zitao didn't do that. He covered up his embarrassment with a smile and refused to leave. Su-sun was too exhausted to even find anything to say. Chu Yo-Yu had made it very clear, both directly and indirectly, hadn't he? Why didn't he just go? He had some nerve. But Su-sun could only pretend to be stupid. In this kind of situation, no normal person would say anything. After all, he and Jiang Zitao were at least on good terms on the surface, and they had not yet broken up. On the surface, it even looked like their relationship was quite good. Chu Yo-Yu glanced at Jiang Zitao, who had not left. A moment of helplessness. She didn't know what to say. Let's go, the movie is about to start. They walked into the cinema, found the projection room, and the movie had already started. The overcrowded projection room was only illuminated by the faint light from the huge screen, which made it difficult to see. Su-sun looked for a while before finding a seat for him and Chu Yo-Yu. He had thought that Jiang Zitao would finally leave. It turned out that he had simply paid a lot of money to switch seats with a young lady to the left of Chu Yo-Yu, and he even gave it a nice name. It's more interesting to watch together. Mr. Su, can we switch seats? It's easier to get in and out of your side, and I may need to go out and make a phone call later. Jiang Zitao's hypocritical voice reached Su-sun's ear before he could sit down properly. How could Su-sun not see through this petty scheme? Chu Yo-Yu has a habit of instinctively ducking to the right whenever he is scared. Over the past year or so, he has done this every time he encounters a bug. And the horror movie being shown in the projection room, it goes without saying that Jiang Zitao now wants to change seats to the right. However, after all, the other person has a good reason. This makes it difficult for Su-sun to refuse. After all, he and Chu Yo-Yu are not really lovers. It doesn't matter where he sits. Shall he, look, isn't that Su-sun? Lu Kei, who was sitting in the far corner of the upper left-hand corner of the projection room, anxiously reached out and kept gently patting Yu-hee, who was watching the movie attentively next to her. Attracted by Lu Kei's movements, Yu-hee looked in the direction of her finger. The lighting in the projection room was poor, and Yu-hee could not see the face of the person Lu Kei was pointing at, but just by looking at the back, she recognized him as Su-sun at a glance. They had grown up together since childhood, and she knew that person very well. Yu-hee was a little distracted, and the movie she had been enjoying so much lost its charm. She kept staring stupidly at Su-sun. Because, next to Su-sun, she saw a woman. She couldn't see the woman's face clearly either, but from her figure, she could tell that she should be a very pretty woman. Could that person be Chu Yo-Yu? Qingdai is very big, with tens of thousands of people. Yu-hee and Su-sun are not in the same major and are not in the same class. Even if she often goes to Su-sun to hang out, it is very difficult to see Chu Yo-Yu. Even if it is a chance encounter, she will not remember it and will soon forget. That's why Yu-hee still doesn't know what Chu Yo-Yu looks like. Is this what you mean by something important? Something important is to come and watch a movie with another woman? This smelly scum. Lu Kei rolled up her sleeves, got up in a rage and walked towards Su-sun. How dare he bully her best friend like that? If her best friend can put up with it, she can't. Yu-hee hurriedly grabbed Lu Kei in panic and said, Kei, what are you doing? Sit down quickly. Yu-hee, let go of me. Don't worry, I won't beat up that smelly scum. I can't beat him up either, but I'm going to scold him for being a two-timing bastard. I want everyone here to know that he's a heartless man. Kui, calm down, he and I are just friends. How is he a scum? How is he two-timing? How is he heartless? Yui's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lu Kei, instantly extinguishing her temper. She slumped back in her seat. Yes, he. It seems like he's not even with you yet. I'm so angry I'm confused. Yui let out a breath, almost unable to rein in the little cow. If Lu Kei really went up there and yelled at him, she wouldn't know how to face the guy again. Hey! No, little Wawa, even if he wasn't with you, how could he just ditch your candle at dinner and go to the movies with another woman? You're his childhood sweetheart, the woman he's been with the longest, how could he do this to you? Lu Kei got angry again. But this time, she didn't rush over in a huff. Because there really was no reason. She couldn't even find an excuse to say to Su-sun. Yui pursed her lips and said, Kui, you're being unreasonable. What's wrong with childhood sweethearts? Aren't they still friends? Xiao he, there's no love anymore. I helped you, and you're still criticizing me? Lu Kui pretended to be a young wife who was being wronged. Yui took a spicy chicken leg out of her bag and shoved it into Lu Kui's mouth. Lu Kei immediately stopped feeling aggrieved, glared ferociously at Su-sun, and took a big bite of the chicken leg. Little Woe, the woman next to him looks very pretty, is that why he never takes you seriously? Chapter 26, Little Person. Kui, a lot of things are not what they seem. As a friend, he has been very good to me. Lu Kui tilted her head and narrowed her eyes as she looked at Yui, as if she were looking at a strange flower. She couldn't help but reach out a hand and pinch Yui's plump face. Little Wawa, I really admire your love brain. It's a time like this, and you're still defending him? Just keep letting him go, sooner or later someone else will take this piece of meat and eat it, and you'll regret it to death. Yui didn't say anything, quietly clenching her fists. Lu Kei rubbed her shoulder against Yui's again. Yui asked, why? Aren't you going to break them up? You're sick. Yes, I'm sick, all because you're such an idiot. My silly Wawa, this is a horror movie, if you don't stop them, when the scary scene comes up, they'll be stuck together. I don't want to talk to you anymore, I want to watch the movie. Well, if you don't listen to the advice of the old, you'll suffer the consequences. Lu Kei, who liked to babble, finally quieted down. In fact, she had just been very quiet, and she was in the corner, so she didn't disturb anyone. Su-sun in the distance couldn't hear their conversation anymore. Yui said she was watching the movie, but in fact she had lost all interest she had when she first came in. Her eyes kept darting over to Su-sun. Lu Kei, who was sitting next to her, couldn't bear to watch anymore, rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, Yui, I really give up on you. If you want to watch, go ahead and watch, no one is saying anything to you. I don't understand what you're saying. Yui pouted and denied it. Lu Kei looked helpless, are you really not going to stop them? Judging from the pace of the plot, the scary part is coming soon. What do I care? No. Then why are you constantly sneaking glances at them? I won't if you don't. Yui turned his head and looked at the wall to prove his point. But after a while, his eyes stole a glance at Su-sun again. Lu Kei didn't even want to say anything anymore. 10 minutes later, the main characters enter a dilapidated temple. The eerie stone statues, scattered bones everywhere, and the gloomy environment all reveal the horror. Suddenly, a dark figure with long hair and an indistinct face streaks across the screen. The screening room immediately erupts in screams. Almost all horror moviegoers are couples, and most of the girls have taken refuge in the arms of their male counterparts. Chu Yoyu was no exception. She was so scared that she lost her sense of proportion and subconsciously wanted to hide to the right. Jiang Zitao, who was sitting to the right, had an upward-turned mouth that was even harder to suppress than a case. However, as soon as Chu Yoyu's body poked out a little, she reacted and immediately changed direction, hiding to the left and pressing her face against Su-sun's arm. Su-sun was not at all surprised. Chu Yoyu no longer liked Jiang Zitao. This movie was again deliberately arranged for them by Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiuli, with their deterrence. Naturally, Chu Yoyu would be more inclined towards himself. Su Xian just felt that the people in the screening room were making a big deal out of nothing. Horror movies nowadays are no longer the horror movies of the 1980s and 1990s. They are all fake scary spirits and are not scary at all. At least for him, a big man, there is no horror at all. Jiang Zitao, who had opened the champagne early, was secretly grinding his teeth in anger, his veins bulging and his face turning black. He would rather go against his habits and hide behind someone else. It seems, she really likes that kid. Thinking about this, Jiang Zitao's eyes on Su-sun became even more hostile. Fist clenched, he vowed secretly that Su-sun would have to pay a heavy price. Yui, in the upper left corner, looked at Chu Yoyu, who was glued to Su-sun, and her eyes gradually became moist, her white teeth clenching her cherry lips. Xiao He, listen to me, either go after him bravely or give up, don't secretly have a crush on someone like this, otherwise in the end you'll end up with nothing. Lu Kei took a tissue out of her bag and handed it to Yuhi, angry and distressed. Yui covered his eyes with a tissue. I cried because the chicken leg was spicy. Lu Kei shook her head and let out a soft sigh. Get out of here, I'm going to the bathroom. Take the tissue with you, don't cry and ruin your makeup. Yui pretended to be strong and didn't ask for it. Lu Kei pouted, looking helpless. Do you guys want some water? Su-sun, who had been sneaking food like a hamster, was thirsty and was going to go out and buy some water. This movie is fake, and he doesn't like watching it. If it weren't for the fact that he's here to keep Yu company, he would have left a long time ago. I'll have a cup of milk tea. I'm the same as Yu. Okay. Su-sun walked out of the projection room. Jiang Zitao followed him out with the excuse that he needed to go to the bathroom. Inside the women's bathroom, Yui kept clutching the necklace around his chest, and it was a long time before he calmed down. She opened the door and came out of the bathroom, leaning slightly forward to wash her hands with water. Have you remembered everything I just said? As soon as he comes over, you'll stretch out your leg and trip him. Don't worry, Brother Tao, I've got it. Very good, after the job is done, you'll get your share. Thank you, Brother Tao, I won't let you down. From the men's bathroom came the sound of conversations. Yuhi, who was outside, heard them, but she didn't care. She shook the water droplets off her hands, turned around and left the bathroom. Su-sun, who had just bought milk tea, entered the projection room shortly after Yuhi. He came to the row of seats where he was sitting, apologizing as he squeezed his way in. Just as Su-sun was about to reach his seat, he suddenly kicked something, losing his balance and falling forward. The milk tea in his hands flew out in panic. Whether it was a coincidence or an accident, all 3 cups of milk tea, quite coincidentally, landed on Chu Yoyu. The milk tea lids came off in the violent collision, and the 3 cups of milk tea splashed Chu Yoyu directly, drenching him, especially his face, which was splashed with milk tea. President Su, how could you be so careless? Look at what you've done to Yoyu. Yoyu, are you okay? Yoyu, here's some paper, wipe yourself off quickly. Jiang Zitao kept handing Yu paper towels, pretending to be a good guy, without any regard for Su-sun, who was still lying on the ground. Su-sun crawled up in pain, his leg hitting the stool, which was made of iron and causing him to grit his teeth with pain. Jiang Zitao began to remind Yu, both explicitly and implicitly, that this was Su-sun's responsibility, in the hope that Yu would take out his anger on Su-sun. President Su, do you know that Yoyu usually hates dirty things the most? Look at what a mess you've made of Yoyu. How careless of you. President Su apologized to Yoyu quickly. Although you've spilled all your milk tea on Yoyu, you didn't do it on purpose. Yoyu, don't be angry with President Su. The environment here is dark, and President Su didn't want to spill all the milk tea on you. After saying that, Jiang Zitao quietly raised the corners of his mouth, ready to watch the show. He wasn't lying. Chu Yoyu really hated dirty things. In the past, Chu Yoyu liked him so much that he had been angry with him for a long time after he accidentally got mud on him. Now that he has been made so dirty, even if he likes him, it's not his first love anymore. Chu Yoyu will definitely have a major outburst, right? Chapter 27, The Righteous Yuhi. Su-sun didn't explain. Because whether or not he explained, it wouldn't change the fact that he had splashed Chu Yoyu with milk tea. Could it be that he tripped over someone on purpose? Even if that was the case, what would it achieve? Chu Yoyu would still be dirty. Besides, the projection room was poorly lit, so it wasn't necessarily the case that the person who tripped him over did it on purpose. This little incident drew everyone's attention away from the big screen. They almost all decided that Chu Yoyu would explode. After all, in addition to milk tea, there were also many other ingredients on his body, and such a beautiful woman could be said to have been splashed in a miserable way. Some people even began to cast pitying glances at Su-sun. However, the truth is that Chu Yoyu is not angry. She looked at Su-sun with concern and asked, "Are you okay?" Since she was young, she had liked cleanliness very much. But for some reason, she didn't feel angry at all now. Even though her body smelled of milk tea, she was only worried about Su-sun. Chu Yoyu had just seen him hit his foot on the stool. It was an iron stool, so it must have hurt a lot. I'm fine. This ending was unexpected for Su-sun. He had originally thought that even if Chu Yoyu didn't lose her temper with him, she would have a bad expression on her face. Instead, he was very worried about him. It seems that Chu Yoyu's temper is very stable. Su-sun has a new understanding of Chu Yoyu. Over the past year or so, although they have lived under the same roof, they have actually had very little contact. So Sue's son actually doesn't know much about Chu Yoyu. Everyone watching the show around them was dumbfounded. They were all splashed like this. But she's not angry? While they looked at Chu Yoyu with a higher opinion, they also envied Su-sun for his good fortune. To have such a good girl. Yes, even though there were two men standing next to Chu Yoyu, they all agreed that Su-sun was Chu Yoyu's boyfriend, or husband. Jiang Zitao's face turned black. Chu Yoyu clearly loved cleanliness, but now she was so dirty, how could she not be angry? This doesn't make sense. He was Chu Yoyu's first love, and he wasn't even treated like this. What makes this kid so special? Jiang Zitao was at his wit's end. Yoyu, let's just let this go. Mr. Su didn't mean to splash you on purpose. You'll be fine after a wash, even though you're a bit dirty. Jiang Zitao was still not giving up, and was still trying to provoke Chu Yoyu. A person's habits are determined from birth. Chu Yoyu used to be so clean, so how could he suddenly change now? This is obviously very suspicious. This kid must have caught Chu Yoyu doing something, that's why Chu Yoyu isn't angry. Although I don't know what it is, it must be the case. Jiang Zitao was very sure in his heart. That wasn't just the madness of being humiliated, it was also the unwillingness to lose to Su-sun. That's why subconsciously he imagined Su-sun as a dirty person, and forced himself to believe that this was the case. Chu Yoyu looked at Jiang Zitao strangely. She was originally prepared to let this matter pass. Can't you tell? After knowing each other for so many years, this was the first time Chu Yoyu had doubted whether Jiang Zitao was stupid. Don't pretend to be a good person here, do you think you can fool everyone? It was you who deliberately made someone trip over Su-sun. Yuhi, who could no longer bear to watch, stormed out in a rage. She had just realized what she had heard in the bathroom earlier, it was a setup to frame Su-sun. And wasn't the voice coming from the men's bathroom? The bathrooms in cinemas were generally not very big, so Yuhi was sure she hadn't heard it wrong. Yuhi? What are you doing here? Su-sun looked surprised. Star City is a city of tens of millions of people, so it's not hard to imagine how big it is. It's not just any coincidence that they ran into each other here. I came to the movies with Kui, and didn't want to bother anyone, so I didn't say hello. Yui glanced at Su-sun's foot and said, "You've got a bruise on your foot." "It's fine, it's not serious. Remember to buy some liniment and rub it in a bit later." "Okay." Looking at Yuhi, who had suddenly appeared next to her, Chu Yoyu kept carefully examining her from top to bottom. She was so pretty, so she must be Su-sun's childhood sweetheart, right? They looked so good together. Chu Yoyu pursed her lips, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Yuhi was also secretly examining Chu Yoyu. So pretty and rich, she was the perfect example of a white-collar beauty. Yuhi suddenly felt a little inferior. This beauty can eat whatever she wants, but she can't say whatever she wants. When did I deliberately make someone trip over President Su? Do you have any evidence? Jiang Zitao was very panicked, but his face remained calm. This was a forced act. He had no choice but to do it. If Chu Yoyu found out about the plot to get rid of that guy, she would definitely hate him for it. That was a consequence Jiang Zitao could not bear. Yuhi replied, "I heard your conversation with that person in the men's bathroom while I was washing my hands outside. Words alone are not proof, so please produce tangible evidence." Jiang Zitao looked at Chu Yoyu and added, "Yoyu, don't listen to her nonsense. I really didn't do it. I have no grudges against President Su, and I have no reason to do so." Chu Yoyu didn't say anything, quietly watching Yuhi and Jiang Zitao argue. "Yuhi, don't say anything without evidence." Su-sun held Yui back, who still wanted to say something, and then with an apologetic smile, he said to Jiang Zitao, "Mr. Jiang, don't mind her, she probably mistook someone else for you." Su-sun and Yuhi had grown up together since childhood. Who was Yuhi? How would Su-sun not know? Of course he believed Yuhi. With Jiang Zitao's hatred for him, it was no surprise that he could do such a thing. However, there was no proof, and Su-sun didn't want Yuhi to offend anyone. Yuhi, who had been dragged behind him, pinched Su-sun. They knew each other well, and she knew what Su-sun meant, so she wasn't angry. The reason she pinched Su-sun was because of his previous intimate actions with Chu Yoyu, but she was just taking advantage of the situation. Yes, Yuhi was jealous. She didn't say anything, but she needed to let off some steam. It's okay, I can see that this beauty is good friends with you, Mr. Su. She thought you were being bullied, and it's understandable that she would be so impulsive. Jiang Zitao always had that hypocritical, kind smile on his face. Su Sin smiled without saying a word, and felt a dry heave in his heart. If it weren't for the lack of substantial evidence, he would have punched him a set of Wang Baquan long ago. Remember to buy some Huo Luo Yu. He reminded him, and pulled Lu Kei, who had arrived at some point, and left the screening room. Let's go, Kui. Lu Kui was reluctant to leave, she still wanted to finish watching the movie. Such a little episode happened. Su Sun and Chu Youyu could not possibly continue watching the movie, and they also walked out of the projection room afterwards. Jiang Zitao wanted to follow. Chu Youyu glanced back and said, I'm going home, it's getting late, you should go too. Jiang Zitao's smile froze on his face, and he waved awkwardly goodbye. He looked like a clown. Chapter 28, The Strangely Indifferent Chu Youyu. A red Porsche Cayenne sped along the wide asphalt road. General Jiang seems to really like you. That's his business. In the car, Chu Youyu didn't care at all. She pulled out one tissue after another and wiped the dirt off her body. Most of it was actually wiped off, but Chu Youyu was still trying to wipe off as much of the stains as possible. This shows that she really is very clean. Su Sun still finds it incredible that Chu Youyu didn't get angry at that time. If something like this happened to him, the man himself, he would have yelled and cursed. Do you really not like him at all? Su Sun's curiosity got the better of her. He hadn't been in a relationship, but he had seen pigs running around, so hadn't he eaten pork before? She had heard online that people say that first love is the most unforgettable relationship in everyone's life. That's why Su Sun was curious to know if Chu Youyu really didn't like Jiang Zitao at all. They were considered good friends, so it shouldn't be considered too much to ask about something like this, right? Chu Youyu's hand paused as he wiped the stain, and he raised his willowy eyebrows as he looked at Su Sun and asked in return, do you really want me to like him? I didn't mean it like that, I'm just a little curious. Su Sun was hoping that Chu Youyu didn't like that villain Jiang Zitao. If he stuck to someone like that, it would be better for him to be trampled on by a pig. You said before that time is the most ruthless knife in the world. Chu Youyu suddenly lowered her eyes slightly, and her pleasant voice became a little softer. Do you want me to like him? No. Why? You two don't suit each other. What's the reason? There is no reason. A man's sixth sense. Chu Youyu smiled quietly. It was very beautiful, as gorgeous and charming as a flower. Is it, because of what happened at the cinema just now? Why do you say that? Your friend said that Zitao deliberately asked someone to trip you. Did you have any doubts? Did you have any doubts? Su Sun glanced at Chu Youyu, with a glimmer of hope in his heart. Chu Youyu was silent for a moment, and then replied, Zitao is not that kind of person. I grew up with him since childhood, and he is not that dark. Su Sun's heart died completely. Childhood sweethearts are ultimately childhood sweethearts. Expecting Chu Youyu to suspect Jiang Zitao was obviously overthinking. Su Sun smiled a little self-deprecatingly and felt relieved. If Chu Youyu had asked him to suspect you, his answer would be very similar to the current Chu Youyu. Su Sun, you haven't answered my question yet. Chu Youyu seemed to be very interested in the answer that was to come, and he cast a clear look at Su Sun. Su Sun didn't want to lie, but he didn't answer too directly either. I'm the same as you. Su Sun added, but there is no evidence for this matter, so General Jiang must be innocent. Chu Youyu let out a soft sigh and said, I had hoped that you could become good friends. Su Sun smiled but didn't say anything. He understood the principle that having one more friend means having one more way. He wouldn't refuse a friend who came from afar. Unfortunately, Jiang Zitao was not a friend, but an enemy. He was still indiscriminately treated as an enemy. Such a person, who entertains him, must be punished even if he is far away. Before, it was intentional business suppression, and there was nothing to say about it. Su Sun never thought about retaliation. But now they have all started bullying him in reality, and he is not a pushover. He has remembered today's incident. In the future, it is best not to let him catch an opportunity. Su Sun, if something happens between you and Zitao in the future, you must tell me, okay? Chu Youyu looked worried. Su Sun didn't know what was going on either. He had known Chu Youyu for so long, and he had always been very serious. Now, almost instinctively, he cracked a joke. He's your childhood sweetheart, I wouldn't dare. I'm not that kind of person. Shu Yoyu had never been more serious, at least Susun had never seen it before. Whatever happens between you, I will be fair and just. Susun responded to Chu Yoyu with a smile, without outright rejecting him. After all, Chu Yoyu's relationship with Jiang Zitao was there for everyone to see. Could he trust Chu Yoyu? The answer was clearly no. This result made Chu Yoyu feel a little lost, and the feeling of heart blockage that these geniuses appeared to have was now back. However, Chu Yoyu did not blame Susun for not trusting her. She was not the kind of person who would be unreasonable, and she could understand Susun. Was that girl just now your childhood sweetheart? She's very pretty. It's okay. Does she have a boyfriend? No, she's single. Then why didn't you go after her? She's so pretty. It's not good to make a move when you know each other too well. Isn't it better to get to know each other better? Susun was a little puzzled. When did Chu Yoyu become so talkative? Wasn't she always aloof? Although things have improved a lot as they get along better. But, the old Chu Yoyu would never ask such meaningless trivia. Why did it feel like Chu Yoyu had become strange since Jiang Zitao's return? Susun couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to think about it anymore. As for what he likes, he doesn't even have a single thought like that. Apart from being handsome, Susun doesn't think he has any other merits. What does he have to attract Chu Yoyu? His face? Susun doesn't think that Chu Yoyu is a superficial person. Moreover, with Chu Yoyu's own strength and financial resources, there are plenty of guys who are more handsome than him who want to be his friends. It should be that he really thinks of himself as a friend. These are the kinds of trivial things that only friends would talk about. Susun replied seriously, how should I describe my relationship with her? We're not really friends, more like best buddies. We've always gotten along like this since we were kids, so even if she were prettier, it would be hard to turn this into a romantic relationship. I see. Chu Yoyu looked out the car window, pull over up ahead. What's wrong? I need to buy something. Susun brought the Porsche to a halt with one foot on the brake. After Chu Yoyu got out of the car, she probably didn't even notice herself, but the corner of her mouth was upturned. Very quickly. Chu Yoyu came back, carrying a bag in her hand. Your friend asked you to buy some liniment, but you forgot. After sitting down in the passenger seat, Chu Yoyu fastened her seatbelt while handing Susun the bag she was carrying. Thank you. Susun was stunned, a little flattered. It seemed that Chu Yoyu really regarded him as a friend. This friend is not that friend. Chu Yoyu has very few friends, and the people who can become her friends are all people she can trust. Susun had previously regarded their relationship as friends. That was one-sided, but now it's mutual. She should have said something, even if it was just to be a little gentler with her. Chu Yoyu was so charming, her charm had increased by an unknown amount. Susun couldn't imagine what it would be like to be able to make Chu Yoyu completely lose her icy exterior and treat her. It was likely that only Jiang Zitao had experienced that before. Susun suddenly envied Jiang Zitao. Of course, this was the nature of men. He didn't have any improper thoughts about Chu Yoyu. Susun still had a good understanding of himself. With his lack of talent, why would someone like you? It was precisely because of this self-awareness. Even though Susun had lived with Chu Yoyu for more than a year, he had never developed any feelings for Chu Yoyu. Chapter 29 Seducing Susun. Xiao Hihi, I just peeked, the woman who is by Susun's side is very pretty. On a two-way four-lane road, Lu Kei was driving while eating a handful of nuts. The passenger seat was empty, and Yuhi leaned against the window, looking out at the bustling city. After a pause, Yuhi turned his head curiously to look at Lu Kei and asked nervously, Kei, who do you think is prettier, her or me? Her. Lu Kei didn't hesitate for a second. Yuhi pouted his lips as if he were angry, I'm ignoring you. Even if you ignore me, this is the truth, and a good boy shouldn't lie. Lies don't hurt people, but the truth cuts like a knife. Yuhi snuggled down in her seat, looking heartbroken and crying. Lu Kei asked, do you know what's worse about you than her? What? Your face? Your breasts? Your waist? Your legs? Your butt? No, you're not bad at all, if it's just about appearance. Then what's worse about me? You're not as rich as her. Lu Kei looked enviously at Juhi. I just saw her wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on her wrist. This is a luxury item that only the truly rich would wear, which shows that she is a beautiful white-collar woman. Superficial, money is just a material thing. But money is almighty. Lu Kei glanced at Juhi and said deliberately, it seems that your Prince Charming is going to become someone else's. Su Sun doesn't like her either. How do you know? Never mind how I know, but in short, Su Sun doesn't like her. Juhi was very sure. Lu Kei had no doubts. When her best friend was serious, she wasn't lying. Even if what you say is true, I'd like to remind you that men are all animals of the lower body. Just because they don't like it today doesn't mean they won't like it tomorrow. Besides, he's handsome and has money. After a long time, do you think Su Sun can resist? What the hell do I care? We're just ordinary friends. Besides, do you think she's attracted to Su Sun? It's hard to say. Although Su Sun has really annoyed me these past few days, I can't deny that he's quite handsome and has a good temper. Which woman wouldn't be confused? I haven't been close friends with him, otherwise I might even like him. You're the one who's crazy about him, aren't you? I'm not. Juhi denied it, but her heart ached, and she clenched her lips. Lu Kei's words were not without reason. Over time, it is inevitable that feelings will develop. Lu Kei looked at Juhi, who was looking dispirited and disheartened in the rearview mirror, sighed, and advised, Xiao Hihi, I'm really not joking with you. If you like him, go for it, don't hold back. You'll only get worse if you hold back, and in the end you'll end up with nothing. Don't forget, you're both 25 years old now. If he's not in a hurry, his family will be. You don't have much time. But I can't do it. Rarely did Juhi not argue, and with her head bowed, her voice, dominated by fear, had already choked up. Lu Kei shook her head, feeling very helpless. You really can't be blamed for this. It's instinctive for girls to be shy about these kinds of things. I was just like you at first. I also had to cross that chasm before I slowly changed. Everything is fate. It depends on whether you have that fate or not. Juhi didn't say anything in response. They returned to the retro villa. It was already 10 p.m. Su Sun took a shower and then lay down on the soft bed. There was only one bed in the room, and the spare bed sheets and quilts in the closet had long been removed. So the plot of the novel, where they slept on the floor and separately, simply did not exist. For the past year, every time Su Xian returned here, she slept in the same bed as Chu Youyu. There were no rules, it was all based on self-discipline, and the 1-meter-8 wide bed had half the space for each person. Dozens of days and nights had passed like this, and nothing had ever happened that would cross the line. As for rolling over together after falling asleep at night, that was an accident. Chu Youyu wouldn't care, and Su Xian would definitely not care. Sister, this dress. Isn't it a bit too revealing? In the next room, on the bed, Chu Youyu looked at the clothes that Chu Yuyu had carefully prepared for her, blushing with embarrassment. It was a sexy, low-cut, strappy, super short, white dress with lace trim, and it was still translucent. Chu Yuyu laughed, enjoying the excitement. This is the effect I want. If it's not revealing, how can I attract Su San's attention? But, sister, it's late at night, and we're alone together. What if Su San loses control and does something to me? Chu Youyu's face was about to burn, and she wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. Chu Youyu's smile grew even wider. Wouldn't that be a happy ending? Do you know how much my parents and I want to hold our nephew and grandchild? Sister, stop messing around. Hurry up and get me changed into something more decent. Don't you know? Su San and I are getting married for convenience's sake. How can I possibly be with him? Chu Youyu turned around with a puffed-up chest and turned her back on Chu Youyu. Chu Youyu hugged Chu Youyu from behind. Haven't you fallen for Su San? I haven't. You stuttered. Just like when they were kids, Chu Youyu put Chu Youyu in her arms. Youyu, I'm your sister, you can't lie to me, and you shouldn't lie to me either. Su San is a good man, choose him to be your partner for the rest of your life, you will be very happy, trust me. Sister, I'm not ready yet. What's there to prepare? Once the lights are turned off and the clothes are off, it's done, right? Sister, you make it sound so easy. You're 26 years old, but you still haven't even touched a man's hand? How come I haven't seen you do what you said, with the lights off and the clothes off? Chu Youyu was very embarrassed. I didn't have someone I liked back then, otherwise. Otherwise, I would have turned myself into a dish on the table and offered myself up. Sister, you stuttered too. Stupid girl. Chu Yuyu puffed up her lips and reached out to pinch Chu Yoyu's face gently. Yoyu, don't worry, Su Sun won't lose control. Trust my judgment, Su Sun is not that kind of person. Sister, what if you're wrong? Sister never makes mistakes. Chu Yuyu reached out again and gave Chu Yoyu a tap on the forehead. Dare to doubt her? You want a beating. Chu Yoyu covered her forehead, which was hurting from the blow, and said plaintively, since you were so sure that Su Sun will not lose control, then why did you let me wear this kind of clothes? Didn't I just say that? Seduce Su Sun. Su Sun won't do anything to you because he has a conscience, but he is a man, and no man doesn't like pretty girls. The more you seduce his heart, the more slowly he will fall in love with you. In this way, not only can you take your time, but you can also enjoy the happiness of being in love. Isn't that beautiful? Chapter 30, Nosebleed. Sister. Chu Yoyu closed her eyes shyly, her face red and glowing faintly in the bright lights. Chu Yoyu hugged Chu Yoyu, beaming sweetly and swaying gently from side to side. What? I'm your sister, do you think you can lie to me if you don't admit it? And, do you need to hide it from me? I'm the person you're closest to. Even if I really like Su Sun, it's still in the early stages, and it can't withstand the wind and waves, so don't tease me anymore. Okay, I promise I won't tease you anymore. I really can't do anything about you. Hurry up and change your clothes. As long as I feel fine, Su Sun will definitely be fine. Chu Yoyu was helplessly pushed into the bathroom by Chu Yuyu. 1 minute later. The bathroom door opened and Chu Yuyu, dressed in the sexy dress, walked out. She felt dizzy and about to faint, and her body was burning up. Chu Yuyu looked at Chu Yuyu from top to bottom, nodded with satisfaction, and then gave a thumbs up. My sister is really beautiful, Su Sun will definitely be unable to take her eyes off you. Really? Is it that exaggerated? Chu Yoyu walked up to the mirror and looked at her reflection. After just one glance, she screamed in embarrassment and covered her chest with her hands. Why is the skirt? Why is it transparent? It's translucent, it's the trend these days. Chu Yuyu felt that this was normal. Chu Yoyu shook her head to refuse, her resistance was strong. No, I want to change clothes. Chu Yuyu extended her jade fingers and shook her head. No, this skirt was selected by me and my mother together. My mother said that if you dare not wear it, she will break your legs tomorrow. How can Mom do that? Mom is doing this for your own good. You've been married for over a year, and there's still no sign of a baby. Can Mom not be worried? Chu Yoyu lost her temper. Thinking back to the scene during the day when Tang Shioli scolded her, she shuddered with fear and dared not even think about taking off the dress. If she really took it off, even if she didn't get her leg broken, she was sure to get into trouble. Chu Yuyu sighed again and said, Yoyu, don't blame Mom. The reason Mom and Dad didn't agree to you marrying Jiang Zitao back then was because Jiang Zitao's father was not a good person. If the father is no good, how can the son be good? Although they forced you to get married, they are not stupid. They knew you were just going through the motions. But Su Sun is a son-in-law they really like. They approve of him, so there is no need to say anything about who he is. That is why I have been trying to give you two a chance. You'd better behave. If I push you too far, I will take you to the hospital for a checkup, and then everything will be revealed. I know, I've never blamed my parents. It's good to know that my parents have good intentions. It's getting late, go back and keep Su Sun company. Chu Yuyu waved her little hand, signaling that Chu Yoyu could bugger off. Chu Yoyu gritted her teeth in embarrassment and said, Sister, but this shirt. This is really the effect you want. No way, I'm wearing underwear. Who wears underwear to sleep? It's all your fault, you stupid sister, saying that we'd take it slowly. I told you it was Mom's idea. Come on, how could Mom know anything about such fashionable things? Keep the noise down, don't wake your sister. Humph, stupid sister, tomorrow I'll let Mom find you a boyfriend. After leaving Chu Yuyu's room, Chu Yoyu covered her pounding chest and took several deep breaths before pushing open the door to the next room and walking in. Hearing the noise, Su Sun, who was playing with his phone in bed, subconsciously glanced towards the door. When he saw the super sexy dressed Chu Yoyu walk in, he was so excited that he sat up straight. He couldn't help but swallow heavily, his blood boiling all over his body and his body restless. It was late at night, quiet, a lone man and woman, together in the same room. The various buffs were already stacked. And now she was testing him like this. Who could withstand such a test? Susun only felt a rush of air. And then, something warm flowed out of his nostrils. He reached up and touched it. It was blood, a nosebleed. Susun was dumbfounded. I never thought the online memes were true. Well, actually, it's normal. Susun is a young man full of blood and vigor, so how could he resist such temptation? Chu Yoyu is the flower of the finance department. Needless to say, she is very pretty to deserve such a reputation, and now she is dressed like this. How could I not be excited? When I get excited, I get a nosebleed, right? Susun got off the bed, wiping the nosebleed with a tissue while drinking herbal tea. He wanted to soothe the fire, dispel the flames, and extinguish the fire in this way. Since entering the room, Chu Yoyu had kept her eyes lowered, her body stiff as wood, and her face flushed, comparable to the blood flowing from Susun's nostrils. It was the first time since she was a child that she had worn such sexy and revealing clothes in front of a man. The girl's sense of shame made Chu Yoyu want to find a hole to crawl into. Susun, you have a nosebleed. No. It's nothing, I've been a bit on edge lately. Susun was too embarrassed to look at Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu let out a little gasp, immediately lay down on the bed, turned her body sideways to face away from Susun, closed her eyes, and when her vision became dark, she felt much better. Chu Yoyu was very nervous and scared at the moment. She was afraid that Susun would lose control of himself and pounce on her like a hungry wolf. In addition to being nervous and scared, Chu Yoyu also couldn't deny it. Deep down inside, she had a slight expectation. Even though she liked Zhang Zitao so much before, she had never had this kind of wonderful fluttering feeling. Chu Yoyu curled up in shame. Susun turned off the lights and took the initiative to make the beautiful Chu Yoyu disappear in front of him. Out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise, it would be too difficult. In fact, Susun could give up resistance and completely release his primitive desires. Here, even if Chu Yoyu resisted, no one would stop them, and they would even be happy for them to do so. Afterwards, with Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiuli there, Chu Yoyu could do nothing with him. But Susun would not do that. He was a man of conscience, and he could not do something like force himself on someone. A strange atmosphere filled the quiet room, making Susun and Chu Yoyu both feel very uncomfortable. Finally, Chu Yoyu, who could not stand it anymore, spoke very quietly. Susun, my mom said. Let's go hiking this weekend. Chu Yoyu added, I can't refuse. Okay, I understand. Susun readily agreed. Because he had no right to refuse, it was all written in the agreement when Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiuli asked them to do something. As long as Chu Yoyu could refuse them. Susun could not refuse Chu Yoyu. Can I ask your childhood friend to go with us? Why? Susun was puzzled. Would my parents agree to us bringing someone along? It's fine as long as they don't know. I want to get to know your childhood friend. Why do you want to get to know her? No reason, I just think she's a bit different and want to be friends with her. Is that so? Okay, I'll ask tomorrow and see if she'll go. Chapter 31. Remember to wear black silk to please my eyes. This night, Su Xian slept very soundly, and slept until dawn. The first ray of sunlight in the morning refracted through the window and shone on Su Xian's face. Su Xian raised his eyebrows and slowly opened his eyes. The glare of the warm sun made him instinctively turn his head to the other side. In a daze, he vaguely saw a pretty face. Susun's eyes widened suddenly, and all the sleepiness disappeared in an instant. It was Chu Yoyu. At the moment, her face was pressed against his arm, sleeping quietly, like the legendary Sleeping Beauty, beautiful beyond compare. Susun looked up and saw that Chu Yoyu had crossed the line and come over to his side. It seems that when he fell asleep last night, his body instinctively rolled over. Susun did not wake Chu Yoyu, and looked at the sleeping Chu Yoyu in a somewhat mesmerized manner. She was really beautiful. Such a flower, in the future, he did not know where it would be stuck. Susun was purely admiring her, without any ulterior motives. He still knew what kind of woman would look at him. He had no money, no ability, at least not yet, so what could Chu Yoyu possibly see in him? Does she like him because he's good-looking? Susun doesn't think that Chu Yoyu, a lady of the upper class, would be so shallow as to judge a person based on their appearance alone. You have to understand that the true second-generation rich are not the kind of people who just eat, drink, and play all day long, like the useless people you see on the internet. The true second-generation rich have received a high-quality education since childhood, and they are not comparable to ordinary people. Just as Su Sun was lost in thought, Chu Yoyu suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and the two of them froze like this, staring at each other, as if even the air had frozen. It lasted for 10 whole seconds. It was only after 10 seconds that Chu Yoyu withdrew his gaze, his eyelids lowered, and a blush quickly spread over his delicate, white face. Su Sun, smiling awkwardly, quickly separated from Chu Yoyu. Good morning. Good morning. After breakfast, Chu Yoyu drove Su Sun to the office. Here. Su Sun had just sat down in the office when Yu He walked in and placed a red bag on the desk. Su Sun asked, "What is this?" "It's a bottle of Hualu oil. I know you won't buy it because you've always been like this since you were little, and you don't care about minor injuries. You still know me." Su Sun took the red bag and looked at the inside, "But someone already bought it for me." "Who?" "Chu Yoyu." "Chu Yoyu?" Yu He looked surprised. "Why would she buy you?" "Maybe she has a better memory than me and saw that I forgot." "Is it really that simple?" Yu He looked at Su Sun suspiciously. "She's not falling for you, is she?" Su Sun didn't react at all. She opened the Huayu that Yu He had bought and rubbed the bruise on her leg while asking in return, "Do you think she could fancy me?" "I've already bought it, so I might as well rub it in." Su Sun is not someone who likes to waste things. Yu He nodded. "That's right. If I can't fancy you, how could Chu Yoyu fancy you?" Su Sun narrowed her eyes and stared at Yu He, saying, "Can't you say it in a more tactful way?" "I'm a straight shooter, I say whatever I think, I never beat around the bush." "You'll never get married this way." Su Sun was joking. Yu He gave Su Sun a cold stare, then looked up confidently and said, "If I want to, I can get married the next second." Su Sun had no doubt that Yu He really had the ability to do so. "Then why are you still single?" "None of your business. I like being single, so what?" With that, Yu He turned around and walked towards the office door, her smile disappearing in an instant. Su Sun called out, "Wait." "What?" "Don't be in such a hurry, I have something to tell you." Yu He sat down opposite Su Sun, crossed her long legs, leaned over and took off her high heels, rubbing her feet gently with her hands, which had been squeezed a little by the heels. Su Sun peeked over and saw that they looked very good. He teased her, saying, "Do you need me to rub them for you? Get out of here. Just say what you want to say and get it over with. Chu Yoyu invites you to go hiking together this weekend." "You and Chu Yoyu are going hiking this weekend?" Su Sun replied helplessly, "It's what her parents want." "And last night when you went to the movies?" Su Sun nodded. "I see. I told you there was no way Chu Yoyu would go to the movies with you." Yu He frowned in puzzlement. "You're going hiking, but why did Chu Yoyu invite me?" "She said you're different and wants to be friends." "Is that all?" "Well, that's what she said." "Are you going?" "Of course I am. I'm free at the weekend anyway." "Then it's settled. I'll let you know the time and place later." Su Sun turned on the computer and looked at the documents. Yu He was still rubbing his feet in the office and had not gone out. Su Sun glanced at Yu He and sniffed hard, deliberately saying, "Do you smell a smell?" "What smell?" "The smell of snail noodles." Yu He, who had reacted, glared at Su Sun fiercely, then confidently put his little feet on the desk and smiled very narcissistically. "A fairy's feet don't stink." "Are you a fairy?" Su Xian reached out and tickled Yu He's little feet. Yu He's feet retracted as if she had been electrocuted. She was very dissatisfied and said, "Why can't I be one? Am I not pretty enough?" "A fairy isn't just good looking." Su Xian thought for a moment, resting her chin in her hand, and said, "You also have to be dignified and stable like Chu Yoyu." "So what you're saying is, Chu Yoyu is a fairy?" "Not really, but she definitely has to be a little more ethereal than you, who are so carefree. She may be a fairy, but she's got nothing to do with you. At least I can make you look good. After all, once the period of your agreement is over, you may never see each other again." "You've got a point. Remember to wear black stockings tomorrow so I can feast my eyes on them. Such beautiful legs, it'd be a shame not to wear black stockings. You're quite ugly, but you think pretty beautifully." Yu He put aside his playful mood and asked, "Was the man at the cinema yesterday Jiang Zitao?" "How did you know?" "I could tell from his petty behavior." "So last night was really him who deliberately asked someone to trip me?" Nonsense, since I was little, when have I ever lied to you? Yuhi looked curious. Did Chu Yoyu believe what I said last night? Of course not. After all, Jiang Zitao is Chu Yoyu's childhood friend, just like us. If someone said bad things about you in front of me, I definitely wouldn't believe them. Susan rested his hands behind his head and, with the help of the elasticity of the chair, gently swayed. Yui laughed teasingly and said, if someone said bad things about you to me, I would believe them. Why? Because you're not a good person. Chapter 32. Have you had dinner yet? Morning. Su Sun had an appointment with Lu Zua. He had not properly thanked him for the last investment. Although they were good friends, Lu Zua had said on WeChat that there was no need to be so polite. But one thing was one thing and another, and thanks were still in order. Lu Zua, over here. A slightly chubby boy walked in from outside the restaurant. Su Sun, who was sitting at the window seat, waved his hand immediately. He was Lu Zua. Su Sun, we're all brothers here, and I told you not to be so polite, you're being too formal. Lu Zua sat down opposite Su Sun, and in the hot summer, beads of sweat were dripping from his face. Su Sun pushed a tissue towards Lu Zua and laughed, saying, brothers are brothers, and thanks are thanks, these are two separate things, and I'm not being polite with you either. If I really were, I'd give you a red envelope. Su Sun, if you really dare to do this, let me tell you, I will get angry with you on the spot. You don't say, I was waiting for you to ask me for a red envelope and scold you, and I even thought of what to say, but you never asked. I knew it was like this, so I didn't dare to ask you, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The hearty laughter of the two men spread throughout the restaurant, attracting a lot of attention. This was how Su Sun and Lu Zua got along, they both liked to joke around. It was like this in college, and it's still like this after graduation. It's never changed. Order whatever you want, and I'll pay for the whole meal. Su Sun puts the menu in front of Lu Zua. So generous? I feel bad if I don't rip you off today. Lu Zua picks up a pen and casually marks down a few homestyle dishes on the menu, then hands it to the waiter. How's it going? Has your company's financial crisis been resolved? Thanks to you, not only has the economic crisis been resolved, but I now have a little extra money in my pocket. So, won't your company's project be launched soon? We're working on the server, preheating it, and pulling ads. It should be ready in a month or so. Su Sun, when your company's game goes online, be sure to give me a super account. I've always been crushed by others when playing games, but now I want to crush back. That's easy. Su Sun poured a cup of tea for Lu Zua. How about you? Any recent improvements? Lu Zua leaned back in his chair in frustration and sighed. What improvement could I possibly have? I'm still the same old yes man. My father said that I won't be able to take over the company until I've followed him around for 5 or 7 years. It's actually pretty good to have someone to look up to. Look at me, I've got no one to look up to, that's why I'm in such a mess. But you don't have to look over anyone's shoulder. You're the boss, you can do whatever you want. No one will dare to tell you off if you make a mistake. It's hard being the boss. That's true. Lu Zua looked at Su Sun curiously. By the way, Su Sun, when did you become so close to Chu Yoyu? In college, you were in the same class for 4 years, and you never spoke to each other, did you? How do you know I'm close to Chu Yoyu? The marriage contract with Chu Yoyu. Su Sun didn't know about Chu Yoyu's side of the story. But on his side, he only told you he. First, it was written in the agreement that they could not casually tell others about their marriage. Second, for such a fake thing, no one would want to take the initiative to tell others, right? Now how did Lu Zua know that he and Chu Yoyu were close? Last time, I saw you two laughing and talking together outside, but I was busy and didn't go up to say hi to you. Lu Zua's eyes avoided meeting Su Sun's. It was a small change that was hard to notice without careful observation. Su Sun didn't see it, and he nodded, so that's it. You're dating Chu Yoyu? Lu Zua looked like a gossip. Su Sun was amused and replied, how could that be? Do you think a beautiful girl like her could like me? That's hard to say, you're the handsomest guy in our class. Chu Yoyu isn't that shallow. So how did you get so close to her? Hurry up and tell me, you're killing me. It's nothing, just a little business contact. Lu Zua looked at Su Sun like he was an idiot. Do I look like a 3-year-old to you? Lu Zua was unsure again. Are you courting her? No. Then is she courting you? That's even less likely. I already said it's just some business contact. Lu Zuo rolled his eyes, not buying it. Forget it, everyone has their own privacy. If you don't want to say, just don't say it. There's a class reunion next weekend, don't forget to come, you can bring friends and family. Okay, I got it. You go tell Chu Yoyu that for me. Why do I have to tell her? You're familiar with her. That night, Su Sun returned to the villa and saw Chu Yoyu's high heels on the shoe rack. It seems that he is the only one home tonight. Su Xian casually cooked some food for dinner. He took a bottle of fatty happy water out of the refrigerator, sat down at the table, and was about to eat when his phone suddenly rang on the side table. Su Xian picked up the phone and looked at it. It was a WeChat friend with a cute kitten avatar that had sent a message. His note to this WeChat friend was, Chu Yoyu. Have you had dinner yet? Looking at the message on the phone screen, Su Sun was puzzled. What did Chu Yoyu mean? He had been a WeChat friend for over a year, but before, when he didn't come home at night, he had never sent him such a caring message. Did he send it to the wrong person? Just as Su Sun was at his wit's end, the phone rang again. The person who sent the message was still Chu Yoyu. Sorry, I sent it to the wrong person. It's okay. All the mysteries in Su Sun's heart suddenly disappeared, and he felt much more relaxed. It really was the wrong person. The only person who could send a caring message from Chu Yoyu would be Jiang Zitao, right? Although Chu Yoyu didn't like him anymore, after all, they had the bond of childhood friends, and it was only natural that he would often think about him. Su Sun was about to put down his phone and continue eating. But then Chu Yoyu sent a third message. Have you eaten dinner yet? This should be a polite greeting from Chu Yoyu after sending the wrong message and feeling embarrassed. Su Xian kept his finger tapping on the screen of the phone and replied, I'm just about to eat. What about you? I haven't eaten. Why haven't you eaten at this hour? I don't have any food. Su Xian was very confused when he read the message Chu Yoyu had sent back. What did he mean by I don't have any food? The president of a listed company would have no food to eat? I don't feel well today, and I vomit every time I eat something from outside. I dare not eat anymore now. You should be busy all the time, eating irregularly, and you're starving. But you also had low blood sugar last time, so it's best to eat a little more or less. The hygiene of things from outside is not guaranteed, and I vomit after eating, so I don't want to eat. Chapter 33 Self-Deception. The hygiene conditions are really bad these days, and there are a lot of pre-made meals. Why don't I bring you some food? That's too much trouble, isn't it? No trouble at all. I'll be free in the evening anyway, so I might as well go for a walk. Thanks. You're welcome. Su Sun put down the phone and ate his meal with a big appetite. After he finished, he was going to cook dinner for Chu Yoyu. Su Sun was always a good friend to his friends. Of course, a large part of the reason is the 5 million that Chu Yoyu gave him. Although Su Sun deserves it, with so much money, he doesn't feel at ease taking it if he doesn't treat Chu Yoyu well. In a high-rise building in Xingcheng, Chu Yoyu's hand holding the phone was trembling slightly. This was the first time she had done something like this since she was a child, and she was so nervous that even her breathing had become rapid. How is it going, Yoyu? Did Su Sun say he'd bring you dinner? The other phone, which was on Su Sun's desk, then came the confident voice of Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu stuttered back, yes, he did. I knew Su Sun would do this. Sister, how did you know? Because Su Sun is a nice person. Even if you didn't ask him to help, he would definitely help you on his own initiative after he knew you were in trouble. You can't go wrong with the man I've set my sights on. Chu Yoyu's voice was very pleased. Yoyu, we can now move on to the next step. Go and get someone to break the light in your office, and then go and get a lamp that doesn't shine too brightly. The office can't be too dark, but it also can't be too bright. When Su Sun comes over, you can use the reason that you're afraid of the dark to ask Su Sun to stay with you. Sister, is it not very good to lie like this? Chu Yoyu was in a difficult situation. She didn't like lying. Especially when it's about something like this. Are you stupid? Is this lying? This is helping you woo Su Sun. But, sis, even if I really like Su Sun, I don't want to be with him this way. Love can be open and aboveboard, or it can be despicable and shameless. So don't feel pressured. From now on, I'll be your military strategist, and you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll tell mom and dad about your arranged marriage. Sister, how can you do this? Who says I don't want Su Sun as my brother-in-law? I don't want to talk to you anymore, I'm hanging up. Suit yourself, I'll just look at the results. If I'm not satisfied with the results, don't blame me for not remembering our sisterly love. After saying this, Shu Yuyu hung up the phone. Shu Yoyu's face turned red, and after closing her eyes and thinking for a moment, she picked up the landline on her desk. She cooked a meal and packed it in a lunchbox. Su Sun asked Shu Yuyu for the company address. He walked out of the villa and rode his small electric bicycle away. 20 minutes later, Su Sun arrived at the foot of a 200-meter-high building. While waiting for the elevator, he met Jiang Zitao, who was dressed in a suit and polished his hair with hair gel. It was obvious that he had made a special effort to look good. President Su? Why are you here? Jiang Zitao frowned, too lazy to pretend, and did not smile politely as he had before. Su Sun treated him in the same way he had been treated, and likewise did not give Jiang Zitao a good look. General Jiang, is there a problem? I can't come here? Jiang Zitao looked at the insulated lunchbox in Su Sun's hand. Are you here to deliver dinner to Yu? Is General Jiang here for the same reason? Jiang Zitao sneered. I only know how to take Yu to a 5-star hotel for dinner, and I won't do something as bad as you, Su, and cook something that's not only bad but also nutritionally lacking. Yu said that the food outside is not hygienic, she can't get used to it, and she vomits whenever she eats it. Home-cooked food is tastier and cleaner. That's because Yu hasn't been to the 5-star hotel that I've specially and carefully chosen for her, and that's why she has this wrong idea. Jiang Zitao put his hands in his pockets, looking determined, and said, President Su, please go back, so that you don't have to deal with Yu not eating your food later, which would just be embarrassing. What home-cooked food can compare to the food at a 5-star hotel? It must be because this kid is so persistent that you let him deliver the food here, right? Jiang Zitao was full of confidence, and he was sure to slap Su Sun in the face later. Even if Chu Yoyu has a crush on him, so what? He has the shackles of his first love, isn't that stronger than this little crush of yours? President Jiang, this is what I want to say to you too. Whether Chu Yoyu would choose his home cooking or the food from the 5-star hotel, Su Sun didn't know. He didn't have confidence in himself either. But even if he doesn't, he can't lose to Jiang Zitao in terms of momentum. Even if he might get his face slapped later. But that's something for later. Right now, he just wants Jiang Zitao to feel as bad as if he had eaten shit. We'll see. The elevator has arrived. Do you want to go together? Together. Su Sun and Jiang Zitao took the elevator together. Shu Yoyu's beautiful female assistant had been waiting at the elevator door for a long time. When the elevator door opened, she saw two people, one of whom she knew and had met several times, but the person Shu always wanted to meet was not him. The pretty assistant was a little confused, but she didn't say anything, and led Su Sun and Jiang Zitao to Chu Yoyu's office. Why are you here? Chu Yoyu in the office was very confused when she saw Jiang Zitao walk in. Shouldn't Su Sun be here? Why is he here too? Jiang Zitao laughed and said, I was just passing by, so I stopped by to see Yoyu. In the future, if you want to come over, let me know first. This is a company after all. Seeing Su Sun enter behind him, Shu Yoyu felt a little angry. She and Jiang Zitao were friends, or childhood sweethearts, and in theory, Jiang Zitao coming to see her, even if he didn't say anything in advance, it was nothing. But Shu Yoyu was inexplicably uncomfortable right now. I remember. Jiang Zitao wore a flattering smile, which looked a lot like a dog licking, and even more like a clown. It's still warm, eat it while it's hot. Su Sun put the insulated lunchbox in front of Chu Yoyu. A faint smile appeared on Chu Yoyu's unsightly face, thank you. Seeing this scene, Jiang Zitao's face turned pale with anger, and he silently clenched his fists. In the past, when he had not yet gone abroad, even if Chu Yoyu appeared when he was in a bad mood, it would not have made a difference. Now, what right does this kid have to make such a big difference in Chu Yoyu? It's obvious that there's only a little bit of fondness, and he was her first love. Or is all of this just an act by Chu Yoyu? Chu Yoyu doesn't even like that kid? Has it always been that she likes herself? Is she just using that kid as a springboard to anger herself? Yes, that's it, it must be. Even if Chu Yoyu said she didn't, she must have been holding a grudge in her heart about the fact that I went abroad. That's why he used this kid to get back at himself. No wonder habits that have been cultivated since childhood can change again and again. When he thought about this, Jiang Zitao let out a relieved breath, and all his negative emotions disappeared. Just now, when he looked at Su Sun, he still felt anger and hatred, and his teeth were clenched. Now, there was only contempt. That was the contempt of looking at a clown. Chapter 34. Su Sun can just stay here with me. I've booked a private room at the Soho Hotel and reserved a chef from the FA Kingdom. This chef is very hard to get, so how about you try Su's home cooking next time? Sorry, I don't feel well today and can't eat outside food. The chef from the FA Kingdom will cook in front of us and we'll eat as it's prepared. It's different from normal outside food. I still have things to do, so I can't get away. Xu Youyu opened the thermos lunchbox that Su Sun had brought and ate the food inside in small bites. Jiang Zitao was not disheartened, let alone discouraged. Ever since he had figured it out just now, he had only found Xu Youyu's revenge particularly endearing. Eating home-cooked food is just that, a stepping stone, and he was not narrow-minded enough to hold a grudge against the boy. Why isn't the light on? Don't you feel the light is dim? Su Sun looked around the office. It was very spacious, about the size of a normal living room. However, it was only illuminated by a weak little lamp, and his vision was barely clear. It was just this hazy feeling that made him uncomfortable. Except when he slept, Su Sun usually liked it bright. The lamp is broken. Why hasn't someone come to fix it? The maintenance engineer is off work. Su Sun felt incredibly strange. How come a company this big doesn't have an electrician on call 24/7? Aren't they afraid of accidents? Or is this the case in every big company? Su Sun didn't know, he had never worked in a big company. As for his small company, there was no need for an electrician to be on call at all times. Jiang Zitao immediately took the opportunity to be attentive. Yu, I know you're afraid of the dark, it's okay, don't be afraid, I'll be here with you all the time. Thanks, but no thanks. Having Su Sun here is enough. Su Sun and I are going the same way, but you're not. It's more appropriate for Su Sun to stay. As long as I can be with you, Yu, it doesn't matter if it's the same way or not. Su Sun was covered in goosebumps from the sentimentality. This Jiang Zitao is a natural-born dog licker, isn't he? Is he really that good at licking? Su Sun suddenly became curious. When Jiang Zitao had not yet left the country, did he look like this when licking dogs? If so, at that time, Xu Youyu clearly liked Jiang Zitao, so why had they never been together? Moreover, President Su must be very busy, right? How could he find the time to stay and keep you company? President Su and you are only married for convenience, and you have your own lives. Jiang Zitao was reminding Su Sun, both implicitly and explicitly. He and Xu Youyu are not really husband and wife, so they shouldn't have any thoughts like that. How could a toad possibly eat swan meat? Xu Youyu looked at Su Sun, a little nervous. Su Sun, do you have time? Yes, who says I don't have time? I have plenty of time right now. Su Sun said provocatively, General Jiang, you go back, I'll stay here with Youyu. After all, I live with Youyu, which is more convenient than with you. If it were before, Su Sun might have given up the space. But now, he would do everything he could to make Jiang Zitao sick, even if it meant hurting the enemy 1,000 and injuring himself 800. His revenge on him has been transferred to real life. Do you still expect him to be as polite as before? Su Sun is not a soft persimmon, not something you can squeeze whenever you want. Jiang Zitao was so angry that he was at a loss for words. Even though he knew that Su Sun was just a clown, a flame of anger ignited in his heart. A toad, and he really dares to covet the swan? Zitao, it's getting late, you should go back. Su Sun and I are only married in name, he is more suitable to stay than you. Xu Youyu let out a quiet sigh of relief, and his mood became inexplicably happy. Okay, then I won't bother you, bye. With those words, Jiang Zitao could only leave unwillingly. He wasn't very angry. This was just Xu Youyu taking revenge on him. The deeper the hatred, the deeper the love. He couldn't be happier. What made Jiang Zitao unhappy was that Su Sun, that toad, actually dared to have feelings for Xu Youyu. This was unacceptable to him. Even if Xu Youyu was using Su Sun as a springboard, he still couldn't accept this toad having feelings for Xu Youyu. The glass door opened and closed. The office was left with just Su Sun and Xu Youyu. The air was quiet. Soon, the strange atmosphere returned. Xu Youyu was particularly uncomfortable and broke the silence by asking, why are you both here together? Susun sat down on the sofa next to him and said, "We met while waiting for the elevator. You are now." Chu Yoyu hung his head in guilt. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you have an enemy. You don't need to apologize. This has nothing to do with you. I took your money and married you. Since I chose this path, I should have faced all the difficulties along the way. I can't blame anyone but you. Susun doesn't care at all, and I'm not afraid of having many enemies. If there are no enemies in life to serve as a sharpening stone, how can one become outstanding?" He's not pretending to be indifferent. This is just his personality. He doesn't stir up trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. Chu Yoyu watched Susun absent-mindedly. This was the first time she had seen such a cheerful, sunny boy. Susun asked, "Did you like the food?" "Yes, it was delicious." "Did your stomach feel uncomfortable?" "No." "Then it must have been something outside that wasn't sanitary." Susun boredly took out his phone to pass the time. Since he had promised to stay with Chu Yoyu, he had no choice but to sit here until Chu Yoyu finished work. After finishing eating, Chu Yoyu quietly began working. In the quiet office, the sound of the mouse and keyboard clicking could be heard from time to time. It was not known how long had passed. Susun got bored and put her phone back in her pocket. Then she got up from the sofa and looked around the large office, tinkering here and there. Chu Yoyu worked seriously the whole time. She took a sip of coffee when she got tired, but never took a break. It was obvious that she was a workaholic. 9 p.m. Chu Yoyu and her pretty assistant finished sorting through the files and prepared to go to the meeting. Before leaving, Chu Yoyu told Susun, "Susun, after the meeting, you can go home. Just wait a little while." "It's okay, you go ahead. If you're bored, you can play with the computer for a while." After saying this, Chu Yoyu and his pretty assistant walked out of the office. Susun's mouth was wide open in shock. As the president, Chu Yoyu must have important company documents on his computer. Just letting him play with it so freely, aren't you afraid he'll steal them? Does Chu Yoyu trust his friends that much? Those are important documents from a listed company. Susun didn't bother to be polite, walked over to the desk, and sat down in Chu Yoyu's seat. It smelled nice, with the lingering scent of Chu Yoyu on the chair. Susun's phone had run out of battery, which was pretty boring. So she wanted to use the computer to kill some time. Chapter 35, The Real Side of Chu Yoyu. She turned on the computer. On the desktop, Susun saw a folder called Study Materials, and her blood immediately boiled. Many people have folders like Study Materials on their computers. It goes without saying what it is for. What surprised Su Xian was that an iceberg beauty like Chu Yoyu would actually have such a folder. It turns out that everyone is unable to resist desire. Even the cold and aloof Chu Yoyu is the same. Su Xian was a little curious. He wanted to know what Chu Yoyu was studying. However, his conscience as a person made him forcibly move his hand away from the mouse. The contents of the folder are Chu Yoyu's private affairs. It's not good to peek inside. After a struggle, Susun finally opened the folder. When he saw the folder, what was inside? And did it matter? Besides, Chu Yoyu had given him permission, and he hadn't said anything about not being able to look, so it couldn't be considered spying on Chu Yoyu's privacy. Susun has always had the heart of an apprentice. Only by constantly learning various kinds of knowledge can he continue to improve. However, a scene appeared on the computer screen. It made Susun very disappointed. It wasn't the content he had imagined learning. Instead, it was some notes and explanations about corporate management. It seems that he wanted to defile it. Susun couldn't help but bitterly smile. He said it, right? How could Chu Yoyu, a cold and arrogant person like that, possibly learn that kind of knowledge? He swiped through short videos and browsed forums. Susun propped his face in one hand while dragging the mouse with the other to change the desktop background. The lighting in the office was too dark, and the computer's desktop wallpaper was too bright, causing it to be very dazzling. He wanted to change it to a desktop wallpaper that matched the office environment, and then change it back later when he wasn't playing. While selecting pictures in the gallery, Susun accidentally saw Chu Yoyu's selfie. This aroused his keen interest, and subconsciously he clicked into the gallery. Inside the gallery, there were many photos of Chu Yoyu, taken in various locations. He scrolled down for a long time, but still hadn't reached the end. Susun roughly scanned the photos a few times and discovered something unusual. In each photo, Chu Yoyu was smiling as beautifully and charmingly as a flower, and was posing in various ways. Over the past year or so, Su-sun had never seen this before. In normal times, Chu Yoyu rarely speaks, hardly ever smiles, and is certainly not as lively and cheerful as in the photos. If I'm not wrong, this is the real side of Chu Yoyu, isn't it? No aloofness, no taciturnity, no formality. The real her, who loves to laugh and play, and has the innocence of a little girl. It seems that I haven't been friends with Chu Yoyu long enough. That's why I haven't seen the real Chu Yoyu. Su-sun shrugged his shoulders, not feeling anything. There. Friendship was never deep, so it's not unusual that he hasn't seen her. Is it pretty? Suddenly a voice broke the tranquility in the office. Su-sun was startled and quickly cast his gaze in the direction of the sound. It was Chu Yoyu. In the dim light, her pale face was like a beacon in the darkness, especially eye-catching. Su-sun awkwardly stared at his toes. When did Chu Yoyu come back? And how did she come up to him without him noticing? Chu Yoyu seemed to sense Su-sun's confusion and explained, I finished work and changed my shoes. Su-sun then noticed that the 10-centimeter high heels on Chu Yoyu's feet had now turned into a pair of fluffy indoor slippers. No wonder she had appeared without a sound. Oh, really? Ha ha ha. I didn't notice you come in. Su-sun scratched his head awkwardly, stood up from Chu Yoyu's position, and his head was buzzing. For a moment, he was a little overwhelmed. Chu Yoyu was not angry. Looking at his selfies on the computer, he asked, do you think these photos are okay? Yes, they're very nice. Thank you. That. You're off work, so I'll go first. Su-sun now just wanted to escape from Chu Yoyu's sight as soon as possible. Just looking at the photos was enough, but he was caught in the act, so how could he not be embarrassed? Every second spent with Chu Yoyu now was an ordeal. Wait. Chu Yoyu shouted, I'll go back with you. Aren't you staying at the company tonight? The light is broken, so I'm not staying tonight. What? Do you usually sleep in the office? Chu Yoyu nodded and pointed his finger at the sofa where Su-sun had been sitting. I used to sleep there when I didn't go back. I thought you had a separate room for yourself at the company. Chu Yoyu is the president, so he can afford it. Su-sun turned his head and glanced at the sofa where he had been sitting. No wonder there was a sofa in the office, and it was still placed in such a remote location. No wonder there was a nice fragrance on the sofa. Wait a moment, I'll change my shoes. Su-sun pursed his lips. Chu Yoyu had already said that, so he couldn't just leave alone. But this was awkward. After leaving the office, Chu Yoyu didn't go to the parking lot but walked out of the building with Su-sun. Su-sun asked in puzzlement, is your car parked outside? No. Chu Yoyu pursed her lips and asked in return, Su-sun, did you come here on that electric bicycle? Su-sun nodded. Can it carry passengers? I've never ridden on an electric bicycle before. Su-sun, who understood what was going on, twitched the corners of his mouth. It's just a broken electric donkey, what's so good about riding it? He thought of Yu-hee and was afraid that something similar would happen again, so he politely declined, the little electric donkey is not comfortable to ride. It's fine, I just want to try it to see what it's like. It's also dangerous. Su-sun, do you not want me to ride it? Chu Yoyu blinked, quietly looking at Su-sun. Su-sun said helplessly, no, I just felt the need to tell you about this in advance. So can I sit on it? As long as you want. Su-sun found his little electric moped and took out a spare helmet for Chu Yoyu. Since Yui fell the last time, he had deliberately bought a new helmet and kept it in the trunk, and he didn't expect to have a use for it so soon. Chu Yoyu sat on the back seat of the scooter and asked, do I need to hold on to you? That's what it looks like in the videos. No, just grab onto something. The scooter is very stable, as long as you don't move around, you won't fall off. Su-sun told the truth. He could have fooled Chu Yoyu and taken advantage of him, but he didn't. Are you sitting tight? I'll start once you're sitting tight. Su-sun twisted the accelerator, not going very fast, for fear that Chu Yoyu would fall off. If such a golden bird fell and got hurt, he couldn't afford to pay for it. The evening breeze blew against her face, blowing up Chu Yoyu's black hair, making her seem in a good mood, and she revealed a charming smile. Chapter 36 Xinglu Mountain. What do you think? Was it a bad experience? Wasn't the car comfortable? I feel comfortable. I like being in touch with nature. The evening breeze blowing in my face can blow away the tiredness in my body. You're just being swept away by the novelty. Turning into a small road. Suddenly, a large pit appeared in front of them. If they hit it, everyone would be thrown out. Sue Sun's heart tightened, and she immediately squeezed the brakes hard. The small electric bicycle braked sharply, and the sound of the tires rubbing against the ground could be heard. Fortunately, the bicycle braked just as they were about to fall into the pit. However, due to inertia, Chu Yoyu, who had opened his arms to catch the wind, lost his balance and fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, Su Sun was quick-witted and quickly reached out his hand to catch Chu Yoyu. "Are you okay?" Chu Yoyu was still in shock and shook his head dazedly. He waited until the white of Chu Yoyu's face disappeared. Then Su Sun restarted the scooter. "I didn't lie to you, did I? It was really dangerous." Chu Yu didn't say anything, but reached around and put his arms around Su Sun from behind. Su Sun understood Chu Yu. He had been scared just now, and Chu Yu was even more so it was only natural that he would hug him now. A tram whizzed past them. Su Sun was riding a small electric moped, and Chu Yoyu was hugging him from behind. They looked like a loving young couple, and the sweet smell filled the quiet street. "Oh, by the way, Luzwa asked me to tell you that there's a class reunion next weekend." "Okay. You can bring friends and family." The other street. Lu Kei slammed on the brakes and, with a heart full of pain, handed Yuhi a tissue on the passenger seat. "Go ahead and cry." "I don't want to cry." Yuhi stubbornly pushed the tissue away. His face was very pale and his eyes were a little red. Lu Kei stared at Yuhi for a long time and asked, "Xiao Hihi, I don't think you're a coward. You like him, so why, are you afraid to say so?" "I don't like him." Yui turned his head and looked out the window, afraid to look directly at Lu Kei's gaze. Lu Kei, exasperated, reached out and turned Yui's head back, saying seriously, "Xiao, with our relationship, do you really need to deny it? We are best friends, we can't have secrets from each other, and I'm not stupid. What are your feelings for Su Sun? Do you think I can't tell?" Yui lowered his head and didn't argue anymore. Lu Kei pressed, "Tell me, why are you afraid to tell him that you like him? Is it just pure shyness?" Yuhi remained silent. Lu Kei picked up her phone and pretended to send a message to Su Sun. "You won't say it, will you? Then I'll send Su Sun a message right now, telling him that you like him. You're really annoying. You like him but you're afraid to say it, so I'll say it for you." "No." Yuhi panicked and quickly took the phone from Lu Kei's hands. "Then why are you doing this? Looking at you like this, so sad, it makes me feel bad." Yui's eyes filled with a layer of mist, and she choked, saying, "I'm afraid that if he finds out, we won't even be able to be friends anymore." "How will you know if you don't try? What if he likes you too?" Yui shook her head. "He doesn't like me." "Why do you think that? He has always treated me as a good friend. If he liked me, he would have already asked me out. Could it be that he is even better at hiding his feelings than you are?" "No. In high school, he liked a girl and chased after her for almost half a year, until there was no hope left and he gave up. If he likes someone, he won't hide it." "Is that so?" Lu Kei felt awkward, then angry, and indignant. She said, "Su Sun is such an asshole, not liking such a pretty and beautiful girl like you, and going after someone else? Xiao Hihi, you just got too close to him, that's why he doesn't feel your good qualities. From now on, you have to stay away from him. Only when someone loses something will they know how to regret it. It's useless. I've tried ignoring him, but every time he'll think he's done something wrong. After I apologize, he'll even ignore me back. Sigh, you guys are really annoying." Lu Kei scratched her hair in frustration. "Xiao Hihi, who do you like? Why do you have to like someone who doesn't like you?" Yui bit her lip and lowered her head without saying a word. Saturday. Su Sun and Chu Yoyu left early in the morning. Today they were climbing Xinglu Mountain, the famous mountain in Xincheng. When they arrived at the foot of Xinglu Mountain and got out of the car, they saw Yuhi from afar at the ticket inspection point in the scenic area. She was wearing a pink tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt and loose-fitting white pants today. Her hair was worn in big waves, loose and wild, and she didn't show her shoulders or belly button like the other girls, so she looked rather conservative. Yuhi herself was also a rather conservative girl. Chu Yoyu's attire was similar to Yuhi's, except for the different colors. The only difference was that Chu Yoyu was wearing large sunglasses, which gave her an air of dominance. When the two women met face to face, Susun introduced them. Yuhi, my childhood friend. Chu Yoyu, my college classmate. Hello. Hello. Yuhi and Chu Yoyu shook hands politely. This was a very normal action. However, Susun inexplicably felt a little heart palpitation. It was a bad feeling, as if he would regret letting these two women meet today. Buy tickets to enter the scenic area. Chu Yoyu and Yuhi walked in front. Susun followed them like a little puppy. You are very beautiful, Ms. Yu. Thank you, Mr. Chu, you too. Susun said that Ms. Yu was from the 52nd class of Star River. Ms. Yu is amazing. Mr. Chu is joking, Star River is just SOSO. Ms. Yu, we met by chance, let's add each other on WeChat. Okay. Xinglu Mountain is not high. In 2 hours, they had climbed halfway up the mountain. By then, the warm sun of the Oriental Mountains had risen high and become a scorching hot sun. Susun was exhausted, and he sat down on a public bench, panting heavily. Chu Yoyu and Yuhi were not much better off, their faces red with exhaustion, with big drops of sweat hanging from their faces and their hair in front of their foreheads all wet. What would you like to drink? Shall I go buy some water? After a short pause, Susun stood up with pain in his legs, supported by his hands. Lemon tea. I'll have a cup of lemon tea too. Susun gave an okay sign and didn't want to say another word. Walking into the milk tea shop not far away, Susun first picked up a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down, nourished by the source of life, and the whole person instantly became refreshed. Then, after belching, he had the strength to look at the waitress in the milk tea shop and say, 2 cups of lemon tea. Chapter 37, Putting an Arm Around the Waist. Handsome guy, I'm sorry, the ingredients haven't been delivered yet, so I can only make 1 cup of lemon tea. Then I'll have 2 cups of Yunchang jasmine. 1 cup of lemon tea? 2 cups of Yunchang jasmine? Yes. After making the milk tea and scanning the QR code to pay, Susun walked out of the milk tea shop. When she returned to Yuhiku and Chu Yuyu, Susun did not give either of them the cup of lemon tea. Instead, she looked at them and asked, there's only 1 cup of lemon tea, who will drink it? Chu Yuyu and Yuhi tacitly did not say anything. They left the difficult decision to Susun. Susun's mouth twitched fiercely. Can't you be a little more humble? Is lemon tea that attractive to girls? Susun smacked his lips, stuck the straw into the lemon tea, and then pushed it into his mouth. This is a century-old problem. Whether this cup of lemon tea is given to Chu Yoyu or Yuhi, it will offend the other one. If that's the case, then just offend both of them. This at least seems fair and just. Susun only felt that he was a group of wit. Seeing this, Yuhi's eyes narrowed. Didn't she like lemon tea the most? Bastard. Chu Yoyu felt a little depressed in her heart. She was splashed with milk tea last time. Now she finds milk tea tasteless. However, they had to admit that this was the best solution. Get some rest. As Su Xian and the others were preparing to continue climbing, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Yoyu, you're here climbing too? Jiang Zitao, dressed in hiking gear, came over in surprise. Zitao, why are you here? I'm hiking like you guys. Chu Yoyu looked at the hiking gear Jiang Zitao was wearing and had no doubts. Susun was speechless for a moment. This is a bit too much of a coincidence, isn't it? You can run into someone at the movies. You can even run into someone hiking. Susun suspected that Jiang Zitao had installed surveillance on them. Hello, beautiful, we meet again. Jiang Zitao waved hello to Yuhi with a gentlemanly look on his face. Yuhi turned her head to look away and ignored Jiang Zitao. She never pretended to dislike someone she hated. Jiang Zitao was so thick-skinned that he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He looked at Susun and said, Su, why don't you introduce your friend? There's no need. I won't be crossing paths with you anyway. Jiang Zitao smiled and said nothing, his gaze returning to Chu Yoyu. Yoyu, since we've met, let's climb together, shall we? Chu Yoyu looked at Su Xian and Yuhi, seeking their opinions. Su Xian smiled wryly and said, Mr. Jiang, you're dressed so formally, you look like a professional mountain climber. It's no trouble. The more people there are, the more fun it is. On the way, I can explain to you the various dangers of mountain climbing and what to do in case of emergencies. I'm grateful. You're welcome. Susun had never met such a brazen person before. He didn't say anything else. He had come to climb the mountain with Chu Yoyu today, but he had a mission. Since he liked to follow so much, he would just follow. It would be interesting to think about it later when he became a clown. Su Sun suddenly didn't resist Jiang Zitao following. They climbed for another half hour. Su Sun looked around. The scenery was good. At a glance, there was the prosperity of Xingqing on one side and the beautiful mountains and rivers on the other. It was a great place to take photos. Su Sun stopped and said to Chu Yoyu beside him, "Yoyu, let's take a photo here." Chu Yoyu nodded and found the most beautiful place to take the photo. Su Sun handed the phone to Yui. "Take a few group photos for us." This was a task deliberately arranged by Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiuli for fear that they would pretend to agree. They had to take a few group photos of them going hiking together. Chu Yoyu had told Su Sun about this a few days ago. Su Sun had a loose tongue. So Yui also knew, and cooperatively took the phone. Jiang Zitao clenched his fists as he watched Su Sun walk over to Chu Yoyu. Even though this kid was just a stepping stone, he was still unhappy about being in close proximity to Chu Yoyu. Su Sun, on the other hand, was over the moon. He knew Jiang Zitao would look like such a loser at this moment. So happy. Straightening his clothes, Su Sun reached out and put his arm around Chu Yoyu's waist. Even through the clothes, it was obvious. The waist was delicate, soft, and smooth. Chu Yoyu let Su Xian put his arm around her waist. This was to show their intimacy and affection. It also made Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiuli feel more at ease. Jiang Zitao was so angry that his back teeth were about to be ground down. Forget the group photo, but also put his arm around her waist? His childhood sweetheart had never done that. Jiang Zitao wanted to chop off Su Sun's. A toad with the waist of a swan, is that something you can touch? Su Sun was overjoyed. He now loved to see Jiang Zitao get upset. The more upset he got, the more comfortable he felt. "Are you ready?" "Ready." Yui pressed the shoot button, and a group photo immediately appeared in the lower right corner. They looked so good together. Zoom in on the picture, and this was Yui's first reaction. Her heart immediately became empty and lonely. Even though she knew that it was all an act, it felt like a stone had been placed in her heart, making her uncomfortable. "Su Sun, let's take a picture together too. I can't even remember the last time we did." Yui couldn't help but say when Su Sun returned. Su Sun nodded, "Sure. I'll take your picture." Chu Yoyu took the phone from her. Yui looked for a big tree with a lot of years to frame the scene. Su Sun stood next to Yui with a wicked smile. The hand that had just been around Chu Yoyu's shoulders was not at all honest. It quietly reached out and also wrapped around Yui's small waist. The only difference was that it also squeezed hard. "It's so soft and bouncy." Yui pinched Su Sun's thigh in anger. Su Sun couldn't stop smiling. Usually Yui teased him a lot. Now that he had the chance, of course he wanted to tease him back. And as best friends, what's wrong with giving him a little benefit? It's still a small waist, and it doesn't matter if he pinches it a little. With a flash of white circles, another group photo appeared in the lower right corner. They look good together, was the first thought in Chu Yoyu's mind when she saw the group photo. It was fine just now, but suddenly something in her heart felt blocked up. "Su Sun, send me the photo. It's a nice photo, but your hand is not. I'm going to edit you out." Yui was very satisfied with the photo on Su Sun's phone. Su Sun was also very satisfied and sent the photo to Yui's WeChat. "Yoyu, let's take a photo too?" Jiang Zitao glanced at the photo of Su Sun and Chu Yoyu and felt a surge of envy. Chu Yoyu did not refuse. She could not refuse such a trivial matter. After all, no matter what, they were friends, childhood friends. "President Su, can I trouble you?" Jiang Zitao took out his phone and handed it to Su Sun. Chapter 38, Make a Wish. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I'm a terrible photographer, so I'd rather not disturb your enjoyment." Su Sun smiled wickedly. He had told Jiang Zitao in plain view that if he insisted on having him take the photo, he would definitely take a hideous one. Jiang Zitao instantly lost the desire to let Su Sun take the photo. A group photo would not only be ugly, but Chu Yoyu would definitely be angry, so the loss would outweigh the gain. Jiang Zitao then turned his attention to Yui. But before he could even look at Yui looked the other way as if she had foreseen it. There was nothing he could do, so Jiang Zitao finally asked a young lady who was passing by for help. Standing in the place where Su Sun had just taken a photo with Chu Yoyu, Jiang Zitao also wanted to follow Su Sun's example and put his arm around Chu Yoyu. But as soon as Jiang Zitao made this move, Chu Yoyu immediately pulled at least 2 meters away from him. Frowning, her expression displeased, she warned, "Zitao, we're just friends." "I'm sorry, Yoyu, I crossed the line." Jiang Zitao's face turned black. If that kid can hug her, why can't he? Don't get angry, don't get angry. But she was deliberately provoking him, so why get angry? Comforting himself in this way, Jiang Zitao felt much better. In the end, because he was still angry, Chu Yoyu didn't even satisfy Jiang Zitao by leaning in at first. Instead, they took a group photo with a half-meter distance between them. The young lady who helped was embarrassed. She had thought she was helping a couple take a group photo. But it turned out, he was a dog licker and a clown. After returning Jiang Zitao's phone, the young lady didn't even want to deal with him anymore and walked away shaking her head. Looking at the photo on his phone, which was a photo of a photo, not a photo, Jiang Zitao's forehead veins bulged, and his teeth clenched. Su Sun, with a smile that made him want to punch someone, added, "Mr. Jiang, do you want to take a photo together?" Jiang Zitao almost couldn't hold back and swing his fist at Su Sun. Fortunately, reason controlled him. He had been a gentleman in front of Chu Yoyu for 20 years. It was almost ruined. Did Chu Yoyu just get angry? After the group photo was taken, they continued climbing. While Su Sun was lagging behind, Yui slowed down her pace. After Su Sun caught up, she rubbed her arm against his and whispered, "It seems like it. Does she usually get angry with you like this?" "No." Su Sun rested his hands behind his head. "Our relationship is not that good, so how could she be angry with me?" "Really? I saw that you were hugging her just now, but it looked very natural." That was just for Jiang Zitao. "Usually, when I'm with her, we hardly ever talk, and when we do, we run out of things to say." Speaking of which, Su Sun raised the corners of his mouth and laughed evilly. "Only when I'm hugging you is it truly natural." As she spoke, Su Sun held out her hand to demonstrate. Then she squeezed Yui's delicate waist with all her strength. Afterwards, she ran off. "Bastard!" Yui raised her fists to punch Su Sun. Unfortunately, she didn't catch up. She glared fiercely at Su Sun in front of her. She was so angry that she suddenly laughed. She looked like a blooming flower, delicate and dazzling. After another hour and a half of climbing, the summit was within reach. An artificial lake also came into view. In the middle of the lake was an island with a temple on it. Rumor has it that this temple is very efficacious, and everyone who comes to Xinglu Mountain goes to the temple to burn incense and worship the Buddha. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, let's go to the temple and pay our respects, too. Su Sun suggested, looking at the temple on the island. This temple is one of the key attractions on Xinglu Mountain. We came here to have fun, so we might as well go and have a look, right? Chu Yoyu, Yu Yua, and Jiang Zitao had no objections. They had heard of this temple. Since they were here, they would definitely go inside and make a wish. At worst, it would be like a stone dropped into the sea. But what if it came true? Originally, the temple was surrounded by a natural small ditch. Later, Xinglu Mountain was converted into a scenic area, and this small ditch was dug into a lake. The reason given was to provide better playability for tourists. In fact, it was just an attempt to charge a fee for renting a boat. 50 yuan to rent a wooden boat without a boatman. Su Sun, are you really okay with this? Looking at Su Sun, who was holding the paddle, Chu Yoyu was a little scared. Jiang Zitao took the opportunity to mock, "That's right, Mr. Su, you might as well not try to be brave. You can't swim, and if the boat capsizes, it will be dangerous. Anyone can capsize a boat, except Su Sun. If you're afraid, you can just rent a boat yourself or take someone else's boat." Yui indignantly defended Su Sun. Chu Yoyu asked, "Mr. Yu, are you serious?" Yui replied with certainty, "Of course. We children from the countryside grew up in the river. When Su Sun was 7 years old, he took me everywhere in a boat. I vaguely remember that it was a few degrees hotter than it is now on that summer day." A little boy with a bare bottom, twisting his hips left and right, rowed a small wooden boat, carrying a little girl wearing a flower crown and a red dress as he paddled around on the river. When they were discovered by an adult, they were both given a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Yui smiled charmingly as she recalled these past events. Chu Yoyu felt a lot more at ease. She couldn't swim and had a natural fear of water, which was why she was scared. Susun paddled the boat, something he hadn't done in many years. The feeling was familiar yet strange. The small boat began to slowly move across the lake. Although it swayed a little, it felt stable. The little bit of fear that had been in Chu Yoyu's heart disappeared at this moment. Watching Susun paddle the boat with such skill, a longing flashed in Chu Yoyu's clear eyes. Just from listening to Yuhi's description earlier, she could feel the artistic conception of that scene, and it was beautiful. If she had the chance, she would also like someone to row a boat for her and take her for a spin on the river. Soon, the boat reached the shore. Susun and the others walked onto the island, entered the temple, and successively burned incense and worshipped the Buddha on the padded mats. Coming out of the main hall, an old monk gave the four of them, one each, a bag made of red string. Susun asked, "Master, what is this for?" The old monk folded his hands together and replied, "Wish bags. There is a wishing tree in the backyard. You can write your wishes in the bags in your hands and hang them on the tree in the backyard. Buddha will bless you and make your dreams come true." "I see. Thank you, Master." Following the old monk's instructions, they went to the backyard of the temple. There was a very thick and large tree that probably couldn't be hugged by 3 adults. There were already many small red bags hanging from the dense branches. When the breeze blew, the branches swayed, and the bags made of red string shook together. From a distance, it looked very elegant. Chapter 39, Capsized. Susun leaned against the wall and wrote a wish. Yuhi curiously snuck up to him. "What are you doing?" Susun immediately blocked the note with his hand. Yuhi replied, "What's wrong with taking a look? Will it stop working if I read it?" "You're being superstitious." "So if you make a wish, it's not superstitious?" Yuhi was speechless. Susun grinned and handed Yuhi the note with the wish written on it. He believed in all this stuff, and he didn't believe in it. He was just having fun. So whether he showed Yuhi the note or not, it didn't matter to him. Just wanting the company to go public? Why is your wish so simple? Yuhi was a little disappointed with the result, but it was also to be expected. Susun shrugged his shoulders and asked in return, "Is this wish simple? Even if it's not simple, then don't you have any other wishes? Like wishing for your uncles and aunts to be healthy, or for me to stay young forever?" When he got to the end, Yuhi looked smug. Susun looked at Yuhi speechless. "What the hell do I care if you stay young forever? Didn't you write it on your own note? What do you know? The more people praying, the more likely it is to come true. Besides, I've helped you so much over the years, so what's wrong with wishing me well in your wish? You're heartless." Fine, then I'll add another wish, wishing you never die." Susun pretended to write this wish down. Yuhi angrily kicked Susun lightly. "Is this how you wish someone well? Never mind, don't write me in your wish, it's not sincere, so it's useless even if you do. Too many wishes are really useless, because having too many wishes proves greed. Have you ever seen which Buddha will grant the wishes of a greedy person? I don't want to bother with you." Yuhi gave Susun a cold stare. Susun held out his hand to Yuhi. "Give it to me." "What? Your wish?" "No. I've already shown you mine. You gave it to me yourself, I didn't ask you to." Susun was speechless. Chu Yoyu, who was standing nearby, felt a little envious of Yuhi. She also wanted to see Susun's wish. Unfortunately, their relationship was not yet that good, and she could not bring herself to ask. "Yoyu, this is my wish." Zhang Zitao walked over to Chu Yoyu with the note in his hand, like a toady. Chu Yoyu perfunctorily glanced at it and did not react. Seeing this, Susun, with a wicked smile, also walked over to Chu Yoyu and handed her the note. "Yoyu, this is my wish. Do you see anything wrong with it?" Susun was of course deliberately trying to upset Zhang Zitao. And just as Susun had predicted, he forced a smile and deliberately interrupted Chu Yoyu and Susun, saying, "Su, your wish is very well written, there is no problem at all." "Really? I think Yoyu might understand it better." The note in Zhang Zitao's hand was crumpled. "I don't understand this either." Chu Yoyu returned the note to Susun, and then handed Susun his own note. "This is mine." Reciprocity is the first lesson Chu Yoyu has learned since he can remember. Susun waved his hand and laughed, refusing. "I won't read it, I don't believe in this, so it doesn't matter." "You should believe it or not believe it anyway." He is not too familiar with people, so he is embarrassed to pry into other people's secrets. Yo-Yu, can I take a look? Zhang Zitao took the initiative to ask. No need to guess, Chu Yo-Yu's wishes must all be related to him. Chu Yo-Yu did not agree, and refused, saying, I think Su Sun is right. Zhang Zitao hid his embarrassment with a smile. He was furious inside and cursing under his breath. However, Zhang Zitao soon felt relieved. Chu Yo-Yu's wish had something to do with him, and if he looked at it, then the thing that Chu Yo-Yu was angry with him about would be revealed, right? So, how could he possibly let him look at it? Hat, woman, I've seen through your disguise. Zhang Zitao was no longer angry, and he even cocked his head with a smug grin. Su Sun was speechless for a moment. So, is Chu Yo-Yu really that double standard? It seems that Chu Yo-Yu not only doesn't like Zhang Zitao anymore. She doesn't even see Zhang Zitao as a friend anymore. She even started to dislike Zhang Zitao. Apart from being surprised, Su Sun could understand Chu Yo-Yu. At that time, Chu Yo-Yu was no different from someone who had been dumped. If you don't like your ex, you'll just become disgusted with them, right? This is only natural, it's human nature, everyone is the same. You can tell from the comments on the internet. I wonder how many netizens want their exes to die a horrible death. Seeing this scene, Yui's eyes lowered and her mood became very low. She couldn't tell how Chu Yo-Yu felt about Su Sun. I don't know if she is deliberately provoking Zhang Zitao with Su Sun. But, even if this relationship is fake, and there is a woman who is good to Su Sun, Yui will feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, Su Sun's personality can give Yui a little psychological comfort. Su Sun doesn't like Chu Yo-Yu, and if she likes him, she will chase after him. Even if Chu Yo-Yu likes Su Sun, it's useless. I have paddled before, albeit as an amateur, but I'm sure I'll be fine. This time, let me do it. Upon leaving the temple, Zhang Zitao, eager to show off in front of Chu Yo-Yu, took the paddle in his hand even before boarding the boat. Su Sun said, Mr. Jiang, you're not too late for revenge. Paddling is a skilled activity. If you don't do it well, you could capsize the boat. Of course I have no problem with it. It's such an easy task that I can learn it just by looking at it, not to mention the fact that I've rowed an inflatable boat a few times before. Su Sun wasted no more words. He was more than happy to have a fool to do the hard labor. After all, if anything happened, it would be Zhang Zitao's responsibility. To be honest, Su Sun still really wanted the boat to capsize. That way, Chu Yo-Yu would hate Zhang Zitao even more. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Yui knows how to swim, so Su Sun only needs to keep an eye on Chu Yo-Yu. Even if the boat capsizes, nothing will happen, not to mention there are lifeguards on the shore. I wonder if the heavens have heard Su Sun's thoughts. The small wooden boat has just drifted 2 or 3 meters away from the shore. The ancient wooden boat, which was already unstable, begins to sway violently from side to side under Zhang Zitao's chaotic paddling, as if it might capsize at any moment. Su Sun let out a heartfelt cry of national treasure. He wanted to go back, but he didn't. Really want to capsize. Even in the hot summer, no one wants to go swimming when they want to go out for a walk, right? Su Sun wanted Zhang Zitao to throw him the oar. But before Su Sun could say anything, Zhang Zitao, who was already panicking, lost his balance and paddled even more chaotically. With a splash, the boat capsized. All 4 people fell into the water. Su Sun, who had often gone swimming in the river since childhood, only needed a second to steady himself mentally, and then moved his hands and feet together, quickly floating to the surface. Yui surfaced 2 seconds after Su Sun. Then came Zhang Zitao. Zhang Zitao knew how to swim, but he was very poor at it, and had to hold on to the overturned wooden boat to keep it from sinking. Chapter 40 Su Sun, thank you. Oh no. Su Sun remembered something, took a deep breath, and sank into the water. After searching for a while in the clear water, she finally found Chu Yo-Yu at the bottom of the water. She was crouching on the water plants, her hands tightly covering her mouth, her eyes staring like copper bells. Su Sun immediately swam as fast as she could to Chu Yo-Yu's side. Then she reached out and grabbed Chu Yo-Yu and began to surface. She was worthy of being the president of a listed company. Even in this moment of life and death, she remained calm, and Chu Yo-Yu did not struggle once during the entire process of surfacing. You have to know that when someone who cannot normally swim falls into the water, their body's instinct is to desperately flail about. Especially when they grab someone who comes to their rescue, they will step on the rescuer and climb up, holding the rescuer under the water. Therefore, if someone falls into the water, don't rush to go up and help them. It's not too late to save them if they stop moving. These are all lessons learned the hard way. However, this was not the case with Chu Yoyu. This was enough to show how strong her mental strength was. Poking her head out of the water, Su Xian wrapped his arms around Chu Yoyu's stomach and tried to keep her head above the water. Don't move around, just lightly step on your feet up and down. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Chu Yoyu did as she was told quietly. Soon, a lifeguard came over in a boat. He pulled Su Xian and the others onto the boat. After they got ashore, Chu Yoyu crouched on the ground and vomited nonstop. She hadn't been in the water for long, but she had drunk a lot of water, and her stomach was bloated, so she couldn't help but vomit. Yoyu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Jiang Zitao regretfully slapped himself several times. He really regretted it. He had failed to show off, and had even caused the water-phobic Chu Yoyu to fall into the water. He must be very angry, right? Chu Yoyu was still vomiting and couldn't pay attention to Jiang Zitao. Yoyu, I'm sorry. I know you're very angry right now and don't want to see me again. I'll leave now. It seemed like he knew what to do, but in fact he was avoiding Chu Yoyu's anger. Jiang Zitao wanted to wait until Chu Yoyu's anger had subsided before apologizing and admitting his fault. Not only would it be easier to persuade her then, she wouldn't be as angry as she was now. He waited until Chu Yoyu had finished vomiting before Su Sun handed Chu Yoyu the mineral water and tissue she had prepared earlier. Are you feeling better? Chu Yoyu took the paper towel and wiped his mouth, nodding lightly and saying, I feel much better. There are stools over there, go sit down for a while. Chu Yoyu stood up with some difficulty, walked lightly and weakly to a public chair, sat down, opened the mineral water, and rinsed his mouth. Su Sun, thank you. Chu Yoyu stroked the hair that had fallen on his face, squeezed a smile onto his pale face, and looked at Su Sun. Su Sun smiled and said, You're welcome. We're all friends, and this is what I should do. You're the one who's being polite. In any case, you saved me. Su Sun responded to Chu Yoyu with an awkward smile. Chu Yoyu looked around and asked, Did Jiang Zitao really leave? Well, he's gone. Coward. Chu Yoyu was very angry and disappointed, running away after making a mistake. He doesn't have any sense of responsibility as a man. You're right, Yu. I don't know how you could have ever liked him. Su Sun couldn't hold back and blurted it out. He didn't want to say it so bluntly. After all, saying so would make Chu Yoyu look bad. Although this was the truth, one has to be considerate in all situations. Unfortunately, Jiang Zitao really disgusted Su Sun. One couldn't hold back and spoke one's mind. Chu Yoyu lowered her head and didn't refute. Now it seems that she really did have bad judgment in the past. Not only did she not go to her rescue, she also hid the first time she saw it. Can't you see that someone like this is blind? We're both wet, so, shall we go back? Su Sun suggested. Yui didn't seem to care, whatever, I'm fine. Chu Yoyu looked up at the near summit and said, There's only 100 meters to the top, it's a pity to just go downhill like this. But, your health? I'll be fine, just need to rest a bit. Chu Yoyu didn't want to go down the mountain. Su Sun naturally didn't have any objections. His earlier suggestion was out of concern for Chu Yoyu. As for the fact that they were wet, it didn't matter at all. August is the hottest time of the year, and even if you get soaked, you'll only feel cooler, and it won't take long to dry off. Half an hour later, Su Sin and Yuhi reached the top of the mountain together with Chu Yoyu. The top of Xinglu Mountain is the size of a basketball court, with a beautiful view. You can see the prosperity of Xingqing at a glance. After a rest, Chu Yoyu returned to normal. The paleness on his face was replaced by a rosy complexion. Su Sin sat down on the shaggy grass, and even though the scenery around him was beautiful, he didn't bother to take any pictures. Although Xinglu Mountain is not high, less than 1,000 meters, for him who rarely exercises, climbing up is exhausting enough, so where is the mood to go see the scenery? Go take a photo to remember? Chu Yoyu and Yuhi are better than Su Sun. Tired or not, at least they still have the mood to see the scenery. This is perhaps why, when girls go shopping, the boys following behind them are exhausted, but they don't feel tired. Puppy. After looking at the scenery, Yuhi returned to Su Sun's side and sat down on the grass. Su Sun looked unconvinced, leaned back, and lay down on the grass, lifting his shirt to reveal his pitifully few abs. See what this is? Does a skinny dog have abs? Even if there are only two, they are still abs, aren't they? You got those from starving. Yui habitually made a derogatory comment, then reached out and gave Su Xian's abs a firm squeeze. They felt pretty good. Su Xian turned his head and looked at Yui, saying, "Rogue. You weren't a rogue when you squeezed my waist just now?" Su Xian was speechless and looked away. Yui, still in the mood, reached out again and pinched another one of Su Xian's abs. Su Xian's gaze returned to Yui. Yui said, "You pinched me twice, I pinched twice, so now we're even." Su Xian laughed and shook his head helplessly. Then, Yui pinched Su Xian's abs for the third time. Su Sun calmly asked, "What's the reason this time?" For men, the upper body is hardly considered private, and there are many shirtless men in the summer. Su Sun and Yui have such a good relationship. What's wrong with pinching the abs? Just pinch it if you want to, just don't pinch it too hard. Yui replied, "Loving your friends less than your lovers." Who? Me? Su Sun was confused. When did I love my friends less than my lovers? Chapter 41, False Alarm. When the boat capsized before, you went straight for Chu Yoyu. You know how to swim. Does knowing how to swim make you safe? What if I get cramps? A real swimmer can float on their hands even if both feet cramp. What if both my hands and feet cramp? Su Sun realized that the twisted logic was completely unable to argue with Yui. Yui reached out and pushed Su Sun, asking, "Hey, if I really get cramps, will you save me first? Or will you save Chu Yoyu?" Su Sun didn't hesitate, "Of course I'll save you first. Although you and Chu Yoyu are both my friends, you're not the same. I have a better relationship with you. You do have a little conscience." The corner of Yui's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. There was a pause. Yui glanced at Chu Yoyu, who was enjoying the view in the distance, and said, "Are you falling for Chu Yoyu? You're so nice to her. She's so pretty, and as a man, isn't it normal for me to like her?" Su Sun rested his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and there was no expression on his face. "I'm pretty too, so you like me too, right?" Su Xian turned his head and glanced at the narcissistic Yui. "Can you be more narcissistic? Did I say something wrong? She is the flower of the department, and I am also the flower of the department." Su Xian shut up, too lazy to argue with Yui. Yui continued, "Why do I feel that Chu Yoyu treats you better than Zhang Zitao? Isn't that normal? Zhang Zitao abandoned her for so many years, isn't it reasonable for her to hate Zhang Zitao? But Zhang Zitao was Chu Yoyu's childhood sweetheart, even if he let her down, she shouldn't hate him, right?" Su Sun opened her eyes and looked at Yui again. "Ha, I accidentally drank the water you drank, and you can dislike me all day." Yui was speechless. He took out sunscreen from his bag and applied it on her slender, snow-white long legs. Su Sun smiled wickedly and teased, "Do you want me to apply it for you? Get lost. Stingy, as a good friend, you don't even give me any benefits. Why don't you ask Chu Yoyu to do it? She's not my best friend. Isn't she your friend too?" Su Xian once again took the initiative to shut up. Yui glanced at Su Xian and said, "Chu Yoyu won't fall for you, will she?" Su Xian didn't rush to answer, but instead asked, "Do you like me?" "No. You don't even look at me, and she's a beautiful, rich girl, so why would she look at me? Why does this make me want to punch you?" Yui bit his teeth in anger. Su Sun shrugged, "I'm telling the truth, aren't I? How am I worse than Chu Yoyu? She's richer than you. What a shallow person." Yui gave Su Sun a disgusted look, then resumed seriousness, "I'm not joking with you." "I'm not joking with you either." Su Sun asked, "Do a lot of people chase after you? You know that. Are there any who are more handsome than me? And richer?" "Yes. Chu Yoyu is also very beautiful." "Do you think there are such handsome and rich guys who also go after Chu Yoyu?" "I think there are." "Then isn't that it? Why would someone like me and not go for someone better?" Yui thought about it carefully and found it very reasonable. She looked at Su Sun curiously. "I mean, what if Chu Yoyu likes you? That's not a good idea? A girl as pretty as her likes me, and she's also rich." Su Sun guessed what Yui would say next and preempted her, "Superficial." Yui forced the words back to her mouth. Su Sun couldn't stop smiling. It was really familiar, so familiar that he could guess what Yui was going to do. "Where is Chu Yoyu?" Su Sun sat up abruptly. He had just seen Chu Yoyu, but in a matter of seconds, how did the person disappear? Wasn't she just there? Yui turned his head and looked, and was instantly alarmed. Why was there no guardrail? What? Shit. Susan immediately ran towards where Chu Yoyu had just been standing. He thought that Chu Yoyu had fallen. He was so anxious that he almost broke the Guinness World Record. After running closer, Susan realized that about 2 meters below the top of the mountain, there was a large protruding rock. This place without a guardrail was actually a path connecting the large rock. Chu Yoyu was standing on that rock at the moment, looking out at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Susun, who had been relieved, wanted to stop, but in the end, because he was in too much of a hurry and the distance was too short, there was no time to stop, and he had no choice but to jump. This was a reckless act in the eyes of others. Chu Yoyu, who had just finished looking at the scenery on the rock, turned around just in time to see Susan fall in front of him. The scene was very awkward for a while. Why didn't you take the road and just jump down? You're not a kid anymore, is this sick? Susun just felt like dying. In order to prevent the atmosphere from becoming even more awkward, before Chu Yoyu could ask what he was doing, he preemptively spoke up and said, "It turns out there's a way down here, I thought you fell." Understanding something, Chu Yoyu was momentarily lost in thought. Shocked, he looked at Susun and was unable to speak for a long time. Yuhi, who had run over, saw this scene and patted his chest, breathing a long, forceful sigh of relief, then smiled. As she smiled, Yuhi burst into tears again. Turning around, she walked to another place, afraid that Susun would see her. He descended from the mountain. It was already 5 p.m. As he drove near the place where Yuhi lived, Chu Yaoyu, who was in the back seat, looked at Yuhi next to him and asked, "Yuzong, why don't we eat together?" Susun, who was driving, agreed, "Yes, let's eat together. I'm too tired to cook." Yuhi, who was tired, shook his head and said, "No, you guys eat. I'm too tired and want to rest a bit." "Okay, as you wish." Susun pulled over and stopped the car. "Bye." He waved goodbye to Chu Yoyu, and Yuhi dragged his tired body out of the Porsche. "Where are we going to eat?" Chu Yoyu asked after the car started. Susun thought for a moment and didn't know what to eat either. "How about, let's just buy groceries and cook ourselves? It doesn't feel like there's anything good to eat out there." "Aren't you tired?" "I'm okay." "It's up to you." "Xiaoyi, you're back just in time. I've made your favorite dish, stir-fried meat with chili peppers." Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Kei, wearing a bare apron and holding a knife in one hand and a spatula in the other, came out of the kitchen and looked at Yuhi, who had just returned, and said proudly. Yuhi waved his hand and, listlessly, walked straight to his room. "I'm not eating, you eat it yourself. I'm too tired, I want to rest a bit." "You're exhausted after climbing a mountain, well, you really don't exercise enough." "Alright, I'll cook for you in the rice cooker, you rest." Lu Kei pursed her lips, turned around and returned to the kitchen. Chapter 42 Friends entered the room, closed the door, and put down her bag. Yui took off her clothes and walked into the bathroom. She turned on the water heater, stood with her back against the wall under the shower, closed her eyes, and let the water wash over her body. It turned out that Chu Yoyu was already so important to him that he was willing to risk his life for her. 2 crystal-clear teardrops overflowed from the corners of her eyes and blended with the cool water that ran down her cheeks. He kept washing for half an hour. Yuhi finally came out of the bathroom. He wiped his flawless body clean, opened the closet, took out a nightgown and put it on. Then he fell heavily onto the big soft bed. Now, all Yuhi wanted was a good night's sleep. But just as he lay down, the phone on the bedside table started ringing with a shrill incoming call tone. Yuhi frowned irritably, covering his ears with his hands, and didn't answer the phone. But the call hung up automatically, just like a scam call, and another one immediately followed. Yuhi could not stand the noise anymore, so he got up, went over to the bedside table, and reached for the phone. When he looked at it, all the sleepiness disappeared instantly. Instinctively, he sat up and looked at the incoming call notification on the phone, which was marked Uncle Sue. Yui sniffed, cleared his throat, and adjusted his emotions before remembering to press the green button to answer the call. "Hello, Uncle Sue. Xiaoha, have you had dinner yet?" A kind and gentle hoarse voice came from the phone. "Not yet. Remember to eat dinner, it's already this late." "I know, Uncle Sue. Xiaoha, I'm going to Xingqing on business the day after tomorrow. If Xiaoshuan bullies you, you must remember to tell me, and I'll fix that kid for you." "What?" Uncle Su, you're coming to Xingqing the day after tomorrow? Well, my work unit has asked me to go on a business trip to Star City for a few days, and I'll drop by to see you in Xiaoshuan. Is there anything you want from home? I'll bring it over the day after tomorrow. I don't want anything, Uncle Su. Oh, okay, then. I won't bother you anymore. Go eat dinner. Okay, Uncle Su, I'll eat now. After hanging up the phone, Yu Hou's gloomy face finally revealed a beautiful and charming smile. In a happy mood, she got off the bed, humming a tune and skipping out of the house. She was a complete different person from the one who had been so sad just a minute ago. Hey! Xiaohua, weren't you sleepy and going to bed? Why are you out? Lu Kei, who was having dinner in the living room, looked at Yu He, who was skipping and jumping, with a confused expression. Not sleepy anymore. Yui walked into the kitchen, and when she came out, she had an extra pair of chopsticks and a bowl in her hands. She sat down opposite Lu Kei and started gorging on her food. I'm starving. Lu Kei stared at the happy Yu He for a long time, and then said, something's wrong. Something's very, very wrong. You were half dead a moment ago, so how can you be full of energy again so quickly? Tell me, what good things have happened? Make me happy too. Nothing happened. No way, you wouldn't be so happy if nothing good happened. Really nothing happened. Just tell me, did Susun confess his love to you? Oh, it turns out that you're the future father-in-law, coming to Star City to see your future daughter-in-law. Oh, Ko-e, you're talking nonsense again? Where did I talk nonsense? Susun's father is just your neighbor, and he's coming to Star City to see you. Isn't that to see your future daughter-in-law? No, Uncle Su was just stopping by to see me. Really? If it was just a casual visit, why did he call 2 days in advance to tell you? Couldn't he have called the day he wanted to see you? This is clearly treating you like a daughter-in-law. I hate it, I'm ignoring you. At the moment. On the other side. Su Sen and Chu Yoyu returned to the villa. How should the fish be cooked? Steamed or braised? Steamed, I want something light. Okay. Su Sun walked into the kitchen with a large bag of vegetables. Chu Yoyu followed closely behind. I'll help you. No need, it's a small task, I can handle it myself. You've had a long day too. Okay. Su Sun would not refuse again. After a day of hiking, he was indeed very tired. It would be nice to have someone to help pick the leaves. It's not tiring to work together as a man and woman. 3 dishes and a soup were ready in no time. Do you want a Coke? After serving the food on the table, Su Sun walked towards the refrigerator. I want some beer. That's not bad. In the hot summer, a cold Coke is perfect. So is a cold beer. Su Sun opened the refrigerator, took 2 cans of beer and returned to the table. He sat down and pushed 1 can towards Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu opened the beer can, toasted Su Sun, then held it in both hands and took a small sip. Thank you. What's wrong? Why are you thanking me? Su Sun looked confused. Chu Yoyu bit her lips and said, this afternoon, at the top of the mountain, even though it was a misunderstanding, I still want to thank you. Su Sun, who had suddenly understood, was very embarrassed. Actually, that was also a misunderstanding. I couldn't stop myself, so I jumped. He is a very open-minded person. Although hiding it from Chu Yoyu would have made him more touched, he didn't care to use such despicable means to impress Chu Yoyu. Even so, you couldn't stop because you were worried about me. Su Sun couldn't argue back. He did run too fast because he was worried, and when he saw that it was a road, it was already too late. Chu Yoyu squeezed the beer can in his hand lightly and asked in a low voice, are you always like this with your friends? Yes, what's the problem? Su Sun was a little confused. Wasn't this a normal reaction? Even if it was a stranger they had never met before who had fallen down the mountain, they would still worry and be anxious, right? Not to mention that they were friends and had climbed the mountain together. If something really happened, not only would he be jointly and severally liable, but how could he face Chu Xingzhong in the future? Tang Xiaoli? Xu Yuyu? You have to know that these 3 nominal family members have all been very good to him. It's great to be your friend. Xu Yuyu looked at Su Sun nervously. Are we friends? Su Sun laughed meaningfully. What do you think? Xu Yoyu lowered his eyes. I have always considered you a friend, but I don't know if you feel the same way. Needless to say? Of course. After all, legally, we are also husband and wife. Even if that was fake, it's not comparable to strangers, so of course we are friends. Really? Chu Yoyu's face broke into a very nice smile. What's there to really or fake about it? Su Sun was baffled. A so-called friend is either the two of you have a good relationship or not? Chapter 43, The Beauty and the Fool. A moment later, Su Sun came to his senses and asked, how many friends do you have? 2. One you've met is Jiao Jiao. And the other is Jiang Zitao? He's not anymore. Chu Yoyu looked at Su Sun, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Su Sun knew that she wanted to say that she was the other one. No wonder, over the past year or so, Chu Yoyu had only seen one friend of Han Jiaojiao by her side. It turned out that she only made close friends. In fact, Su Sun didn't have many close friends either. Yu He was one, Lu Zuo was another, and now there was Chu Yoyu. Everyone else treated him as a close friend. He couldn't just treat Chu Yoyu as an ordinary friend, could he? That would be too rude. Was it like this when you and Jiang Zitao got along? Su Sun ate her meal with gusto and picked a random topic to break the silence. Chu Yoyu gave a soft in response. Su Sun stopped what she was doing and looked at Chu Yoyu curiously. You used to like him, and he was so proactive, so why didn't you two get together? We were still at school back then. Couldn't you be together if you were at school? Could you be together if you were at school? Chu Yoyu asked Su Xian in return. Su Xian laughed awkwardly and said, isn't this the way it is now? In this day and age, many students start dating at school, and even elementary school students have multiple partners. That's other people, I'm different from them. When I was at school, I studied hard, and it was only after I entered society that I came into contact with these things. Su Xian gave Chu Yoyu a thumbs up of praise. She is worthy of being a rich girl, and her upbringing is truly not comparable to ordinary people. Even he himself is ashamed of himself. What about when you were at school? This time it was Chu Yoyu's turn to be curious. Su Sun didn't hold back and told the truth. In elementary school, he just babbled. In junior high school, he just shouted mom day after day. It wasn't until high school that he really grew up. Well, he confessed his love, but was rejected. Was it with President Yu? Su Sun pretended to cough to cover his embarrassment. No, he was the class monitor in high school. You and Yuzong were childhood sweethearts, and Yuzong is so beautiful, why didn't you like her? Maybe it was because she spent so much time with me that my subconscious mind regarded her as family. In fact, Su Sun didn't know why. Yu He is very beautiful, there is no doubt about it. But he never felt any romantic feelings for her. Chu Yoyu's face was grave, and he muttered, accompanying for a long time? Will you subconsciously treat them as family? That should be the case. Yu He is 5 months older than me, and the way she and I get along is more like that of a pair of playful siblings. Chu Yoyu didn't say anything, raising her eyebrows as she pondered something. Su Sun, do you know what it means to like someone? Chu Yoyu looked at Su Sun doubtfully, as if he hadn't figured it out. I always thought that liking someone was the same as being in love. What about occasionally? That's hard to say. Su Sun saw something and exclaimed in shock, you don't know what liking someone is, do you? I've never been in love. Neither have I, but this kind of thing is basically innate. When you like someone, when you see that person, your heart pounds and you can't help but want to go see that person. You can feel all of this. Is this liking someone? These are just 2 reactions to liking someone. When you really like someone, there will be many more reactions. Su Sun took a sip of beer and continued, when you like someone, when you are alone, you can't help thinking about that person. When that person sends you a message, you will be very excited and reply immediately. You will instinctively embellish that person's flaws, and so on. In short, there are many, many things. If you only occasionally think about some experiences you had with him, and sometimes you even hate and resent him, is that liking him? Is that really hating him? Resenting him? Or is that just the kind of hate and resentment you feel when you're angry? And does that feeling go away after a while? Chu Yoyu thought for a moment and replied, it's really hating him. Then it's not liking him. You can't really hate and resent someone you like. Su Sun suddenly discovered a secret and asked with a gossipy look on her face, is that how you feel about Jiang Zitao? Chu Yoyu nodded gently. Was it like this before? Or did it become like this only after you came back? It was always like this. In that case, you never liked Zhang Zitao at all. But, 7 years ago when he left for abroad, I felt reluctant. Is it that during the 2 days when Zhang Zitao left for abroad, you always felt that something was missing? That you were listless? You thought of him from time to time, but returned to normal after 2 days? Chu Youyu nodded again. Susan just found Chu Youyu a little cute for being so silly. You're not in love, you've just been used to having Zhang Zitao around for so long that you've become accustomed to his presence, and when he suddenly disappears, it's only natural that you won't be able to adapt to it for a short period of time. So, is that it? I asked a question, right? Do you dislike physical contact with Zhang Zitao? Chu Youyu thought back to the day at the airport when Zhang Zitao tried to hug her, and replied, yes. This is proof that you don't like Zhang Zitao, because it's a physical instinct that can't be fooled. Susan looked like a love guru. When you like someone, you won't resist physical contact with that person. Not only will you not resist, you'll want to. Not resisting means you like someone? In Chu Youyu's mind, the scene of jumping onto Susun's back in the airport restaurant that day reappeared. So, is this what it means to like someone? Chu Youyu blushed. The fog that she had been unable to dispel was suddenly illuminated by a ray of light, dispersing all the mist and filling her world with light. Why are you blushing? Are you not a good drinker? Well, I'm not very good at drinking. Then how do you usually conduct business? Someone goes with me, and she takes care of the drinking. I see. If you can't drink, then don't drink, and be careful not to get drunk. Okay. Susan took a piece of meat from the belly of the fish, chewed it, and couldn't help but ask curiously, you don't like Zhang Zitao anymore, so why do you still feel like you do? It was Zhao Zhao who said it. Zhao Zhao had been in love before, and I don't really understand these things. And you believed her? She has experience. Susan felt like she was looking at a foolish beauty. What about our arranged marriage? It has nothing to do with Zitao. It's because my parents were pressuring me so much that I agreed to it. Since you were little, haven't you ever met someone who makes your heart race? Someone you see and immediately feel nervous, blush, and immediately look away from their gaze. Chapter 44, Malicious Suppression. No. Chu Youyu lied, but she didn't lie. In the past, she really hadn't met someone who made her heart pound. But now, she had. Su Xian suddenly realized, no wonder you don't know what it means to like someone. It turns out that you haven't really liked someone before, so it's normal that you don't know what it feels like to like someone. So, the relationship between me and Zitao in the past was actually like the relationship between you and President Yu? More or less. We were just really good friends, but we had different styles. Zhang Zitao tried to please you in every way, while he and I were very casual, not formal, and we flirted whenever we felt like it. I envy you and he. What's there to envy? You can tell from the photos on your computer that day. You're not quiet, it's just that we're not that familiar with each other yet. When we get to know each other better, maybe you and I will be like he and I. Really? We'll see when we get to know each other better. The next morning. Maybe it was because he had been tired from climbing the mountain and had drunk too much wine. Susun woke up at 9 a.m. Sleepily, he got out of bed, yawning and stretching his arms. As the boss, there was no such thing as being late. Even if he slept until 1 p.m., Susun would not be in a hurry. When he came out of his room, Susun was surprised to find a small bag of breakfast on the table. It should be Chu Youyu who bought it for him while he was still sleeping. After a brief wash, Susun took the breakfast and left the house while eating. Half an hour later, Susun rode his small electric bicycle to the company. As soon as he arrived at the company entrance, he heard cursing and swearing coming from inside. It was very chaotic, the cursing was very harsh and the anger was very great. Thinking that there was a fight, Susun, worried, immediately ran in. What's going on? What's all the noise? Susun spoke louder than the others. The noisy office suddenly fell silent. Something's wrong, senior. A young man with a receding hairline walked up to Susun. Susun was about to lose his temper and curse too. What's wrong? I'm fine, so spit it out. What's going on? You guys are usually quite polite. Why are you all cursing each other's ancestors? Senior, the advertisers for our game all pulled out overnight. What? A boy named Wang Xinwen quickly interrupted Susun. Senior, calm down. You're the boss, and you're swearing too. Won't that ruin our company's image? Hurry up and tell us what's going on. Su Sun's good mood from waking up until dawn was ruined like that. They had worked together for 6 months to attract 5 advertisers, and now they were gone. That meant a huge loss of income. How could they not be angry when they were being cut off? They had not given any reason and simply stopped advertising. How could they do that? Not only had they stopped advertising for no reason, but they had also cut them off? Su Sun had a feeling. The company had been targeted. Just as Su Sun was thinking about who might have done this, Yui came up to him in 10-centimeter heels and said, "I just checked, and the 5 advertisers we agreed on either have a stake in Shanghong Group or do business with them. One of the advertisers just announced this morning that Shanghong Group has invested in their company." Shanghong Group? Is Jiang Zitao behind this? I'm not sure, but it's very likely. I never thought that in order to target me, he would have already started using the entire Shanghong Group against me. This kind of person is a proper loser. What's annoying is that he happens to have the strength to be such a loser. Su Sun only felt a moment of powerlessness. His company is still too weak, and even if it is bullied, it is still unable to fight a behemoth like Shanghong Group. Don't worry, we've got the investment now, the project will go live smoothly, even if the income is less, there won't be another financial crisis, just do what you need to do, hurry up, there are only 20 days left before our project goes live. After reassuring everyone, Su Sun went into his office and couldn't wait to take out his phone and call Chu Yuyu. During the last tug-of-war, he had proposed the idea of taking over the advertising from Chimei, but Chu Yuyu had neither agreed nor refused, which meant there was room for negotiation. Originally, Su Xian had thought that if he worked hard and brought in more advertisers, he wouldn't have to beg Chu Yuyu. After all, this was the marketplace, and even if the advertising was taken over from Chimei, the benefits would be minimized. But now, Su Sun had no choice. The company's project was originally designed to generate profits from advertising. Without advertising, what would users use to recharge game items? Real money? Very few users pay, and free users are the mainstream in this day and age. Therefore, even if profits are further compressed, Chimei's advertising must be taken over to solve the urgent problem first. Besides, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and it's better than nothing. Hey, Su Sun, why are you suddenly calling me? Soon, there was an unexpected voice from Chu Yuyu on the phone. Su Sun gave a flattering smile. Sis, have you had breakfast yet? Nonsense, I'll be having lunch soon, what do you think? Su Xian smiled awkwardly. If you don't have anything to say, just get to the point. I'm busy, I don't have time to waste. Sister, do you remember when I said I wanted to take over the advertising from Chimei? Yes, I remember. You haven't mentioned it for a few days, and you haven't come to see me, so I thought you didn't need it anymore. Of course I need it. Isn't the project about to go online, and there's a lot to do? I haven't had time to take care of it yet. If you want to advertise, come to Chimei and find me. When will you have time, sister? In the afternoon. Okay, I'll come in the afternoon. Bye. Su Sun's heart felt like a weight had been lifted. Since Chu Yuyu told him to go to Chimei, it meant that the matter of taking over the advertising was almost settled. It was just a matter of what kind of sacrifice he would have to make and how much profit he would lose. Su Sun had a hunch. Chu Yuyu looked like a hungry wolf, desperate for him to take the ad. This Chimei ad is not easy to take. Who are you saying goodbye to? Yuhi, who had just pushed open the door, heard the last thing Su Sun said to Chu Yuyu. Chu Youyu, her sister. Why did you call her? To discuss taking the Chimei ad and placing it. Did it work? I think so, pretty much. She's really nice to you, her brother-in-law. Su Sun pursed his lips and said, "You'll find out soon enough, okay?" What does he mean? Businessmen pursue profits, and in the business world, personal relationships don't matter. This time, when they go to Chimei to pick up the advertisement, the profit will definitely be squeezed to the lowest. Chapter 45, we'll just have to make do. You could ask Chu Yuyu. She's her sister, so you're just an outsider. Why don't you? I don't know Chu Yuyu that well. I don't know her that well either. Really? Yui said in a strange tone, I don't know who it was yesterday, but they were so desperate to help Chu Yuyu. Su Sun was speechless and explained, it was just an accident. When I saw that there was a protruding rock below, it was too close and there was no time to stop. Do you think I believe that? Believe it or not, do I have a disease? Chu Yo and I are just friends, so do I have to die with her? You like her. I don't hide my feelings for someone, you know that. Maybe you've changed now? Su Sun didn't bother to respond to Yuhi. Yuhi rested her hands on the desk and looked at Su Sun with her big Kitsuran eyes. So, you really couldn't stop yesterday and jumped? Nonsense. Su Sun asked, do you have something to ask me? Can't I come in if I have nothing to do? Don't forget, I'm also the boss, and I own half of this office. Didn't you used to come in every time you had something to tell me? I'm used to it. Su Sun smiled awkwardly and said, of course you can come in whenever you want, even move in and work here. Yui gave Su Sun a cold stare, sat down in a chair, leaned back, closed his eyes, looked tired, and stretched out his slender fingers, rubbing his temples gently. Are you tired? What do you think? The project is about to go live, and I'm the technical director, so do you think I'm not tired? I'm so tired that my periods are irregular. It's not that bad, is it? Do you think I'm just making things up? Yui opened his eyes and glared at Su Sun. Su Sun felt a little guilty. With the project about to go live, Yuhi, the technical director, was indeed very busy. Although those juniors had all graduated from the computer science department, they were just regular class students. Yuhi was in the Galaxy class, and his abilities were definitely much higher than theirs. Those who can do more work will naturally be more tired. And all of this is to help himself. Su Sun got up and walked behind Yuhi, and put his hands out to help Yuhi massage her temples. Is your period really irregular? Do I need to lie to you? When will it come? I'll make you some brown sugar water. You do have a conscience, so in a few days. How's the pressure? You can use a little more pressure. A little more pressure. That feels good. Yuhi smiled contentedly, thoroughly enjoying it. Sweet dimples were imprinted on her face, as intoxicating as sweet wine. Su Sun thought of something and said, according to the plan, we should be preparing to push the project to the stream now, right? Well, I've already found a streaming company, and I'll go talk about related matters in a couple of days. Yuhi was a little worried, but Su Sun, is 10 million enough? It's enough. If we didn't get the 50 million investment from Chimei, we wouldn't have been able to invest this much. We've already prepared a new user recruitment activity in the game. The rewards for new users are worth thousands of ingots, and there are also rewards for recruiting new users, worth tens of thousands of ingots. Users who like our project will definitely try their best to recruit new users, which is much more efficient than relying on traffic to attract users. Users who like our project will definitely try their best to recruit new users, which is much more efficient than relying on traffic to attract users. Users who like our project will definitely try their best to recruit new users, which is much more efficient than relying on traffic to attract users. Users who like our project will definitely try their best to recruit new users, which is much more efficient than relying on traffic to attract users. Users who like our project will definitely try their best to recruit new users, which is much more efficient than relying on traffic. Are you sure? Don't worry, our project is not a big game, but with my more than 10 years of gaming experience, I have absolute confidence that it will be liked by many people. That's good. Yui shrugged his shoulders and leaned over his desk. I was exhausted from climbing the mountain yesterday, and now my whole body hurts. Should I rub your shoulders too? You rascal. Yui licked his lips and asked curiously again, where are you going to take Uncle Su tomorrow? What do you mean, where am I going to take him? Su Sun was confused. It's not like you're not going to take Uncle Su out and show him around Star City, since he's come all the way here. Who told you that my father was coming to Star City? I didn't know that. What? Don't you know that Uncle Su is coming to Star City tomorrow? Yui's eyes widened in shock. Su Sun was even more confused. I don't know, how did you know my dad was coming to Xingcheng? Uncle Su called me last night to tell me. If he told you about such an important matter, why didn't he tell me? I don't know. The corner of Yuhi's mouth curved up into a very nice arc. Su Sun picked up the phone on the desk and depressedly called his father, Su Qingwen. Hey, brat, you finally decided to call your father on your own initiative? Is it because you don't have any money? Just tell me, how much do you need? I don't have any money anyway. As soon as the call connected, Su Qingwen's unintelligible voice came out of the phone. Su Sun was speechless for a moment. Su Qingwen continued, if you're willing to share some of the money you spend on smoking with me, I can go ask your mother for it for you. Don't ask for much, I'm not greedy, just half of it will do. Dad, are you coming to Star City tomorrow? Yes, my work unit has asked me to go to Star City on business for a few days. Why didn't you tell me? Huh? I didn't tell you? Oh, maybe I forgot? Susun only felt that in Su Chingwen's heart, his son might not even be as important as Yu-hee. What time will you arrive tomorrow? If you don't run late, you'll be here by 5 p.m. Okay, I'll pick you up then. You can bring Xiaoye along. I haven't seen her for a long time and I miss her. She's not your daughter, what are you thinking? Can't I treat Xiaoye like my daughter? Susun glanced at Yu-hee. Understanding, Yu-hee nodded. Okay, I get it. After saying that, Susun hung up the phone, feeling very helpless. He, his son, was the last to know about such an important matter as coming to Xingqiang. Yu-hee was laughing to herself. She had long since become accustomed to it. Uncle Su treated her in one way. He treated Susun in another. Seeing this, Susun, who was already upset, gave a wicked smile and teased Yu-hee, still laughing? My father already thinks of you as his daughter-in-law. Uncle Su, did you say daughter? Why don't we just make do with each other, so that you really will be my father's daughter? Great, the bride price is 100 yuan per caddy. That's cheap? No, that's wrong, it's 10,000 yuan per caddy. Can I have 1 day first? Get lost. Oh, this is really the end. Susun slumped down in his chair, sighing repeatedly. Yu-hee put away his playful smile and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Why is it suddenly over? Chapter 46, No Prostitution. Susun said depressedly, my father will definitely be staying with me for the few days he's in Xingqiang. I can't possibly take him back to Chu Yoyu's villa, can I? Then wouldn't my agreement to marry Chu Yoyu be exposed? Wouldn't my father break my legs? I really want to see what happens when Uncle Su finds out about your fake marriage to Chu Yoyu. Yu-hee couldn't care less about the trouble. Susun glanced at Yu-hee, stop it, you really will get your leg broken. My father used to teach in the mountains, and then he went to work for the Education Bureau. My mother was the homeroom teacher at the county high school. They are both teachers, and they pay particular attention to face. If they find out that I have agreed to marry a rich and beautiful woman, they will definitely think that I am living off her. They will be so angry. You have to understand that it is a disgrace for a man to live off a woman. It's just a deal. What's so shameful about it? Susun strongly disagreed with Yu-hee's view. Selling one's body is what's shameful. His deal is nothing more than a transaction. It's just a transaction involving personal freedom. Besides, let's not forget that being able to live off a rich and beautiful woman is a skill in itself, right? Just ask, who doesn't want to eat soft rice from a beautiful rich woman who is rich and has a good appearance? Even if what you say is reasonable, Uncle Su and Auntie Lu won't believe it. The older generation's thinking is not as open-minded as ours. So, I'm very annoyed right now. Susun's face fell again in frustration. After a moment of silence, he thought of something and cast an evil glance at Yu-hee. Yu-hee pretended to be scared and said, why are you staring at me like that? I feel that I have been blessed in my past lives to be able to meet you. You just noticed? Yu-hee gave Susun a look and said, speak human words. I have to go to Chime to talk about advertising this afternoon, so you have to help me find a house. You want me to find a house for you again? I'm busy too, okay? If I really have irregular menstruation, you're dead. What's the big deal? I can just adjust it for you. Susun was in the habit of joking around. As for menstruation and other such things, he didn't understand them and was just making things up. After all, he wasn't a woman. Sick. Yu-hee glared at Susun viciously and said, even if I find you a place to live, it's useless. Uncle Su was able to go from being a teacher to working in the Education Bureau, so he must be much smarter than you. You're right. Susun leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and let out a depressed sigh. After a short period of silence again, Susun, who had thought of something again, looked at Yu-hee wickedly again. Why don't you let Lu Kei go out and live for a few days? I'll squeeze in with you for a few days and deal with my dad. No, who wants to live with you? Yu-hee looked disgusted. Susun folded his hands together, just like praying to a Buddha, and pleaded, I'm in a pinch, please, you don't want to see me get my legs broken by my parents, do you? Don't say it, I really want it. Yu-hee leaned on the desk with one hand, propped up her face, and laughed. This is not the time to joke. Just get Uncle Sue a room and let him stay at a hotel. You just said it yourself, my father is smarter than me, and when something is out of the ordinary, there is bound to be something fishy going on. If I let him stay at a hotel, he will definitely be able to see something. But I'm a girl, and I'm still an unmarried young lady. It wouldn't look good if I were to stay with you. He pretended to look troubled again. Susan ruthlessly poked fun at her. Pull the other one, you old trout. What do you care about that? You bragged about peeing standing up when we were kids, have you forgotten? A real man doesn't talk about his past exploits. Yui picked up a tissue on the desk and threw it at Susun, her face turning red uncontrollably. This bastard, why does he blabber on about everything? We're not kids anymore, can't you be more careful? Sure enough, he's still a little kid who hasn't grown up. Ha, it's rare to see you blush. Susun put the tissue back in place, which Yui had thrown at him countless times. Since childhood, in his impression, Yui has blushed only a handful of times. Yui bit her lip, suppressed the heat on her face, and changed the subject, saying, in terms of our relationship, living together is not a problem, but you can move in with me, but you have to talk to Kui yourself. You talk to her. Why? Because you know Lu Kui better. Susun did not give Yui the chance to refuse, saying, okay, this matter is settled. You help me out of trouble, and I'll talk to Chime about the advertisement. Afterwards, I'll treat you to a big meal. A big meal is supposed to settle things? You want to live in my house, and you want me to ask Kui to move out. Is such a big favor only worth a big meal? In our relationship, why do we have to be so clear about everything? Even real brothers don't count their debts. Susun was a little helpless. Okay, tell me, what do you want in return? Yui tilted his head and thought about it. I haven't thought about it yet, I'll let you know when I do. Just so you know, I'm selling my skills, not my body. Get out. Afternoon. Susun went to Chime. The Chime headquarters is huge, a building over 200 meters high. Chu Yuyu's office is on the 66th floor. These two sisters are really two completely different women. One likes to work on the ground floor. The other likes to be on the upper floors to watch the sea of clouds. President Su, our President Chu is in a meeting, so you can rest inside for a while. A very pretty girl led Susun into the reception room. Susun nodded, with a smile on her face, and said, okay, thanks. You're welcome. The girl poured a cup of tea for Susun and then walked out of the reception room. Susun sat in the reception room for a few minutes. A slightly overweight middle-aged man suddenly walked in and looked at Susun. You must be Susun, right? That's me. Susun stood up and politely extended her hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man pretended not to see. Susun's smile froze on his face, and he awkwardly withdrew his hand. He was a little puzzled in his heart. What was going on? What was Chu Yuyu up to? I am the manager of the advertising department at Chime. President Chu asked me to come and liaise with you. What is your surname? Zhang. Manager Zhang, please. There is no trouble. As a subordinate, it is my duty to convey instructions on behalf of President Chu. The middle-aged man lay down on the soft sofa, then raised his legs and placed them on the coffee table, looking down on Susun with a condescending air. Susun was definitely unhappy, as human nature would have it. But, this is the workplace. The law of the jungle is vividly reflected in the workplace, and as the weak party, there is often no dignity. Even the small line leaders in the factory can be extremely demanding. Chapter 47, People look down on others like dogs. Susun sat down in front of the middle-aged man with a smile. If you don't stand up for yourself, you won't be able to achieve anything. Who asked for help? You want dignity? Then make the company bigger and stronger. With power, others will fight to give you their dignity. In this world, from ancient times to the present, it has always been about power, and it never changes. However, it seems that the manager of the advertising department still doesn't know the identity of himself and Chu Yuyu. Otherwise, he would not have given her face. Susun did not reveal this relationship. After all, Chu Yuyu was only his nominal sister. If Chu Yuyu were his real sister, he would let this fat man know what the anger of a young master was like. Manager Zhang, let's get started. Get started with what? The advertising. Without advertising, you can go. What do you mean? It means that you have to go. There are some things that President Chu doesn't want to get involved in, so he asked me to come here and sort it out. Can't you see that? How can you be so blind? How is this possible? I already spoke to President Chu. Su Sun didn't believe him. He had already spoken to Chu Yuyu, so why would he suddenly change his mind? And by such despicable means. He didn't think that Chu Yuyu was that kind of person. If Chu Yuyu didn't want to cooperate, he would have just said no. Even if he did it on a whim and regretted it afterwards, he would have just come right out and said so. That's the kind of person Chu Yuyu is. Besides, I'm still Chu Yuyu's brother-in-law, so she can't possibly refuse to give me face. I don't know how you got Chu to agree before, but this is just a cheap trick, and once Chu cools down, she'll end this collaboration. The middle-aged man said in a senior's tone, "Young man, doing business is like getting married. It's all about matching up the families. Your company is, to put it nicely, a company, but to put it harshly, it's just a workshop. It has no results, no background, and we, Chime, would cooperate with you? If there's a better choice, why not choose you?" Su Sin frowned, doubting life. How could Chu Yuyu be such a person? No way, absolutely not. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's smug lips curled up. "Judging from your age, you should have just started out in the workplace not long ago, right? As someone who has been there, I can advise you that dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Instead of using underhanded methods, you'd better improve your abilities, otherwise you'll never achieve anything great." Did you really mean what you just said? Did President Chu really ask you to come over here and say that to me? What? You don't believe me? I'm the advertising manager at Chime, and I've worked my way up to this position. Do you think I'd dare to do anything without General Manager Chu's orders? If you don't believe me, you can just ask General Manager Chu now. The middle-aged man held out his hand, indicating that he was fine with it. Okay, I'll ask now. Su Sun took out his phone and called Chu Yuyu. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. It was just a polite gesture, Jun, and you're taking it seriously? He gathered his thoughts and forced himself to calm down. He had worked at Chime for 20 years, and had done his fair share of work. Even if he had taken matters into his own hands, President Chu should still give him face. After all, the other party was just a small company with no background. Besides, President Chu was in a meeting and generally didn't answer the phone, so he might as well just get through. Hang up, President Chu is in a meeting and won't answer your call. Listening to the beeps and beeps on Su Xian's phone, the middle-aged man became even more smug. Su Xian was going to call back later, but just as he was about to hang up, the phone connected. "Hello, Su Xian, what's wrong?" Chu Yuyu's gentle voice came through the phone. The reception room was quiet, and the middle-aged man could hear it. He was dumbfounded once again. President Chu never even answers his phone when he's in a meeting. Why would he answer this kid's phone? Is this a coincidence or an accident? Just as the middle-aged man was confused, the first thing Su Sun said almost scared him to death. "Sister, didn't we agree that I would take the advertisement and place it? Now why have you changed your mind?" "What changed my mind? When did I change my mind? Didn't I ask someone to go over there and liaise with you?" Chu Yuyu on the other end of the phone was completely confused. Su Sun suddenly understood what was going on, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and said honestly, "Manager Zhang from the Chime advertising department said to tell me to get lost, that you terminated this cooperation, and that you were too embarrassed to come out in person, so he specifically came over to tell me to get lost." "What? When did I say that?" Chu Yuyu's loud voice came through the phone. "Su Sun, where are you right now?" "In the reception room." "Is Manager Zhang next to you?" "Yes." "Tell him not to leave, I'll be right there." "This meeting is over for now, I have." Beep beep beep. End call. When Su Sun looked at the middle-aged man again, he felt like he was looking at a clown. He just said how could Chu Yuyu be that kind of person? It really was this person who was meddling without authorization. Look down on people, but it's easy to trip and fall. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt remorseful. He had kicked against the iron plate this time. If he had known that it was the young master who had arrived, how could he have dared to be so arrogant just now? He should be lucky if he doesn't even have to serve tea and pour water, let alone smile and fawn. That President Su, it was just a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man stammered awkwardly. Su Sun reached out to interrupt. "President Zhang, I'm going to the bathroom. If there's anything else, I'll come back later." As he watched Susan walk out of the reception room, the middle-aged man swallowed everything that was on the tip of his tongue. It wasn't long before. As soon as Su Xian returned to the reception room, she heard a sound of high heels clicking on the floor outside in the corridor. Chu Yuyu was here, furious. She walked into the reception room, first glancing at Su Xian, then at the middle-aged man, and angrily said, "Mr. Zhang, when did I say that I wanted to terminate this cooperation?" "Mr. Chu, I. The middle-aged man stammered, unable to say a complete sentence, and finally lowered his head in silence. Chu Yuyu asked sternly, "Why did you take it upon yourself to terminate this cooperation? And in my name?" "Mr. Chu, I was also doing it for the good of the company." "Mr. Su. Mr. Su's company is too small, and we have better options." "What? I should be thanking you? Since when did you, a manager in the advertising department, have any say in the project cooperation with Chimay? Besides, Chimay also grew from a small company to what it is today. What makes you think that their company is no good?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I was short-sighted. Please forgive me this once, I will never do it again." "You shouldn't beg me for forgiveness, but for Mr. Su." The middle-aged man immediately turned to Su Sun, kept nodding and bowing, and said, "President Su, I was wrong. I shouldn't look down on you, let alone look down on your company. Please forgive me." Chapter 48, Ruthlessness is the mark of a capitalist. You haven't done anything wrong. It's normal to look down on people when you're in a high position, but I won't forgive you. Then you can get out of here and go to the finance department to settle your salary. President Chu, I have contributed to Chimay, both in good times and bad. Please give me another chance. I won't say this again. If you don't want to leave with dignity, I can help you." As she spoke earnestly, the middle-aged man left the reception room with clenched teeth. Su Sun was astonished by this scene. She was fired without getting his forgiveness? Chu Yuyu is being a bit too nice to him, isn't she? I really like this sister who protects her younger brother like this. Su Sun's heart was moved a little. He was an only child and didn't have a sister. This was the first time he had felt the love of a sister since he was a child. It would be even better if she was his real sister. "Sister, he is the manager of the advertising department, how can you just let him go? He is a snob who looks down on people, why not fire him? Maybe he even looks down on me, the CEO, in his heart. That makes sense. Follow me." Chu Yuyu led Su Sun to an office. In the left corner of the office was a door. Inside was a room of 30 to 40 square meters. There were beds, sofas, dining tables, stools, dressers and other daily necessities, all in pink. It seems that no girl doesn't like pink. Even if that girl is a cool and domineering older sister. The air was also filled with a very nice smell of a girl's body odor. Chu Yuyu, wearing a tight white shirt and a black tight skirt, opened the refrigerator and took out a can of Coke, throwing it to Su Sun. "Take it easy. I'm not angry, sister. This kind of thing is very common in the workplace, and I'm used to it. What I hate most in my life is people like this." Chu Yuyu sat down on the soft pink sofa and reached out to Su Sun. "Go ahead, how many advertisements do you want to take from Chimay?" 20. Su Sun sat down opposite Chu Yuyu. Chu Yuyu picked up a cushion and placed it on her snow-white lap, opened a Coke, took a sip, and said, 20 ads, can your company's game handle that? In fact, 20 is even less, there are many places in the game where you can redeem items for watching ads. Tell you what, I'll give you 30 ads, but we'll split the advertising revenue 90 to 10. 9 for me and 1 for you? Chu Yuyu gave Su Xian a look, why don't I kill you with beauty? It's Chimay's 9, and your company's 1. Sister? What's going on? Why is it so dark? Su Xian really felt that it was dark. 91 points, deducting server maintenance costs, salaries, and the company's daily expenses, it may be necessary to subsidize money into it. Chu Yuyu admitted generously, yes, I'm black, and what capitalist isn't? Have you ever seen one? I haven't, anyway. In that case, aren't we working for Chimay? Who told you to come to me? If I don't cut you hard now, when will I? It's common knowledge in the workplace that if you want to take something from a capitalist, you have to pay an out-of-proportion price. Sister, no matter what I say, I'm still your brother-in-law. Aren't you going to give me any face? No. There's no place for family in business. It won't matter if our parents come. Susan thought about it for a long time, and finally nodded helplessly, saying, okay, 19 is 19. Even if it means losing money, we have to get the project off the ground. There is still some money left in the company account, which can support the company for a while. Once the project is up and running, there will naturally be no shortage of advertising. There is no other way. If we can't retain free users, the project may simply die before it is born. Chu Yuyu looked at Susan greedily, smiling charmingly. Am I going to get less? Sister, you might as well kill me. Forget it, I'll leave you some. Just in case your company goes bankrupt, then my previous investment will be lost. I've never lost money on an investment before, so I can't let you ruin my 100% winning rate. Chu Yuyu asked again, when your project goes online, you'll need to advertise and warm it up, right? Su-sun nodded. What do you think of Chimay? Not good. Chimay is all about big brands, and the advertising prices are too high for a small company like ours to afford. Chu Yuyu licked her lips and flashed her capitalist smile again. Su-sun, let's sign another contract. Chimay will promote your company's project for free, but all the profits from the project within 2 years will go to Chimay. What do you think? No, just the advertising is fine, we don't need anything else for now. Su-sun also had desires and greed. He had spent 2 years building up the project, and he didn't want Chimay to eat up the results. Besides, the lifespan of games is inherently short, and it is unknown whether it can survive more than 2 years. If it doesn't survive, it will be a loss. If you don't want it, just forget it. You wait here, I'll have someone prepare the contract. Chu Yuyu got up and walked out of the room. Looking at that graceful back, Su-sun experienced Chu Yuyu's ruthlessness for the first time. This is no regard for family at all. Su-sun had some doubts before. Was the last investment intentional? Now there is no need to doubt. Chu Yuyu, this capitalist, can really be described as cold-blooded. She is really ruthless and cruel. By the way, Su-sun, do you want to ask for an additional 10% of the advertising fee? Chu Yuyu turned back again. Su-sun cautiously asked, what are the conditions? Don't worry, this time I am a kind capitalist. If you accompany me to meet with the client tonight, we will split the advertising revenue 20% for you and 80% for me. Is it that simple? Su-sun was very suspicious that there was a trick. Chu Yuyu shrugged and replied, you can just read the contract yourself later. Why do you want me to go with you to meet the client? My assistant has asked for the night off because she has something to do, and there is no one to drive me. Of course there is such a good thing. Su-sun excitedly got up from the sofa. An extra 10% of the revenue is just pocket change. How could I not be happy? Be nice to my sister in the future. I don't want to discuss personal matters in the mall, but she's the only sister I have, you know. Su-sun's smile froze on his face. After all, he was still benefiting from Chu Yuyu's light? Don't worry, sister, I will. Su-sun did not refuse to be strong. He and Chu Yuyu were now close friends, and it was only reasonable to be good to Chu Yuyu. At most, in the future, when he made money, he would give Chu Yuyu a share of the profits. That kid must be that son of a bitch's gold digger. One last name is Chu, the other is Su. What a load of crap about being siblings. And that Jiang Zitao, I worked hard for 20 years to get to where I am now just to help you, and now it's all gone. If you don't compensate me, I'll fight you to the death. In front of the entrance to the Chimay building, a middle-aged man carrying a suitcase came out cursing. He took out his phone and made a call. Chapter 49, as long as you are happy, what does it matter if I make a little sacrifice? How did things go? It didn't work out. That kid is not easy to fool. He called Chu Yuyu over. But General Jiang, I've been fired to help you. I've been at Chimay for 20 years and only just managed to become the manager of the advertising department. I see. Come to Shanghong Group tomorrow to report for duty. I wonder what position it is. Marketing manager. Okay, thank you, General Jiang. A smile finally appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Shanghong Building. Jiang Zitao, dressed in a suit, holding a half-full glass of red wine, gently swayed over to the French windows, looked out at the sea of clouds outside, and took an elegant sip of wine. You're forcing my hand. Jiang Zitao's mouth curled up in a sinister smile as he shouted, Lu. What can I do for you, Mr. Jiang? A hot-bodied woman pushed open the door and walked in. She handed the document on the table to the president of Chimay Technology Company, Limited. Okay. 6 p.m. Yuhi returned home carrying a family bucket and a bag of laundry. Xiaohe, you're home. Lu Kei, who had a car, arrived home a few minutes before Yuhi and was sitting on the sofa eating snacks and watching a melodramatic soap opera. Yuhi changed into slippers and placed the family bucket in front of Lu Kei. Lu Kei's eyes lit up. Wow, it's my favorite family bucket. Xiaohe, why did you suddenly remember to buy it? I was passing by after work and remembered that you like this the most, so I bought one on the way home. Xiaohe, I love you the most, Xiaomei. Lu Kei transformed into a little glutton, her mouth full and still not satisfied, and she grabbed 2 pieces of fried chicken in each hand. Yui took out a beautiful dress from the bag again and handed it to Lu Kei, saying, "You said this morning that you wanted to buy this dress back at the weekend. It's only Monday today, and there's still so long until the weekend. I happened to pass by that clothing store, so I bought it for you on the way back. Wow, it's the floral dress I like the most." Lu Kei excitedly took the dress and rubbed it gently against her face. After rubbing it for a while, the smile on her face suddenly froze. Looking at Yuhi, she sensed a plot. Yuhi guiltily looked away. This confirmed Lu Kei's suspicions. Something's wrong. Although you're very nice, when did you become so nice? Lu Kei forced Yui's turned head back to her. Go ahead, what are you up to? Yui's eyes avoided Lu Kei's, afraid to meet her gaze, and she replied, "It's nothing, just. I want you to move out again." What? Move out again? Lu Kei pouted angrily. "I told you, you bought the family bucket and bought me a dress, and it turns out, you are once again prioritizing your romantic relationship over friendship." Yui lowered his head, his face a little red. Lu Kei asked, "Is it that Susun who is moving in again?" Yuhi nodded. "He won't stand you up again this time, will he?" "Never again." Yuhi told Lu Kei the whole story. "So I can just go out and stay for a few days?" "Well, Uncle Su shouldn't be in Star City for more than a few days." Okay, who says you're not my best friend? If it makes you happy, what's a little sacrifice for me? Kei, you're so good, I don't know how to thank you." Yui took Lu Kei's hand and cooed, pressing her face against Lu Kei's arm. Lu Kei glanced at Yuhi. "It's not hard to repay me, is it? The greatest repayment you can give me is to get together with Su Sun. Kei, I'll help you pack now, Uncle Su is coming tomorrow." Yuhi wanted to avoid the subject. Lu Kei helplessly pursed her lips, grabbed Yuhi's hand and tugged her back. "What's the rush? I'll just pack a few clothes, the rest can be stored in your room for now." Lu Kei picked up her phone. "How much is the skirt? I'll transfer the money to you." "I'll be angry if you say that." Yui pretended to be angry, crossing her arms and looking fierce. "You haven't earned any money over the years to help Su Sun, but you've put so much of your own money into it. I'm not blind, how can I let you spend money? It's not expensive, I don't want it anyway, I've got money. If you dare to transfer the money to me, we're through." Fine, I'm scared of you, okay?" Lu Kei put down her phone and planned to give Yuhi a gift in return later. Chimei Building. Chu Yuyu walked into the reception room, sat down on the sofa, took out her phone, and dialed Chu Yoyu's number. "Sister." There were 2 beeps, and the gentle voice of Chu Yoyu came out of the phone. "What are you doing?" "Working." Chu Yuyu teased and played hard to get. "Do you know who is here with me?" "Who?" "Your husband." Oh. Chu Yuyu was shocked. "You are not going to argue anymore?" "Sister, if you don't behave, I'm going to hang up." No, I still have something to tell you." "What is it?" "Go ahead." "Susun's project is about to go online. I originally wanted to help him promote it, but I was afraid that if I did, he would find out that there was something fishy about the last investment, so he came to me today to discuss cooperation. I have no personal agenda, so you can't blame me." Chu Yoyu was silent for a moment. "So, did I cause Susun harm?" "What are you talking about? If it wasn't for you, Susun's company would have gone bankrupt long ago. You can't blame me for what happened in the future. I know, you shouldn't get involved with personal relationships in business. I'm not that unreasonable. I have to go, I'm busy." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Chu Yuyu got up and walked out of the reception room. At that moment, Su Sun, who was in the room brushing up on her short videos, received a WeChat message from Yuhi. "I've taken care of my end, have you taken care of yours?" Su Sun replied, "Not yet. It's just an advertisement, right? Why is it taking so long to finalize? We've already finalized it, but in order to bring in more revenue for the company, I still need to fulfill some additional conditions. You're selling yourself? Funny. Soo-sun was particularly speechless as he read the message on his phone screen. Shu Yoyu is my sister, what are you thinking? It's her assistant who took the night off. She needs to go negotiate a deal, so she asked me to drive her. If I complete this additional condition, we'll get an extra 10% of the advertising revenue. That's it? Isn't that just giving away money? Didn't you say that Shu Yoyu's sister is a cold-hearted person who never shows any personal feelings in the business world? Chapter 50, Driver Xiao Su. She only has one younger sister, Shu Yoyu, and she's not a cold-blooded person, so how could she really not feel any affection at all? It's just that I suffer. While everyone else goes off to have a good time after work, I have to keep working like a horse. Why do I feel like you're being aggrieved? What? Do I have to thank you for that? Not that it's not possible, smug. Watch out, JPG. I'm hiding, JPG. What are you smirking at? You're not chatting up some girl again, are you? Shu Yoyu pushed the door open and walked in. Soo-sun replied, a colleague. Gone. Shu Yoyu threw the key at Soo-sun. In the underground car park, Shu Yoyu's car was a multi-million-dollar four-wheel drive. Where are we going, sis? The Xingyue Hotel. The evening rush hour in Star City was very congested, and it took more than an hour to drive to the Starry Hotel. After parking the car, she walked into the Starry Hotel and took the elevator to the third floor. This was a very high-end hotel with luxurious and grand decorations. After walking down the aisle for a while, Shu Yoyu reached out and knocked on the door of the box room number 302. Soon, the door opened. A young and handsome man appeared in front of her. He wore a gentle smile and looked at Shu Yoyu. Yoyu, you're here? Su Rishin looked at Soo-sun again and asked, Yoyu, when did you change assistants? Hello, my name is Su Rishin. Su Rishin extended his hand towards Soo-sun. Out of courtesy, Soo-sun was just about to make a move when he was interrupted by Shu Yoyu, who suddenly walked past. There was traffic, I'm sorry for the wait. It's fine, it wasn't a long wait. Su Rishin awkwardly withdrew his hand, smiled at Soo-sun, and turned back to his seat. Soo-sun sensed the smell of gossip. Walking into the compartment, he saw a middle-aged man with a big belly sitting inside. Soo-sun waved hello and then sat down in the seat to the left of Shu Yoyu. Mr. Su, we are going to connect to a comic book window. You should know that if this cooperation succeeds, both sides will benefit greatly. What do you think? There's no need to mention Chimei's traffic. In fact, even without your invitation, Mr. Chu, we were prepared to take the initiative to come to you. There is definitely no problem with this win-win cooperation. It's just, how does Chimei plan to split the cost of users purchasing comics? We have several options. One is a 50-50 split. The negotiations in the private room officially began. Shu Yoyu and the middle-aged man were having a good time, and glass after glass of wine was consumed. Su Rishin occasionally chimed in with a suggestion. Soo-sun, on the other hand, was completely invisible. He sat quietly eating his meal. This tug-of-war in the marketplace continued until 9:30 p.m., when the two sides finally signed a satisfactory contract. Outside the bathroom, Soo-sun was holding her bag, listening to the sound of vomiting coming from inside. She really admired Shu Yoyu. She was skinny and small, but she could drink so much and her tolerance was so good. It was a stark contrast to Shu Yoyu, who blushed at the sight of even a drop of wine. Hello, I forgot to ask your name just now, can you tell me? Su Rishin came up behind Soo-sun without her knowing when. With a smile on his face and polite manners, it was obvious that he was a gentle and refined young master. Compared to Jiang Zitao, he was many times better. As for how he knew that he was a young master? Whether it was his conversation or his attire, there was no way he could be an ordinary person. What's the big deal? My name is Soo-sun. Let's get reacquainted, Su Rishin. Su Rishin once again extended his hand towards Soo-sun. This time, no one bothered them as they shook hands. Are you Yuyu's new assistant? Su Rishin asked. No. Then, a lover? How could that be? I'm her brother-in-law. I see. Su Rishin let out a relieved breath and said, I'm Yuyu's friend. I guessed as much. Well, can I give you a ride home later? Susun politely declined. I'm sorry, without my sister's permission, I can't help you. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I know, I can see that, but I really can't agree to this. If I do, my sister will break my legs, not to mention my in-laws. Okay, that's really difficult for you. Please give this bottle of milk to Yu to sober up. Su Rishin waved his hand and left. Susun looked at Su Rishin's receding back and then at the milk in her hands. She was a little confused. He was such a handsome and gentle man. How could Chu Yu not like him? A few minutes later, Chu Yu came out of the bathroom, turned on the tap and washed her face, then walked unsteadily towards Susun. It looked like she might fall at any moment. Susun quickly held Chu Yu up. Sister, did you always get drunk like this when you came to talk business? More or less. Isn't drinking what business talks are about? That's why I need someone I can trust to keep me company. Sister, do I really inspire that kind of trust? Susun was surprised. Although he had been engaged to Chu Yoyu for almost 2 years, he had not had much contact with her. Not to mention Chu Yoyu. Chu Yu burped, then gave Susun a cold stare and said, You're my brother-in-law, what could you possibly do to me? Susun didn't say anything. A brother-in-law is not related by blood. Besides, don't you know how beautiful you are? Anyone who is even a little bit bad is hard to keep an eye on. But I have to admit that Chu Yu has good taste. Susun really is a good person. This is the milk that Su Rishin asked me to give you to sober up. As he helped Chu Yu sit in the passenger seat, Susun remembered the bottle of milk. Chu Yu didn't even look at it, and opened the glass to throw the milk out. With a pop, the glass bottle of milk spilled all over the floor. Sister, that's not necessary. Susun felt a little sorry for himself. He happened to be thirsty, so if he didn't want the milk, he should have just said so. I don't like milk. If you don't want to drink it, give it to me. Why didn't you say so earlier? Putting on her seatbelt, Su Xian started the car and asked curiously, Sister, what is your relationship with Su Rishin? No relationship. What kind of relationship do you mean? You don't seem like ordinary friends. Chu Yu sighed with depression and said, the kind of relationship between Yu and Zhang Zitao. Childhood sweethearts? Chu Yu didn't say anything. He seems to like you. You can tell? I'm not blind, how can I not tell when it's so obvious? Then do you think I like him? I already said I'm not blind. Susun looked curious, but, sister, he's your childhood friend, why wouldn't you like him? Chu Yu opened one eye and glanced at Susun, saying, Do you have to like your childhood friend? Chapter 51, It's So Hot. Susun agreed with Chu Yu's words. Who said childhood sweethearts must like each other? Doesn't he dislike Yuhi? His feelings for Yuhi are more like the kind of affection between an old married couple. Other feelings and whatnot have long since vanished. Chu Yu added, Haven't you heard of a widely circulated old saying? Childhood sweethearts are no match for heaven sent. Susun disagreed with Chu Yu again. From his point of view, Qingmei was a leftover, and Tianxiang was Chu Yoyu. Didn't he like Chu Yoyu too? Maybe Susun had already lost his heart and spirit. There was only one thing he wanted to do now, and that was to make Lingyun technology bigger and stronger. Susun was now 25 years old, and he was quickly approaching his 30s. He has less and less time to do whatever he wants, and he must seize the opportunity to establish a career before starting a family. In today's cruel society, without money as a hook, a family can easily fall apart. So Susun is not only trying to prove himself and realize his dreams, but also thinking about his later life. However, if this life is destined to never fall in love with someone, and in the future he will just find someone to live with, Yuhi is undoubtedly the best candidate. They know each other inside and out, and have laid the foundation for a relationship long before anyone else. But they'll be living with someone who has no feelings for them. How could Yuhi possibly agree to that? This is obviously just a fantasy. Susun hasn't reached that point yet. With a pout, Susun forcibly gathers her scattered thoughts together. How can you be distracted while driving? Where are we going now, sis? Are we taking you home? No, if my mom sees me like this when I go home, I'm sure I'll have bruises all over my body. Do you believe it or not? Chu Yu leaned back in her seat in fear, curling up into a ball. So where? To the office. Okay. Susan glanced at Chu Yu in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but wonder, sis, you're the president of a company, and it's only natural to entertain, so why would mom care? So what if I'm the president of a company? I'm not married yet, am I? How could my mother not worry? Susan felt that she had a point. All parents are the same, they all worry about their children. How could they tolerate their unmarried daughter getting drunk out in the open? What if something happened? Even if it's for money, it's not okay. It's really a century-old problem. As the president, how could there be no reason to entertain? It's okay for a small company, but a big company will only think you're not giving it face. Susan wondered how Chu Yoyu had managed to hold on to the CEO position. Chu Yoyu closed her eyes and continued, even if you marry into the family, your mother will still be in control. Do you think Yoyu would dare to come home drunk? If she did, my mother would definitely hit her with a feather duster. Susan couldn't help but think of that image in his mind, and couldn't help but smile. But then again, since Yoyu is already married, sister, why haven't you married yet? Susan noticed that after spending time together a few times recently, his relationship with Chu Yoyu seemed to have improved a bit. In the past, Susun would never ask about Chu Yuyu's personal affairs. But now, he blurted it out. Chu Yuyu opened one watery eye again, glaring at Susun and saying, none of your damn business. It's just curiosity. My mom didn't rush me. Did she rush Yoyu because Jiang Zitao didn't satisfy you? Nonsense, who let them get close? I told Yoyu about it, but she wouldn't listen, saying that it was interfering with her life and her right to make friends. If she didn't listen to Dad, she'd invite Grandpa over, and then she'd behave. It really is like a melodramatic plot from a novel. Su Xian tweeted. Chu Yuyu rolled over inside, who said it wasn't? It's even more melodramatic than a novel. I don't want Yoyu to be forced, but I'm just a nobody with little power. Driving to Chime, Chu Yuyu in the passenger seat had already fallen asleep. Susan parked the car, unbuckled Chu Yuyu's seatbelt, and then gently patted Chu Yuyu's arm. Sister, wake up, we're here. Chu Yuyu raised an eyebrow and woke up with sleepy eyes. Instinctively, she looked around, blinked hard, picked up her briefcase, opened the car door, and got out of the car. The evening wind blew against her face, making her already unsteady body sway even more. Just go back and tell you the truth. She's not that narrow-minded, she won't be angry. Chu Yuyu waved her delicate little hand behind her. Seeing that Chu Yuyu was about to fall at any moment, Susun couldn't bear to, got off the car and quickly caught up, reaching out to hold Chu Yuyu. Chu Yuyu was taken aback, why did you follow me? Sis, you're so drunk, I'd better take you up there. I don't need it. What big storms haven't I experienced? Don't underestimate your sister. Chu Yuyu pushed Susun away forcefully. Susun looked helpless. She really is a strong woman. Seeing that Chu Yuyu was about to pass by a beautiful pool, Susun worriedly quickly chased after her again. The water in the pool was not deep, just a few centimeters, but it was enough to drown a drunk person. You finished the business negotiations with her, so you can't be late for this. Susun once again reached out to hold Chu Yuyu. Maybe she really couldn't hold on any longer. This time, Chu Yuyu didn't try to be brave. They took the elevator to the 66th floor. Everyone who had been working before had already gone home. It was eerily quiet, and the evening wind whistled, creating a desolate feeling like that of a lonely soul or wild ghost wailing. Susun supported Chu Yuyu, who was almost falling asleep, and walked into the room in the president's office. After arriving next to the soft pink bed, he let go of Chu Yuyu, who fell straight over. As a result, this fall woke Chu Yuyu up. It could also be said that she didn't wake up, her body woke up, but her subconscious was still asleep. It is commonly known as playing drunk. It's hot, so hot. Chu Yuyu began to fumble with the clothes on her body. Susun was dumbfounded. He quickly grabbed the remote control on the bedside table and turned the air conditioning to the lowest setting. However, no matter how low the temperature is set, it takes time for the cooling to take effect. Chu Yuyu was still shouting that it was hot, and was still pulling the tight white shirt on his body, and it looked like he was about to pull the buttons off. Susun had no choice but to temporarily forcefully grab Chu Yuyu's wrist to stop her from moving around. He is a man. In the middle of the night, doing this. Which cadre can withstand such temptation? Fortunately, the person Chu Yuyu met was Susun. If it were anyone else, even if it were her brother-in-law, they would have lost their minds at this point. After the temperature in the room dropped, Su Sun dared to let go of Chu Yuyu's hand. It's hot, so hot. Chu Yuyu started to fiddle with the clothes on her body again. It's still hot? Su Sun was beginning to feel cold. How could Chu Yuyu still be hot? Su Sun didn't know, he had never been drunk before. His father was a drunk, and he had been exposed to it since he was young, so he could hold his drink well. Over the past few years of socializing at work, he had only passed out others, and had never been passed out by others. But getting drunk does cause fever. This is common sense, and Su Sun still knows it. Chapter 52. Do you need my help with something? Sister, you're asking for it, so don't blame me. The tight white shirt on Chu Yuyu was already about to burst open. Su Sun didn't dare give Chu Yuyu the slightest chance, so he took a random skirt from the closet next to him and tied up Chu Yuyu's fidgety hands. Chu Yuyu became obedient. It's so hot, so hot. Soon, Chu Yuyu, who had been quiet for a while, started moving around again. This time, she moved her feet and used her toes to pull the black tight skirt. Su Xian froze in place as he watched the scene. At this moment, he really wanted to shout out. Sister, your image is crumbling. Su Sun sighed helplessly, and took out another skirt from the closet to tie up Chu Yuyu's feet as well. The strength of the toes was not great, but Su Sun still understood the principle of water drops wear away the stone. Chu Yuyu, who had her hands and feet tied up on the bed, had a sense of déjà vu from educational films. Su Sun shrugged his shoulders and looked around. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw the camera in the corner. The whole scene had been recorded. Su Sun would have been spared a lot of trouble. He found the kettle and boiled a pot of water. Su Sun just put the boiling water on the bedside table. On the bed, which was overflowing with girlish emotions, Chu Yuyu started to make a racket again. With a vomit-like sound, he vomited a lot of the wine he had drunk before on his body and on the bed. The smell was so strong that he had to change it. Su Sun could not imagine what Chu Yuyu would look like if he did not come after her and what she would wake up to the next morning. Smelling the pungent and somewhat nauseating smell of vomit, Su Sun quickly left the scene of the incident. He walked to the window and opened it to ventilate the room. Then he took out his phone and called Chu Yuyu. Chu Yuyu had vomited so much that she definitely needed to change her clothes and bedsheets. For this kind of thing, Su Sun could only turn to someone else. And Chu Yuyu, being Chu Yoyu's younger sister, was undoubtedly the most suitable person. Hello, Su Sun. Chu Yuyu answered the phone. Su Sun asked, Are you at home? No, I'm at the office. I have a lot of things to do. I'm not going home tonight. Why? Is something wrong? Is that so? Su Sun glanced outside. It had been drizzling for a minute, and he said, Nothing much, just watching the rain. I thought you were home, so I wanted you to help me collect the laundry, but never mind, I'm on my way home now. I'm sorry. It's fine. After hanging up the phone, Su Sun's mind immediately turned to Yuhi. He immediately called Yuhi again. Su Sun's only close friend of the opposite sex who could help each other out was currently Yuhi. Chu Yuyu wasn't sure yet. What? You don't want me to buy you a late-night snack, do you? I'm telling you, don't push your luck. Why would I? I'm buying you a late-night snack to thank you for helping me today. Dream on. You can't get away with just a late-night snack after promising me a big meal during the day. This late-night snack is on the house. You're really that kind? Yuhi is doubtful. Su Sun was silent in response. After a short silence, Yui's plaintive voice came again from the phone. I can see that you need my help with something, right? Su Sun laughed awkwardly. You really understand me. It's annoying, the location. The president's office on the 66th floor of Chimei. Su Sun sent the location of Chimei. Yuhi, who was wearing a nightgown in a residential area, was puzzled, but did not reply to the message again. She got out of bed, opened the closet, and picked out a skirt she thought looked good to wear. Their relationship was like that of family members. However, since childhood, if there was no real way out, that guy generally wouldn't ask for help. Therefore, even if it was the middle of the night, Yuhi had to get up and go. She walked out of her room, picked up the car keys on the table, and shouted to the other room, Kui, lend me the car for a bit, I have something to do. Go ahead, the car is in the parking area next to Building A. Half an hour later. Yui found the office of the president of RideMe based on the location and saw that one door was open. He walked over lightly. What's going on? He was taken aback when he saw the messy bed and Chu Yu in his strange position on the bed. Su-sun, who was sitting on the sofa, came over and explained, "Don't get me wrong, she was drunk and kept saying she was hot, so she kept taking off her clothes. I had no choice but to use this method to restrain her mobility." Is that really all that happened? He looked at Su-sun suspiciously. Su-sun's mouth twitched. We've known each other for so many years, you know what kind of person I am. He felt that this made sense and her doubts were dispelled. She still trusted Su-sun's character. When they were in the third year of junior high school, it was also the hot summer, and they installed an air conditioner in their room. That night, this guy shamelessly came to use the air conditioner. Later, he even felt uncomfortable sleeping on the floor, so he snuck into bed in the middle of the night. They were in the third year of junior high school, which was considered to be adulthood, and besides, they were in puberty, so nothing happened. Although the next day, this guy was mixed doubles by Uncle Sue and Auntie Lee, and bought him an air conditioner that day, it was enough to prove his character. You go out first, if you dare to peek, I'll break your legs. He knew what she was doing without asking. Su-sun muttered as he left, why have you become just like my mother? You want to break my legs at every turn. He was so angry that he pretended to throw the pillow on the bed at Su-sun. Su-sun immediately ran out. The vomit stank really bad. He didn't want to get it on his clothes. After closing the door, even though he trusted Su-sun, he still wasn't at ease, so he reached out and locked the door again. He walked over to the closet and found a brand new set of bedding and a clean skirt, and then began to change the bedding on the bed and change Chu Yu's clothes. So pretty, and with a great figure, they really are sisters. Looking at the perfect Chu Yu on the bed, he felt a little inferior, even though she was very confident. After all, not only was she beautiful, she was also richer than her. This was the only drawback, that she could never match the woman in front of her. It took more than 10 minutes. He got things done. Su-sun, who had received permission, came in and looked at Chu Yu on the bed, asking, why are you still tying her hands and feet? Chapter 53. So we'll say it's settled. Just in case. That's right, to prevent another drunken rampage. Su-sun adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature and then walked out of the room. Let's go for a late-night snack. They went to the bottom of the building. They couldn't find any late-night food stalls, and only saw a fried rice shop. Su-xian was still thinking about walking a little further. Yui said, I don't want to walk anymore, let's just eat fried rice. Fried rice is a bit too cheap, isn't it? If we walk a little further, there might be other late-night food stalls. Su-xian felt that if he didn't invite Yui to eat and drink, he would feel bad. I don't want to walk anymore. I've been dieting lately, so I'll just have a bowl of fried noodles. Yui turned and walked towards the fried noodle shop. Su-sun quickly followed, laughing, you have such a good figure, why would you need to lose weight? Su-sun wasn't joking. Yui's figure could really be described as having a curvy shape, and it was the perfect figure for a girl. Yui glanced at Su-sun and said, really? So do you think Chu Yu and her sister have a good figure, or do you think I have a good figure? Su-sun was speechless, but he didn't hesitate, of course it's your body that's good, you're the best-bodied woman in the world. Come on, I've already done everything for you, why are you deliberately flattering me? Yui didn't believe it. But whether it was true or not, she took Su-sun's words to heart. After all, no girl in the world can resist praise, especially praise of beauty. 2 portions of fried noodles, 20 soft yuan. As they passed a small park, Yui suddenly sat down on the shaggy grass. Su-sun asked, why are you sitting here? Aren't you going to go up and eat? I don't want to go up and eat. You're the boss now. Su-sun teased Yui while sitting down next to him. Yui retorted, so what if I'm the boss? Is the boss not a human being? Su-sun laughed without saying anything, opened the white plastic lunchbox, and ate the fried noodles with a big mouthful. You're right, eating at home really doesn't have the same atmosphere as eating out. Yui didn't bother to respond to Su-sun, quietly eating the fried noodles in small bites, much more quiet and elegant than Su-sun. Do you remember the last time we sat outside like this and ate fried noodles? Of course, it was our junior year in college. Su-xian sighed with emotion, time flies, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yui smiled bitterly and agreed, yes, time really flies, and in the blink of an eye we have all grown up. The moon tonight is very round, and the stars covering the night sky twinkle, making the night so soft. Su Xian and Yu He looked up almost at the same time, staring at the stars in the sky, both a little sad, saddened by the harsh cuts of time. What are your plans for the future? After a pause, Yu He asked. After we get the money from this project, we'll split it 3 ways, one part for emergencies, one part to continue with the projects that keep the company running, and the other part to prepare for the 3A project. After all, this has always been my dream of starting a company. Su Sun, who had finished eating the fried noodles, put the lunchbox aside for the time being, then regardless of whether the lawn behind him was dirty or not, he lay down with his hands behind his head. He just wanted to enjoy the moment and relax. He didn't care about anything else. I'm not talking about work. I'm talking about your life. You're 25 years old. You can't stay single forever. When are you going to get married? Su Sun turned his head and looked at Yu He speechlessly. I don't even have a girlfriend, so how can I get married? Whether you have a girlfriend or not has nothing to do with when you want to get married. Su Sun thought for a moment and said, I guess I'll be 30 at the latest. What about you? Yu He looked at the elliptical moon in the sky and said, I don't know, I might end up alone. So pitiful? Su Sun said half jokingly, half serious, it seems that in the end, I'll have to help you. Look, maybe after we're both 30, if neither of us has found someone we like, we might as well not go on blind dates. I've always treated you like a brother, and you actually want to lust after my body? Come on, scientific research has proven that women are much more lustful than men, so who's lusting after whose body? Why don't I just kill you with beauty? I'm the school flower. Yu He bit her lip and said, then let's make a deal. If no one wants us in 5 years, we'll live together. Promise so quickly? You really are lusting after my body. Su Sun crossed his arms and looked scared and defensive. Yu He angrily kicked Su Sun lightly. Su Sun grinned from ear to ear. Yu He's reaction made it seem like he had a crush on him. Su Sun didn't think much about it and didn't care. They were childhood friends, so it was normal for them to like each other. If they really did like each other, then after 5 years, they would have achieved their goal. It's just that Su Sun really wasn't in the mood for a relationship right now. He was long past the age of being in love. He is now in his 30s, and just wants to make a little money, and then make a little more money. Perhaps many people don't understand that if you get older, you don't want to fall in love? But that is the truth, every stage of a person's life is different. At the age of 16 or 17, it is the time when one's heart first blossoms, and at that time, one's mind is full of sweet thoughts of love. But by the time one reaches the age of 24 or 25, love is no longer important, and at this time, one's only desire for the opposite sex is also just a primitive desire. Su Sun and Yu He have such a good relationship. Without love, how could he possibly hurt Yu He? Everyone else could, but not Yu He. Yu He was not only his good friend, but also family. By the way, why didn't you ask Chu Yoyu to take care of her sister, but instead called me over? Yu He suddenly remembered something. Su Sun replied, Chu Yoyu is still working overtime at the company. It's just a trivial matter, so I didn't bother to trouble her. You mean you bothered me? Yu He glared at Su Sun angrily. Su Sun covered her embarrassment with a smile, I'm doing this for your own good. Chu Yoyu is now our benefactor, and there will be a lot of dealings in the future. As the other owner of the company, you will have contact with her sooner or later. I'm getting you acquainted in advance. Besides, if you change Chu Yuyu's clothes and sheets, she will owe you a favor, right? So I should thank you? Su Sun waved his hand and said, You're welcome. You know it's important to be friends with the president of such a big company. It's a valuable resource that you can't do without. Yu He was speechless. Let's go. I came in Kai's car, which is not the way I usually go, but since someone gave me a valuable resource, I'll reluctantly give you a ride. After finishing the fried noodles, Yu He said something sarcastic, and then threw the lunchbox, which also contained Su Sun's share, into the trash can. Su Sun stood up from the lawn and said, No need, I'm not going back tonight. What do you mean? Do you want to stay here? What else can I do? Chu Yoyu is so drunk, can I not stay and take care of her? Su Sun shrugged helplessly. Chapter 54 Secret Crush. What's there to take care of? She's already thrown up and played the drunk, so what else is there to do except sleep until morning? You don't know that. You didn't see how much she drank. She might continue acting like a drunk. Actually, I don't mind her tossing and turning, but I'm afraid she might do something. She's not your real sister, so why are you so worried? Can't she just be nice to me? You can't go through life without a conscience. Besides, Shu Yuyu really likes our company. How can we not ingratiate ourselves with such a wealthy patron? You make a good point. Why don't I stay too? I'm more suitable than you to take care of her. No need. After all, I'm her nominal brother-in-law. In front of Chu Yuyu, it's better if we keep our distance. Okay then, I'll go. Well, be careful on the road. Back in the room. Chu Yuyu on the bed was sleeping quietly and peacefully. Su Xian was lying on the sofa playing with her phone. She fell asleep while playing. The next morning. It was slightly light. Chu Yuyu on the big pink bed suddenly raised an eyebrow and opened her eyes. The harsh light above her head made her close her eyes again immediately. After a while, Chu Yuyu opened her eyes again, this time better. Instinctively, she sat up, only to realize that her hands and feet were tied with her skirt. She looked down at her clothes and the bedsheets, which had all been changed. Chu Yuyu was very calm. She didn't feel any discomfort in her body, which meant that she hadn't been done anything to. When she looked up, Su Sun on the sofa came into view. Chu Yuyu quietly watched the sleeping Su Sun for a while, brought her bound hands to her mouth, used her teeth to untie the rough knot on her hands, and then untied her feet. Getting off the bed, Chu Yuyu, without shoes, moved lightly, went barefoot to the computer, opened the surveillance video from last night, and played it in fast forward. When she saw that it was a very pretty girl who helped her change clothes and sheets, Chu Yuyu felt a little lost. It was to be expected. Quitting the surveillance video, Chu Yuyu did not continue watching. There was no point in watching as she would not get the results she wanted. Su Sun was able to satisfy their family because of his character. Expecting him to take advantage of someone in need? That would be like the sun rising in the west. The temperature was not high in the early morning, and with the air conditioning cooling the room, it was a little cold. Chu Yuyu took a thin blanket from the closet and gently draped it over Su Sun. Then she walked into the bathroom, took off her clothes, turned on the shower, and took a comfortable hot shower. Coming out of the bathroom, Chu Yuyu put on a loose-fitting white nightgown. Her damp skin was translucently red, crystal clear and full, making people want to bite it. She moved a stool over and carefully sat down next to Su Sun. She crossed her long, snow-white legs and propped her pretty face in one hand, staring dreamily at Su Sun as he slept. She giggled for a while, then looked depressed. An old memory that she had buried deep in her heart suddenly came back to her. Boom! Boom! It was raining heavily that day. The sky was dark and gloomy, with white dragons occasionally streaking across the sky and thunder roaring from time to time, shaking the earth. On a certain road of Star City University, a girl was crouching on the ground, her hands tightly covering her left ankle. The pouring rain kept falling on her, wetting every part of her body. One big raindrop after another, as black as ink, slid down her face through her long, black hair. After a while, the girl reached out to wipe the rain off her face. In pain, she stood up, lifted her left foot and jumped to the side to take cover under the eaves. But before she could take a few steps, her unbalanced body fell towards the hard ground. The girl instinctively closed her eyes in fear. Just then, a boy with an umbrella appeared next to her and reached out to help her. "Classmate, is your leg okay?" Feeling the security of the big hand, the girl hurriedly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was a very handsome face. For a moment, she was a little lost. The boy repeated, "Classmate, is your foot okay?" "No, it's fine." The girl, having regained her senses, averted her gaze, her crystal-clear face quickly blushing. "Your ankle is swollen, you must have sprained it. Shall I take you to the hospital?" Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" "No, it's not a problem. I just ate and was just going for a stroll." "Then, thank you." "You're welcome." As she relived this past event, she unknowingly saw a layer of mist form in the clear eyes of Chu Yuyu. This is such a melodramatic plot that can only be found in novels. Yet it appeared in her world. Her ending was also exactly the same as in the novel. Yes, Chu Yuyu liked her brother-in-law in front of her. She has always liked him, for many years, and she has liked him quietly since they met that time she sprained her ankle. But she is too timid to say anything. From secret love in college to graduation, and from secret love after graduation to 2 years ago. She finally mustered the courage to meet him again, but they were already people from two different worlds. Her younger sister, with the man she secretly loved, came home as her husband. Shu Yuyu sucked her nose and choked back a mouthful of saliva. That day, when she learned that they were only getting a divorce by mutual consent, she was happy. But when she also learned that her younger sister was really in love with Su Sun, her instinct as an older sister made her choose to give up. But Shu Yuyu couldn't control herself. Last night she could have completely prevented Su Sun from staying. But she didn't do that, she chose to let her body do the talking. Even though she knew that Su Xian was not that kind of person, she still took a chance and took the initiative to throw out the olive branch. Shu Yuyu covered her head, it hurt. Her heart was full of mixed emotions. She was glad that nothing had happened. Otherwise, she could no longer face her younger sister. She was again disappointed that nothing had happened last night. Su Sun, are you really the protagonist? Why is there such a heavy aura around you? It's hard to forget you. Ever since Su Sun became her brother-in-law, Shu Yuyu has wanted to give up and forget. But no matter how many times she tries, she just can't. Whenever she misses Su Sun, she secretly enters his circle of friends. Even if there are no photos, just looking at the text in the circle of friends can bring a little satisfaction. Luckily, there is no visitor record in the circle of friends. Soon after, Su Sun woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an incredibly delicate face close at hand, and he shuddered uncomfortably. Sister, that's really scary, okay? Su Sun patted his chest and sat up. Chapter 55, Who is that girl? Do I look that scary? I didn't mean it like that. You're so pretty, how could you be scary? Shu Yuyu gave Su Xian a cold look, got up, went over to the sofa opposite, lay down, and crossed her slender long legs. Why did you stay last night? You were so drunk, of course I had to stay and take care of you. Are you really that kind? If you think I'm a villain, you can watch the surveillance video, there's no lack of surveillance here. Su Sun shrugged his shoulders, looking carefree as if he had nothing to hide. Shu Yuyu asked again, who was the girl who changed my clothes last night? A colleague. Just a colleague? She's also a friend, and the other owner of Lingyun Technology. I thought you would come into contact sooner or later, so I asked you, who was busy at the company last night, to come over. You even schemed against me? What did I scheme? Su Sun pretended to be dumb and looked at Shu Yuyu blankly. Shu Yuyu hit the nail on the head, you made me owe her a favor. In the business world, favors in my position are very expensive. Su Sun pretended to be surprised again, scratching his head and saying, huh? Really? I didn't realize that I had backfired. Ha ha ha. I might as well invest in your debut. Shu Yuyu rolled her eyes and said, it doesn't matter if you owe me a favor, as long as you don't have any improper thoughts. I watched the surveillance footage, and that girl is very pretty, but my yo-yo is not bad either, so don't you be eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. Sister, haven't you always said that I have good character? Is this how you think I have good character? Su Sun was particularly speechless. Shu Yuyu replied, having good character is one thing, but as an older sister, I must say what I need to say. Okay, I get it. Su Sun walked towards the door while waving goodbye behind her. Sister, since you're awake, I'll go first. Get out of here. After leaving the Chime building, Su Sun took a taxi back to the villa. After washing up and having breakfast, she packed some clothes and daily necessities, and rode a small electric bicycle to Yui's place. The room was tidied up, and now what needed to be done was to leave traces of him in the room. Why are you taking a shower in the morning? The door opened, and there appeared Yui, dripping wet. The first ray of morning sun shone through the door and fell on the messy hair, which had a unique beauty. What do you care? Yui stroked her hair and turned towards the house. Su Sun followed behind her, carrying a large bag. Kui is a germaphobe, so just go to sleep and don't mess around. Yui led Su Sun into a room. The room was clean, with even the floor tiles polished. Su Sun narrowed her eyes and looked at Yui for a while. Am I that kind of dirty person? And I don't like Liu Kei? How could I possibly do something like that? Yui looked at Su Sun with the same look. I mean, don't stick your pick nose hair on the wall and don't spit. Su Sun was embarrassed and kept tapping his toes. Yui glanced at Su Sun with a strange look and said, pervert. Su Sun immediately took the clothes out of the bag, hung them in the closet, took out the ones she had bought beforehand, and looked at the older bed sheets and bedding spread out on the bed, acting like she was very busy. This was to hide the embarrassment. Yui leaned against the door, arms folded, giving off a strong sense of being the landlady, and asked, I changed Shu Yuyu's clothes, she should know by now, right? Yes, I know. Did she say anything? She asked who you were. What else? She said you were pretty. She has good taste. Yui's mood immediately improved. What else did she say? She told me not to have any thoughts about you. You agreed? I answered in a different way. So you really do have thoughts about me? Of course I do. You're so pretty, if I didn't have thoughts, would I still be a man? I feel like I'm inviting the wolf into the house. Hey, I just realized it now, it's too late. Shimei Building. President's office. Shu Yuyu looked down slightly, intently reading the contract on the desk. Suddenly, the office door was knocked on. President Shu. Come in. With permission, the pretty girl who had led Su-sun to the reception room yesterday pushed open the door and walked in, holding a file bag in her hand. She had been given the night off last night, and although she didn't know the reason, she had a good rest and was full of energy early in the morning. President Chu, this is a document from Shanghong Group. It is to be delivered to the president's office. The girl placed the document bag on the desk and then quietly left the office. Shanghong Group? Chu Yoyu frowned, and an ominous feeling arose in her heart. She picked up the document bag and tore it open. Inside was a document. The document clearly recorded the detailed causes and consequences of Su-sun and Chu Yoyu's agreement to get married over the past year or so. This Jiang Zitao is really a villain, no wonder my parents hate him so much. Chu Yoyu opened the drawer, took out a lighter, lit the document in her hand, and threw it into the trash can next to her. Chu Yoyu thought about it and finally decided to pretend that nothing had happened. She had no choice but to tell Chu Yoyu. Given her character as a younger sister, she would definitely accuse Jiang Zitao after learning about this. The two of them would definitely fall out, and Jiang Zitao, desperate as a cornered dog, would definitely tell their parents about this. Knowing that Su-sun is a fake son-in-law, even if they like him, their parents would let go and not hold him back. As an older sister, Shu Yuyu could only choose to hide it. She only has one younger sister, and she must help her no matter what. But, even if she chooses to hide it, in the long run, Jiang Zitao will go crazy, and that document will end up in her hands today. Sooner or later, it will end up in her parents' hands. It all depends on whether the silly sister can win over Su-sun in the meantime. If she can't, it'll be fate. Even if she steals it, she'll be doing the right thing and won't let anyone down. Shu Yuyu lost the mood to read the contract, got up and went to the French windows, looking out at the sea of clouds and the bustling city outside. Everyone has selfish motives. She also wanted her parents to see the document by accident. But, who told her to be the older sister? It is only natural for an older sister to spoil her younger sister. Shu Yuyu could only do this, and she had to do it. Chapter 56, Found in the Trash. 4:30 p.m. Su-sun and Yuhi arrived at the high-speed railway station early. Su Qingguen is a minor leader, so he didn't have to take the green train. Uncle Su hates business trips, doesn't he? I heard you say before that Uncle Su would rather give up his bonus than go on a business trip. Why did he come all the way to Xingqing this time? It seems that the Education Bureau is going to select a deputy director this year, and my father is on the preliminary selection list. I have been hoping for my father to succeed for so many years, and it is finally going to come true. I think it is because you are here that Uncle Su came to Star City, right? Maybe there is some reason for that. Su-sun's heart felt warm. He was just joking. Even if there was a possibility of becoming a deputy director, Su Qingguen would not go on a business trip for that reason. Su Qingguen is just such a stubborn donkey. He doesn't like to compete or fight, and just likes to quietly be himself. Otherwise, do you really think Su-sun is joking when he wants his father to become a dragon? With relatives on both sides of the family in the officialdom, it is not at all difficult for Su Qingguen to climb if he wants to. Unfortunately, he values face and is afraid of other people's gossip, so he wants to rely on his own real abilities to reach the top. Therefore, although Su-sun doesn't say it, he knows that this time Su Qingguen came to Xingcheng. Is coming for him. Su-sun, Uncle Su is here. Yui patted Su-sun on the shoulder, then waved to Su Qingguen, who was coming out of the corridor. Uncle Su, over here. Yui was conspicuous, and with his loud voice, Su Qingguen soon saw them and came walking with a briefcase and several bags. Su-sun quickly took the bags and asked, Dad, what did you bring? They're so heavy. Clothes, all kinds of vegetables we grow at home, fruits, and preserved meat. I told you not to bring all this stuff here. Xingqing is a big city, you can buy anything there. Of course you wouldn't understand your mother's good intentions. Su Chengwen scolded Su Sun, then put on a face-changing performance. 1 second he was serious, the next he was smiling, looking at Yu He. Who else would say they bought it all for you? You only got a little bit, most of it is for our little He. Thank you, Uncle Su. Yu He was happy as a child. Why are you being so polite? We're all family, there's no need to be polite. Uncle Su and Auntie Li have long considered you their own daughter. In the past 6 months, has that brat bullied you? Uncle Su can rest assured, he wouldn't dare bully me. That's good. Uncle Su's fists are not for show. If that brat dares to bully you, Uncle Su will definitely make him howl in pain. Everyone was happy. Only Su Sun was getting the knife. Su Sun pouted, used to it. Since childhood, the two old Su Chingwen have been much kinder to Yu He than to their own son. Su Sun wondered if he had been picked up from the trash can. Dad, don't just talk, will you? I just want to help you carry some of the luggage, why are you throwing it all at me? Su Sun complained. It's okay to carry it for a while, but my hands hurt if I carry it for a long time. Yu He was a good and sensible boy, and pretended to want to help Su Sun carry the luggage. But Su Chingwen stopped him with a hand gesture. Xiao He, don't mind him. He's a rebel. Besides, can't you carry a little bit of luggage? Isn't that a small dog? Su Sun suspects that he was adopted, ×2. And, being an adult, don't learn the slang of young people, okay? Is this how a father should behave? It's fine to say that your son is a small dog, but in front of so many people. Doesn't your son care about face? I took a taxi to Yu He's place. There were 2 bedrooms in the house. Su Chingwen looked at Yu He and then at Su Sun. Do you live together? Yu He nodded slightly and replied, yes, Uncle Su, we share the rent, it's much cheaper. Did Xiao Sun ask to share with you? No one would want to share with that kid. Su Sun felt like his heart had been traumatized 10,086 points. No, Uncle Su, we decided after discussing it. Yu He, isn't this a bit inappropriate? It doesn't matter to Xiao Sun, he's a single guy anyway, but Uncle Su is worried about you, after all, you're a girl. Su Sun's mental trauma became a critical blow. Yu He cheerfully replied, it's fine, Uncle Su. There are many people who don't know each other who share a flat. Su Sun and I not only know each other, we're also good friends who grew up together. Living with him, I feel like I have an extra layer of security. It seems that this kid isn't useless after all. Yu He, you sit down first, Uncle Su is going to cook. Uncle Su, let me help you. Then you and Su Sun can wash the vegetables together. Okay. Su Chingwen busily got to work in the kitchen. His cooking was very good, and his mother Li Qianwen had been blessed with a good cook all her life. The kitchen was too small, so Su Sun and Yu He squatted on the balcony to wash the vegetables. The setting sun shone on them, casting 2 warm shadows. Are you in a good mood? Su Sun asked curiously, looking at Yu He, who was always smiling and humming a little tune. Yu He replied, yes, I feel great when I see you get upset. You're a bad friend. Su Sun suddenly jerked his hand out of the basin like he'd been electrocuted. Oh my, what a big caterpillar. This is a butterfly larva, not a caterpillar. Yu He grabbed the small, green bug from the basin, his crystal clear face full of mischievous intent, and pretended to throw it at Su Sun. Su Sun was so scared that he sat down on the ground. It's not true that men are not afraid of insects. This kind of soft, boneless, wriggling insect Su Sun has been afraid of since he was a child. You coward. Yu He couldn't stop smiling, as gorgeous and charming as a blooming flower. Su Sun, who understood that he had been teased, was a little upset and said, you're so rude, you don't have any gentleness of a girl. Yu He was very dissatisfied, where was I rude? Anyway, I have never seen any gentle girl dare to grab this thing. When I was a child, I used to grab it to fish, so I'm used to it, okay? Yu He gave Su Sun a cold stare, then revealed a cute, soft and tender look, and said softly, Su Sun brother, don't be angry with people, okay? Su Sun's goosebumps fell all over the place. He was used to Yu He's cheerful and lively personality. Suddenly faced with this side, he couldn't help but tremble. But should I say it or not? It seems that, some of it is true. It's quite thought-provoking. Could this be the reason for all the clip sounds on the internet? Yui glanced at Susun and asked in a huff, is it that if someone is like Chu Yoyu, they are gentle? I don't know if she is gentle or not, but she definitely wouldn't dare to catch a bug. Pfft, if you think she is good, go after her quickly. She is such a good girl, you obviously have a chance, why don't you go after her? Don't you like gentle girls? I didn't say she was gentle, and I didn't say I like gentle girls. Ha ha. Chapter 57 Get her drunk. Have a drink with me. Okay. Several dishes with added color were served, the bowls and chopsticks were arranged, and the meal was served. Susan actually didn't like drinking, but after so long without seeing his father, he was in a rare mood to drink. After a cup of strong liquor from his hometown went down his throat, his internal organs felt like they were on fire, and also like they were being pricked with needles. Su Xian took a piece of braised pork ribs to get rid of the bitterness in his mouth, and asked, Dad, how long will you be in Star City for business? 3 days. Have you bought your ticket back yet? What? I haven't even had enough of this place for a day, and you're already looking forward to me leaving? Su Xian explained, Dad, that's not what I meant. I was thinking that you could buy your ticket a day later, so I can take you to Star City for a bit. What's there to do there? It's a rare trip. No need, I've already bought the ticket for the afternoon the day after tomorrow. Cancel it or reschedule it, so that your son can show his filial piety. For your mother and me, the greatest filial piety is for you to listen to us. Where have I not listened to you? Have you found someone to get married? Su-sun regretted saying those mushy things just now. Su Qingwen poured the wine and started the marriage pushing mode. When you were your age, you could already crawl on the ground. As a son, you should be more successful than your father. I know. What's the use of knowing? Every time I ask you to find a partner, you just say you know, but did you find a partner? It's not like you can definitely find one just by saying it. You're not even looking with all your heart. Susan lowered his head and responded with silence. There is no time of the year that he hates more than when his parents pressure him to get married. Yui almost spat out the food in her mouth from holding back her laughter. She and Susun are good friends, but also good friends who hurt each other. Of course she is happy to see Susun being lectured. Xiaohe, don't laugh, that comment was also directed at you. You are not young anymore, and it is time to find someone. This is what your mother asked me to tell you before coming to Xingcheng. In this matter, Su Qingwen did not choose to treat anyone differently, and he scolded them all in the same tone. Yui's smile instantly froze on her face, and she pursed her lips and replied, Uncle Su, I understand. You really grew up wearing the same pair of underpants since childhood, even your words are exactly the same. I don't think you have the intention of finding a partner anyway, so you might as well just get along and live together, so that we old folks can rest assured. Yui lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Susan said with a frown, Dad, don't make jokes like that, you'll just embarrass Yui. What's there to be embarrassed about? Yui's parents happen to share the same view. It's as if they were saying we'll be single forever, but we're only 25 years old, are we that old? Susan shut up again. The older generation and the younger generation have different views. No matter what, they'll never see eye to eye. Su Qingwen is a cultured man, no matter what he says. He is not aggressive. He got up and brought a black bag he had brought before, and took out 2 pairs of fluffy slippers from it. He gave the bigger pair to Susun. He gave the smaller pair to Yuhi. Susun looked at the beautiful slippers in his hands and asked in puzzlement, Dad, did you buy them? Your mom made them. It's not easy to knit a pair of shoes. Don't let mom go through the trouble in the future. A pair bought outside costs only 10 odd yuan. This thing is cheap, but your mother's love for you is priceless. Susun was speechless. Yui looked at the fluffy shoes in his hands and was also puzzled. Uncle Su, why, do I get a share too? Didn't Uncle Su just say it? Uncle Su and Auntie Lee have long considered you their own daughter, so of course you get a share. Uncle Su, please thank Auntie Lee for me. Yui smiled particularly happily. Susun rubbed his elbow against Yui and said, It's just a pair of shoes, why are you so happy? What do you know? Every stitch on these shoes is priceless. You're exaggerating. That's why you don't understand. After this meal, Susun collapsed, drunk. Susun's tolerance for alcohol was very good. But no matter how good it is, it's useless to get drunk. The older person is, the wiser they are. Susun slumped over the table, burped a few times, and slowly became unconscious. Su Qingwen, whose face had also turned red, looked out the window, stood up, and said, "It's getting late. Xiao He, I'm leaving first. Please take care of Xiao Sun. I'm a little drunk, so I can barely take care of myself, let alone this brat." Yu He, who had only had a little to drink, hurriedly caught up to Su Qingwen and said, "Uncle Su, aren't you going to sleep here?" "No, Uncle Su snores a bit too loudly, and besides, he's used to sleeping alone." "Uncle Su, you really aren't staying here?" "No." "Okay, Yu He, don't follow Uncle Su. He's not drunk, so you should go take care of Xiao Sun." Su Qingwen took the elevator down. Yu He, who was standing in front of the elevator, was completely dumbfounded. She had thought that Uncle Su would stay the night. Instead, he got Su Sun drunk and left. Why did she suddenly get the feeling that Uncle Su seemed to be deliberately creating opportunities for them? Yui didn't know, and she was too lazy to think about it, just assuming that everything was a coincidence. Back in the house, she looked at Su Sun, who had started mumbling in his sleep on the dining table. Yu-hee had a headache. Getting such a big person back to the room. It was hard work. Yu-hee placed Su Sun's left hand on her shoulder and then gritted her teeth as she helped Su Sun back to her room. It was heavy, really heavy. Yu-hee was exhausted after the short distance of 10 or so meters. She sat down on the bed and took a few deep breaths before she recovered a little. She helped Su Sun take off her shoes and covered her up with the quilt. Then she went outside and cleaned up the table. The entrance to the residential area. Somehow, Su Qingwen, who was quite drunk, walked out. This kid, he can hold his drink, and he even got his father drunk. Su Qingwen shook his head, took out his phone, and called the contact marked as his wife. The other party answered almost immediately. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. "Su, how is it going?" "Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself, it'll be a success." Su Qingwen looked a little smug. "How are you?" "I'm fine, a little drunk, but it doesn't matter." "Have you left now?" "I have." "That's good, it's up to Xiaohan now." Li Qianwen prayed on the phone. Su Qingwen hesitated for a moment and asked, "Xiaowan, won't this be unfair to Xiao Sun?" Even if Xiao Sun is a man, he's not that casual about these things. Chapter 58, A Godsend. Li Qianwen on the other end of the phone was stunned. "We have watched Xiaoyi grow up, and we know what a good girl she is. Unfortunately, our silly son can't see that. As parents, we are only doing what is normal, pushing our children when necessary. So even if it is unfair to Xiao Sun, it doesn't matter, and you don't need to feel guilty." "That's what you say, but I'm just afraid that Xiao Sun will blame us in the future." "Dare he?" "If he dares, I'll break his legs. Out of the goodness of our hearts, we are only looking out for his best interests. How can he blame us?" "What about Xiaoha?" "You don't need to worry about Xiaoha. She likes our silly son. But her mother told us herself. Besides, we discussed this with Xiaoha's parents. With Lao Yu and the others there, Xiaoha can't blame us even if she wants to." Su Qingwen didn't say anything, his face was solemn. Although that was his son, he could never feel at ease about plotting against his own son. Even though it was for the good of the brat. Li Qianwen's voice came from the phone again. "Okay, Lao Su, you've already gone to Xingcheng, so don't think so much. Don't forget, your task this time is to bring Xiao Sun and Xiao He together. If you dare to chicken out, I'll come back and see how I'll fix you." "That's not going to happen. I've come all this way. But even if I get Xiaoxuan drunk, knowing Xiaoye as I do, she won't take advantage of the situation. It's true that Xiaoye isn't that kind of person, but we have to try. Even if it doesn't work out, it will give them a chance to be alone together, and maybe the two of them, alone, will fall in love." "I hope so." Su Qingwen sighed. The room. Yui walked in with a glass of warm water and a glass of warm milk. She placed the two glasses on the bedside table, sat down by the bed, turned her head and looked at Su Sun, who was sleeping soundly, and felt a sudden wave of absent-mindedness. It seemed that she hadn't looked at this guy so quietly for a long time. Should she say something or not? This guy is really handsome. Yui's cheeks suddenly flushed. She couldn't help but want to steal a kiss from Su Sun. But her sense of shame as a girl, and her just-in-kind temperament, extinguished the evil desire that had just sprouted in her heart again and again. In the end, Yui clenched her white teeth and forced her eyes to look away, and reason finally prevailed over desire. Ding dong. At this time, the phone in her pocket rang. Yui took out her phone from the pocket of her black skinny shorts and looked at it. It was a WeChat message from Lu Kei. Xiaohe, what are you doing? What are you doing? Lu Kei immediately sent a video. The video was a 360-degree photo of the hotel room. Yui also sent a video to Lu Kei. She recorded Su-sun asleep and herself sitting by the bedside taking care of Su-sun. Is Su-sun drunk? Yes. Where's his dad? Why don't I see him? Uncle Su doesn't live here. He said he snores and is used to sleeping alone, so he went to a hotel. Lu Kei sent 2 messages in a row. What? Su-sun's father is not here? Shocked. Xiaohe, this is a godsend. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and send the video, I have experience, I'll teach you on the spot, lewd. What? Yui asked knowingly. The blush that had finally disappeared from her pretty face reappeared. In fact, it was even more obvious than before. As a person of the 21st century, if she has never seen a pig running, has she never eaten pork before? Yui had long since thought about that kind of thing. After all, there are many such teachings in soap operas. She had thought about it, been excited, and looked forward to it. But she could not cross the mental hurdle. What else could it be? Drunken sex. What are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. Oh, carrot, oh. Who's talking nonsense? Xiaowei, listen carefully. I'm talking to you seriously, not joking. If not now, when? I know that. That's why you need to change. Why did Su-sun's father get someone drunk and then leave? Isn't it obvious? You mustn't disappoint your future father-in-law. Uncle Su just got drunk and couldn't take care of Su-sun, so he asked me to. Can you stop misinterpreting other people's intentions? Xiaohe, ask yourself, am I the one misinterpreting things? Or are you just pretending to be stupid? His father came to Xingqing, and he even called you to tell you about it. Doesn't that make you his daughter-in-law? And now he's getting Su-sun drunk and leaving the room empty, isn't that making you his daughter-in-law for good? Yui fell silent. A moment later, her slender fingers finally landed on the screen of her phone. Kui, you are my best friend, I won't lie to you, I wanted to, but I can't. That's why I just said you need to change, little Wawad, come on, try to take this step, and you can get everything you want. What if I wake up tomorrow morning? Did you drink tonight? Yes. Isn't that simple? You can just convince yourself that you're drunk and you don't know anything, right? Will this work? Don't worry, it'll work. That's how it's done in dramas. What if Su-sun wakes up on the way? Idiot, it's already done. What's there to be afraid of? If you're really shy, just cover your eyes, okay? Yui looked at the message Lu Kei had replied with and hesitated. Her fists were clenched, her teeth were clenched, and she looked like she was struggling. After a long while, for the sake of her own happiness, Yui finally made an effort to take a step forward and made a major decision. After taking a deep breath to gather her courage, she looked towards Su-sun on the bed. Upon seeing him, Yui felt like a deflated balloon and suddenly wilted. In Su-sun's current state, there was nothing she could do at all. Dong. Lu Kei sent a request for a video call. Yui clicked the red button to hang up in despair. She was afraid of waking Su-sun. Lu Kei couldn't wait to send a message asking, why did you hang up on the video call? If we women don't have experience, it can be very troublesome. I'll come and teach you in person, that way it will be much better. Yui replied, Kei, thank you for your kindness, but no thanks. What's wrong? Didn't you just make a decision? Why did you wilt so quickly? Confused. Chapter 59, One family rejoices while another mourns. Yui didn't know how to explain it. He took the quilt off Su-sun, took a photo, and sent it to Lu Kei. How could this be? It's not like it is in the TV series. Sigma. TV series are TV series, reality is reality. Xiaohe, why don't you try it first and see if you can awaken Su-sun's muscle memory? No, I just checked, after a person falls asleep, their muscles won't respond. What? So what do we do? Why can't we women do it? What else can we do? Just let it go. It seems like he and I really aren't meant to be. Don't be discouraged, Zayawoo, hug. End of conversation with Lu Kei. Yuhi lowered her head and let out a soft sigh. She had finally plucked up the courage to do something, but she had lost so miserably. Looking at Susan sleeping on the bed, Yui's small, dark eyes looked like those of a little girl. In pursuit of that elusive happiness, she had forcibly changed herself, allowing herself to become an uninhibited woman. But in the end, she had gained nothing. Under the double blow of loss and conscience, Yuhi only felt extremely aggrieved. She desperately needed comfort now, and Susun was undoubtedly the best source of comfort. Biting her lip, Yuhi leaned closer to Susun's handsome face, and after a brief hesitation, her delicate cherry lips fell. She was already an uninhibited woman anyway. What's wrong with stealing a kiss? When she touched Susun's lubricated skin, Yuhi's heart and body were greatly satisfied. She beamed an incredibly happy smile. After leaving Susun's face, Yuhi was still unsatisfied. She licked her delicious little mouth, thinking that since she had already kissed her, what did it matter if she kissed her again? So her little cherry mouth fell again. Then a third time. A fourth time. A fifth time. Yui couldn't remember how many times she had stolen a kiss. Until she got tired and lay down next to Susun. She really, really loved this man. She wanted to be by his side all the time, close to him. 11 p.m. Chu Yoyu drove back to the villa. She had worked late today and had just finished work half an hour ago. In the past, she would have slept at the office at times like this. But today, for some reason, she really, really wanted to go home. She opened the door and the living room was pitch black. Chu Yoyu thought Susun was in his room. Usually when she was at home, Susun would be in his room after 10 o'clock. Taking off her beautiful high heels and putting on her fuzzy slippers, Chu Yoyu walked lightly to the door of Susun's room. She didn't have any particular thoughts in mind, she just wanted to hear the sounds in Susun's room. She knew it was wrong, but it was her true heart's desire, and she couldn't help herself. There was no light shining through the crack in the door, as there usually was. Chu Yoyu was stunned and confused. Before, when she was at home at this time, she would go out of her room to go to the bathroom and pass by here, where she could often hear the sound of a phone playing and see the light reflecting from the crack in the door. Tonight, why was there none of that? Could it be that Susun had fallen asleep? Chu Yoyu held her breath for a moment and then shouted, "Susun, are you asleep?" There was no response from the room for a long time. Chu Yoyu shouted again, "Susun?" Still no response. Chu Yoyu panicked. Once before, in the middle of the night, she had a stomachache that made her sweat profusely. She shouted for Susun from her room, and even Susun, who was asleep, could hear her. Now she shouted at the door, but still got no response. Why wasn't there any response? Chu Yoyu was afraid that something had happened to Susun, so she didn't care about the consequences and found the key to unlock the door. She then realized that the door was not locked at all. Chu Yoyu pushed the door open and turned on the light. What met her eyes was an empty room. Susun, why wasn't he home? Chu Yoyu looked around casually. She noticed that some small items that Susun had left on the table were gone. There were also a lot fewer clothes in the closet. It looked like she had moved out, but it also looked like she hadn't completely moved out. Chu Yoyu couldn't help but feel scared. She had rushed home so late tonight. It wasn't that she wanted to go home, but Susun was at home. She hadn't seen Susun for a day. Chu Yoyu couldn't lie to herself, she missed Susun. So how could she not be scared now? She took out her phone and called Su Shen. Unfortunately, she was a little too late. Yuhi on the other end had turned Su Shen's phone off a minute earlier. She didn't want anyone to disturb her brief happiness. Even if she wasn't sure there was someone, she had to be on the safe side. Chu Yoyu kept calling. All the prompts were that the other party had turned off their phone. This made Chu Yoyu even more scared and her heart even more chaotic. When you like someone, you understand everything, and even the smallest incident will be infinitely magnified. This cannot be called acting, it can only be said that this is human nature. That night, both women fell in love with Susun. One slept until dawn. The other stayed up all night. The next day, the first ray of sunshine in the morning refracted through the window and into the house, dispersing the chill left behind by the night and spreading warmth to every corner. Soon after, Susun woke up. Sleepy, he instinctively wanted to sit up. But then he realized that there was a small head pressing against his arm. It was Yuhi. Susun thought he had slept through it and immediately rubbed his eyes with the other hand to take a closer look. It was still Yu-hee. Susun froze, his mind buzzing. How did he end up sleeping with Yu-hee? Shouldn't he be sleeping with his father, Su Ching-wen? How did it become Yu-hee? And what about Dad? Just as Su Xian was pondering, Yu-hee on his arm also woke up. Good morning. After glancing at Su Xian, Yu-hee naturally sat up without reacting at all to the fact that he was sleeping on Su Xian's arm. Because this was not the first time for them, they had long since become accustomed to it. Although it rarely happened after they grew up. Ah! At this moment, there was a sudden piercing scream, which instantly woke Su-sun from his sleep. What's wrong? Su-sun, what did you do to me last night? Yu-hee curled up in a ball out of fear. Su-sun was dumbfounded by the question and said, What did I do? I didn't do anything, did I? Then what is this? Yu-hee pointed her finger at her body. Su-sun looked in the direction of Yu-hee's finger. It was blood that had stained the bed sheet red. In that instant, Su Xian's mind went blank. He hadn't done anything. Why was there blood on the sheets? Or was it the blood under Yu-hee? It was obviously from Yu-hee's body. Su Xian had been single since birth, but he had some basic knowledge of biology. When a girl has sex for the first time, she... Could it be that last night he and Yu-hee? Su Xian tried hard to think, but there was nothing in his mind about this. Could it be because of the drunkenness? Chapter 60, Teasing. Su-sun, I trusted you so much, but I never thought you were like this. We are good friends, how could you do that to me while I was sleeping? Yu-hee was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Su-sun was a little overwhelmed and said, I don't remember anything from last night. Does not remember this thing is over? Also, I will not believe your sophistry, I will never trust you again. Yu-hee cried on her pillow, sobbing. Susun felt a headache coming on, frowned, and after a moment of silence, said in a serious tone, I will be responsible for you. So when are you going to marry me? Whenever you want? Really? Then say wife first. Yu-hee suddenly giggled again. Susun then realized that he had been tricked. Feeling a little upset, he let out a relieved breath. Otherwise, he would really feel guilty for the rest of his life. Why did you trick me? It was fun. Yu-hee puffed up his lips and teased, raising the corners of his mouth. Susun angrily said, Are you sick? Can you joke around about something like this? The upset he felt at being tricked only took up a small part of his heart. Yu-hee was angry because he didn't take his reputation lightly. Can a girl just make these kinds of jokes? Are you threatening me? Yu-hee was aggrieved and suddenly her eyes brimmed with moist, transparent tears. Susun instantly turned into a deflated balloon. A girl's tears are nuclear-level destructive for a man. Especially a pretty girl like this. I was just saying that you're being ridiculous. What kind of girl jokes about something like this? What if we did? Yu-hee looked unconvinced. Susun didn't bother arguing. He didn't want to make Yu-hee cry. After all, if you make someone cry, you have to comfort them. So what's going on? I've got relatives here. I see. Susun slapped his head in realization, he had forgotten about this just now. You're stupid. What girl sheds so much blood? You can tell at a glance, can't you? Yu-hee gave Susun a blank look. How would I know? I'm not a woman. I wouldn't know either if I were a woman, but it's common sense. Yu-hee looked at Susun with contempt again. I haven't paid much attention to this kind of thing. Susun averted his gaze and changed the subject, how did we end up sleeping together? I don't know either. Yu-hee pretended to raise his hand and knock on his groggy head, maybe you carried me in last night. Susun habitually retorted, why didn't you say you carried me in? Do I have that much strength? It's hard to say, human potential is endless. Yu-hee angrily picked up a pillow and smashed it at Susun. She felt a little guilty. Because it was indeed she who carried the guy in last night. Susun asked, where's my dad? Yu-hee angrily replied, Uncle Su said you snore and grind your teeth, and you farted, so I didn't want to sleep with you and went to a hotel. Really? Then how come you slept well with me? I feel uncomfortable and weak now, I must have been smothered by your farts. Susun got out of bed, too lazy to argue with Yu-hee, and walked towards the door. Hurry up and deal with it, I'm almost sick from the smell. Asshole. Yuhi, showing weakness again, quickly shouted, wait. What's wrong? Susun was very unforgiving. I love farting, so watch out, I'll let one go for you soon. I'm out of sanitary napkins, go buy some for me. How could you not prepare something so important in advance? I forgot. Forgot? You're a top student from Xingha High, how could you forget such a trivial thing? Anyone can forget sometimes. Go buy them yourself. I'm not buying them. If I, a man, buy such things, people will look at me like I'm a pervert. Susun resolutely refused. What's the big deal? There are plenty of men who buy sanitary napkins for their girlfriends and wives. If you don't say anything, how will other people know? Everyone will just think you're buying them for your girlfriend too. Then I won't buy them either. Why don't you go buy them yourself? If I could buy them myself, do you think I'd let you help? Why can't you just buy them? Just tidy up a bit. I'm too lazy to talk to you, you idiot. Search for it yourself. Susun took out his phone and searched a bit, before realizing that Yuhi really had something he couldn't say at the moment. Forget it, what brand do you want? Although Susun was very reluctant to buy this kind of thing, he couldn't just ignore Yuhi. 7. They took the elevator to the ground floor. Susun realized that Chu Yoyu had called several times last night. He dialed back with some confusion. There was a beep. The call connected. The tired voice of Chu Yoyu came through the phone. Susun, why weren't you home last night? Susun, who understood what was going on, was a little surprised. Chu Yoyu would actually call him several times in a row because of such a trivial matter. But then Susun immediately felt relieved. He and Chu Yoyu were now good friends. If he wasn't home late at night, a normal friend would ask. Susun did not hide anything and told Chu Yoyu the whole story. Chu Yoyu on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. So, you won't be back for a few days, right? Well, I don't think so. Oh. Chu Yoyu at the villa had 2 serious dark circles under his eyes. He bit his pink lips and asked, Susun, are we considered good friends now? Well, it depends on you. I consider you a friend anyway. Me too. Since we are good friends, and since my uncle is in Star City, I should do my best to be a good host. Let's find some time and you take my uncle out for a get-together. I appreciate the offer, but no thanks. Susun smiled bitterly, maybe it's because I'm not young anymore, but my father is very sensitive. If he sees you, he'll definitely say something nonsense to me again. Besides, my father is here on business in Star City, and he bought his ticket back early. I don't even have time to show him around Star City, and he refuses to change the dates. Is that so? Okay then. Thank you, you don't have to be polite, just be yourself, I'm very easygoing. Hanging up the phone. Chu Yoyu in the villa was obviously disappointed. She had never met her nominal father-in-law before. Because they were in an agreement marriage, Chu Yoyu had never asked for it, and Susun had never taken the initiative to bring her home. During the new year, they all went back to their respective families. In the 2 years of their agreement marriage, they had experienced 2 new years. 1 year, Chu Yoyu spent it at her own home. 1 year, for fear of arousing the suspicions of Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiaoli, she hid in a hotel outside under the pretext of spending the new year at Susun's home. She hid for the whole new year.